The Mayo Experience.
That Mayo Experience. That Mayo Experience. That Mayo Experience. Experience.
Tim Andegust.
Tim Andegust.
That is not my name.
Heard it was your name, pal. You are here to give your insight to the Masters. Once dubbed the Big Game Hunter by yourself, you did hit a Wyndham Clark winner. And I know there's a Wyndham Clark winner drinking game, so it's early in the morning for a lot of people. So start drinking. Tim, who do you got for the Masters?
Okay, well, I'll give you my three. Number 3, the bronze pick, is Russell Henley.
Yep.
I picked him on our Masters, major pick show. He's one of the best players in the world, and I think not a lot of people are going to have him, but I think you should.
Not laughing.
Would I tell you that he is probably outside of like the Rory Scheffler brigade and Bryson of the very, very top end names? Henley is the name that everyone is going to, it seems.
Weird, because I saw somebody laugh hysterically at me for choosing him, so I'm surprised that other people like him too.
I'm not laughing at it being your bronze pick.
Okay, well, good, because it is my bronze pick. Second, I'm going to pick Cameron Smith, and I'm picking him to be my first-round leader as well, because I think he can putt well enough at Augusta to thrive here. He has in the past. He's played well here. I think he's going to play well here again.
He played well at Doral as well.
Yeah, well, a lot of the guys who were in the draw for the Masters played well at Doral.
There's two in particular who did not play well. That would be Neiman and Hatton.
They struggled. But those were, I watched pretty much tip to buzzer yesterday, the live broadcast, and the conditions there were just vicious at Doral. Just like that. That was a U.S. Open style round.
In fairness, I was watching them both at the same time. The conditions in San Antonio were way worse than they were in Doral.
Yeah, you couldn't pay me to watch Brian Harmon waggle 35 times before hitting his shot while he had a 5-stroke lead. I couldn't care less.
It's hard to argue that.
No, and I actually thought the live broadcast was pretty good until it was weird. The moment that Valero came on TV on NBC and made the switch over from Golf Channel to NBC, Liv, for whatever reason, stopped showing golf and did like 10 minutes of like, hey, here's Pat Perez on the course who kept getting rattled by people walking by.
Pat Perez is better than Smiley Kaufman at their jobs right now.
I don't know about that because Pat Perez was doing a live hit and then he had to stop and turn around. He's like, there's people making noise over there on live TV.
Sergio did that too when he on the last hole where it was just such classic Sergio. Like you haven't seen him for a while, so you forget. He starts blaming the crowd for his errant tee shot on the last hole. Like, no, Sergio, you missed the shot. That's okay. It's a hard day. Everybody was missing that tee shot to the right. He wasn't the only one who was wayward there. Everyone was.
It's also like objectively hilarious when guys get like mad at noise at the live events.
Yeah, they play music and like it's an event.
Bring your baby.
I did agree with Pat that I don't understand why they have that strip of screen between the pylon and the end of the screen. It should be flush to the margin.
I
What are we talking about?
I think I know why. So when you look at the live leaderboard, it's on the left-hand side and it's vertical, but it doesn't go all the way over to the left. There's a space in between. And I know from just doing this show the entire time, having worked in TV, there's a safe mode on each of the cameras that you want to be in for broadcast television. And I'm pretty sure that they have the leaderboard there because they also stream to so many different platforms, so many different networks in different countries that all have different standards in terms of aspect ratio. But to me, I think if they're already spending billions of dollars as it is, spend the extra $5,000 and just run a separate feed for Fox Sports so it doesn't look really stupid.
I tend to agree with you. Yeah. I thought, by and large, the broadcast was good yesterday, though.
I've always
was sharp. I thought that it was good golf to watch.
It was, and it was helpful that it had all of the Masters guys in it, and they didn't lean away from talking about the Masters or hell, even PGA Tour players. They were talking about in terms of like, here's what Jack did, here's what Tiger does, and here's how these guys fit in. I thought they did a good job of not making themselves seem othered in a really weird way that made themselves seem somewhat legitimate. And I think it worked as it came across in the broadcast. And it was too bad that it was good that Leishman ended up winning, but it would have been fun if he had like collapsed on 17 and there was like 6 guys in it towards the end.
Well, he tried to collapse on the last hole. He hit that terrible drive. But what a fantastic putt to win. Like, that's a championship putt.
Yeah,
We've seen him do that before.
He had 2
credit to Liv. I'll give that to you, Tim. And listen, their secret sauce, and the only sauce they have, is when they want to play against the lesser tier PGA events. So they got to stop playing against Bay Hill and the Genesis, and they got to have a schedule that's against like the jabroni tier.
Curious what the ratings will have been.
Me too, because it really worked out to be a perfect storm for them, because all of the best players in Valero were either wildly out of contention or they had just simply missed the cut because the weather got so bad on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And you had the ultimate X factor that Tim just mentioned of Brian Harman being in the lead. There was one hole, I believe it was the 11th hole with Harman. He missed the green, and he lined up his chip for, 6 minutes or so. And then he stood over the ball for another minute. He chipped it over the green. They let Novak come onto the green. Then they cut back to Brian Harman, and he did the exact same thing again. So in the span, because I had them on both TVs at the same time, when they first cut to Brian Harman lining up his chip, we got 6 shots on Liv, and then Novak chipped like pretty quickly. Then it goes back to Harman, and then we got another 5 shots on Liv before he hit the ball. It was incredible. If there's any counter programming you ever need to go up against, it's Brian Harman just being a focal point of any broadcast. The Masters should pay him off to miss the cut.
Rahm had time to chip 4 balls in a row into the water rather than 2 in the span of 1 Harman shot.
Listen, there's a PGA championship or something. They put a turtle on the screen when he was putting. So there's some directors that'll fuck with him.
Well, hopefully the Masters will penalize him for terrible slow play if that is what comes to pass.
He
looks like he's as tall as a 14-year-old boy, so maybe.
You certainly wouldn't know him if he was walking next to other Team USA golfers, would you, Jeff?
I got a pretty good Hawkeye. He's a little guy though. He would hide behind like someone's wife. That's how small he is. You could hide him. He hides in a crowd.
How tall is Brian Harman? He's probably like 5'8", isn't he?
I'd say that's about right. I'm certainly cheering against him this week because I can't stand that style of play.
You mean slow play?
That terrible slow play. Like, get off the screen.
Does anyone like slow play?
I mean, some people are more tolerant of it than others, but I just can't stand it.
The PGA Tour certainly accepts it as part of their product.
They do. I don't understand why they do, but they choose to condone it.
Like if Major League Baseball can make like crazy rules that like are great, like certainly golf can.
Put them on a shot clock. I've been saying it forever. Put them on a shot clock.
I don't even know about that, but something's got to be timed, and at the end there can be penalties.
Yeah, there are exigent circumstances where, you need a rulings official and it'll take a little longer, but that won't happen more than like once a round per player. Like, let's figure this out.
Okay. So the Liv leaderboard, the last thing before we get to your most confident gold pick for the Masters is, I like the leaderboard. It's trying to do a bit too much. Like they need
it really is trying to emulate an F1 leaderboard, right? That is what it's trying to be.
But it's
it's got way more going on. And like I've watched enough Live tournaments to kind of get it, even that the score is already there when it says earlier beside something that they've already given the score for. There's so much going on. It could give a seizure, and there's no way like 74-year-old guys keeping up with that.
I don't know if that's necessarily their demo. I know that that's a golf demo, but I don't know if that's the demo that they're going. I mean, their demo is anyone who will watch Live at this point. They need to get people into it. But I think it was the most successful American week they've ever had, Tim.
I would think so. I would hope so.
I hope so. Yeah, should be.
All right, before we get to the most end-or-curse pick of the 2025 Masters, I want to remind everyone, if you live in Canada but not in Ontario, I got a giveaway for you. It is a free trip to the Canadian Open, airfare, hotels, 2 days of the Canadian Open. Sweet. To Blue Jays tickets, you go tell all your friends. You hit the description right now. It's from our friends at coolbet.com. You opt into the Mayo Masters giveaway, and boom, you get into that draw every $10 that you bet on the Masters or Heritage next week. And you'll get yourself one ballot into that draw. So please go do that right now. Full details down in the description. Tim, who's the most cursed player at the Masters?
Bryson. I expect him to win.
Really? Even after yesterday's performance?
Yeah, yesterday. Well, but he didn't play great, and he was still like a top 10 contender.
Well, he came into the day with the lead by 2 shots. It's him falling out of the top 10 of a 54-man field would be tough. I thought that I've been making the case against Bryson, and you nailed him first round leader last year. Congratulations to you. But
Thank you.
And once again, I just think that if it's not wet and it plays super fast and firm, like the Masters usually does and is projected to this year, we saw his struggles around the green, trying to get the ball up. He can't get the ball up. He just refuses. And they even talked about it on the broadcast. Like, we've been telling him, like, Bryson, at least just put a sand wedge, a regular size one, into your bag. You just can't get the depth on those same length clubs to get the ball up from these short side bunkers. His short game was atrocious at Doral, and it's only getting harder. And that's where his undoing was on Saturday when it stopped being so wet a year ago. He couldn't chip.
I would contend that his problem isn't this, it's decision making. That sometimes he makes unnecessarily risky decisions, which ends up costing him. And I actually think that's what unraveled him on the Saturday last year, when he tried to make that really aggressive chip from across the hole. We'll see. Bryson, of course, not only by far the best driver of the golf ball, he's one of the best putters of the golf ball. I don't think he gets nearly enough credit for what a good putter he is. Yeah. And if you can hit it longer than anybody, and you can putt it as good as anybody, this is the type of course you should be able to take advantage of. He will have short irons in his hand on every par 5, pretty much. He just has a built-in advantage no one else has. So I just think he's got to be the play, and that's where I'm going with this.
He does rate out number 1 in the statistical model that I made at fantasynational.com, so that's looking up.
I like the pick, Tim. I don't know if I'll be there, but listen, we're picking for winners. We're picking to be a big game hunter. And if he misses the cut, that means as much as third fucking place at a betting odd like that. Not that you're betting it, but you're playing to the ceiling, and it's the driver putter ceiling that wins fucking golf tournaments. And on the right conditions, maybe can just, I'm not saying shoot the score Bryson thinks he can shoot here, but maybe come close.
And if you go to Underdog right now and you're a new player, you use code Mayo at sign up. Not only do you get a deposit bonus of up to $1,000, you get a free pick for Bryson on Thursday. If he goes higher than 0.5 strokes in the first round, you're an automatic winner. And if you go look at Underdog right now, they have to make and to miss the cut fantasy props. If you're looking to go play those, not everywhere allows you to parlay together, make and miss the cut props. I'll have my big one coming out on Wednesday in the newsletter and on the show that I'll give away. I'm already tinkering around with it and doing some proto versions of it. But if you want to get in on that, Underdog has it right now. If anything else, just go use code Mayo, get the free pick, throw on the Bryson pick to the make and miss the cut, and put them all together. You can get a huge payout on that. Tim, we always have to ask you have your 3 picks to win. Who are the 3 guys who will not win the Masters?
Okay. Who will not win the Masters? Well, like I mentioned on a show previously, Rory Cantor. So he's one of my people.
Okay.
All right, so that's one of them. I mean, I could be real lazy here and pick some guys that have no chance. But I'm going to give
you just picked Rory Cantor.
I'm going to give you Aubert. I don't think he played great last year. When are guys great back to back?
I saw a stat just DJ is the only player that's had T5s in back-to-back years in the last 5 years.
Very tough to do. So Aubert, I don't think he's going to win.
He did, and of note, he missed the cut at Valero, and no player has won while missing a cut in their previous event since Jail Swag Angel Cabrera in 2009. He's coming in off a win on the Champions Tour, by the way.
Love it.
And
this is like Phil when he won the senior before the Kiowa.
That's true. And Tim, last year, do you know how many strokes putting Ludwig gained?
I'm not sure, but I bet you 1 million.
8. He led the field by a substantial margin last year.
Oh yeah, we were in Vegas. He was hitting bombs. He was hitting everything, saving pars. It was great. It was magical.
All right, Tim. Who is the one person the most not going to win the Masters this year?
It's Jordan Spieth. He's never going to win again. It's never going to happen. Never, ever.
His odds are actually unfair this week. They have him at 33-1.
That's ridiculous.
I know.
That's ridiculous.
People will bet it though.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Absolutely. There's genuine, like, couple bucks on Speed. They're going to bet 2 golf. Yeah, for sure.
A couple of the old guys I think will play well this week too.
Give me a list of them.
I think Phil is going to play really well this week. He's
Surge?
been playing well all year.
I agree.
Sergio, yeah, he's on there.
What counts as old guys?
Mike
though?
Weir
Like,
is going to make the cut.
Okay, can I bet you that Mike Weir doesn't make the cut?
Mike Weir will make the cut.
Come on.
He'll putt well enough to make the cut.
why are you saying this?
Because I think in fact, I think Phil and Weir are better bets probably for top left-hander than anybody else.
Oh my
I really
God.
believe that.
Get your
I really believe that. Oh,
What are you?
Is Highsmith going to do the best? I don't think so.
I would say Bobby Mack.
Bobby Mack.
Bobby Mack. It's the most lefties ever in a Masters field. There are 8 of them this year.
I would
That's
take
crazy.
Phil. I think I would probably take Phil.
I mean,
Bet it.
I don't think that
Bet
I don't think that Phil is a bad bet in that market. I don't think that Weir is a good bet in that market.
I just think
Weir's got TV to do. He's not golfing this
And
weekend.
do you know the Uber surge pricing around Augusta for Mike Weir to really make them bucks? Mike Weir made the cut at the 2020 Masters, which was the November Masters. He has not made the cut previous to that since 2014.
Does Mike Weir even play well on Champions?
Don't know.
Yeah, I don't have a.
He didn't. You know what? He didn't do 2 years in the clink, come out and win. I'll tell you that much.
Well, I know he won his Masters on April 13th. The
get out of-
on April 13th. There's symmetry to it all.
Oh,
Tarot carding?
No,
this?
you want to hear the ultimate symmetry to this? Not only did Mike Weir, a Canadian, win on April 13th, which is my birthday, by the way. In 2003, the year that Mike Weir won, UConn Women's won the national basketball title. Carmelo Anthony won the NCAA title. Carmelo Anthony, this year, was inducted to the Hall of Fame. The UConn women won. The NFC won a Super Bowl in a blowout, just like this year. A Los Angeles Lakers forward averaged over 40 PRA a game. That was Kobe. LeBron is doing the same this year. Canadian wins the Masters. I don't know if it's going to be Mike Weir on the same day, but Pendrith, Connors, Nick Taylor, they're live based on tarot cards.
I like it.
You were not expecting me to have those ready, were you?
No, I was not. I am very impressed, and I tip my cap to you.
Well,
that's very good research.
Thank you for coming on with us. If you want to check out our full Masters draft of the best Masters of the past 15 years and the players we all drafted for the majors, that show is up on the network right now with myself, Jeff, and Tim Andegust. If you've watched this show for at least 3 minutes over the past 3 weeks, that you know that I went to Pinehurst a few weeks ago. I'm the type of person that's never going to stop talking about that because I had the best time ever. And then one of the main reasons that I was able to have such a good time is that my clubs were waiting for me the moment that I got to the clubhouse, thanks to Shipsticks. I didn't have to wait at the baggage claim, put an air tag in it to make sure that my transfer of planes when I had to do my layover, that they actually made it onto the second plane. No. I didn't want to be stressed out going to have a golf mega vacation. And thanks to Shipsticks, I didn't have to. I sent it from my door. They came and picked it up. I got a text a little bit later on. It was at the shipping facility. I got a text the next day. It was already at Pinehurst. It was perfect. I even put the wrong label that they gave me onto it. What did they do? They called me and said, hey, do you want us to put on the proper label for you? I was like, yeah, I'm Pat Mayo. I'm a goober. I don't know how to do this. You guys handle it for me. And they did. It was such a relieving experience. I didn't go to Pinehurst to be stressed out. I went to be relaxed. And Shipsticks made that possible for me. And I'm talking about shipping over an international border here. And it still got there in a day, and it made it back to me in 2 days. So I had my sticks ready to go at my door. Right now, Shipsticks is offering my listeners 20% off on the first shipment when you go to shipsticks.com and use the code PatMayo. Go to shipsticks.com and use the code PatMayo to get 20% off your first shipment and save yourself the hassle this golf season. That's Shipsticks, SHIPSTICKS.com. And make sure to use the code PatMayo so they know that I sent you. The weather is warming up, which means it's almost time to get back onto the course full time. And if you really want to up your game, you can take the lessons, you can improve your game, but if you're stuck with those old clubs, nothing is going to change. That's why you need to head on over to your local PXG store for a fitting, because they make the best golf clubs, period. I just had mine out for the first time on the course at Pinehurst about 3 weeks ago, and it was awesome. The sound my irons make. I have the Gen 7 irons. They have the chrome top, titanium back. They're awesome. Biggest improvement for me has been the Black Ops driver. I'm carrying the ball about 15 to 20 yards longer off the tee. I'm not a huge hitter. I was about 225, 230 carry off the tee with my old driver. Get the new Black Ops driver, carrying it 245, 250. Hell, I had a 270 drive carrying bunkers down at Pinehurst number 4 on my last day. Once I was really starting to heat up with my clubs, it was amazing. It was so easy to get the fitting done, and it was the fastest way that I have found to improve my game to a point where I'm ready to tackle any course at this point. You can too. And for a limited time, you can save up to 20% on your entire order. Head on over to pxg.com/PatMayo. That's pxg.com/PatMayo to save up to 20% on your entire order. pxg.com/PatMayo. Restrictions apply. See site for details. Tim's going with Bryson. Bryson is on this board right now. Betting odds sponsored by coolbet.com. And once again, if you're in Canada outside of Ontario, go play on Coolbet. If you hit the description, you can opt in to the PME giveaway for that free trip to Toronto to come see us live, Canadian Open, Blue Jays tickets, whatever it might be. He is 18-1 to win the Masters. Part of this, and I think the difficult part is, Jeff, is crossing the guys off. So we go to the top of the list at plus 460. You got Scottie Scheffler. Rory is plus 675. And then it's a major drop down to the next level. Colin and Rahm both 16-1. Ludwig and Bryson both 18-1. Xander's at 20. JT's at 25. Hideki is at 28, and then Brooks is 10th on this betting board at 33-1. Can we make some cross-offs right now? Because I think that not to say that I don't think that he's going to win, I am not going to bet Scottie Scheffler at even 5-1. He would become the first player since Jack Nicklaus in the early 60s to win 3 Masters in 4 years. It would be a big achievement if he could do it, and if anyone watched my trend show with Dave Tyndall on the weekend, defending champs just don't do well at the Masters. Scotty did pretty well to sneak into the top 10 2 years ago following his win, but there's just so much obligation. I even saw Scotty there while they were delaying the Valero Texas Open on the weekend to show the drive, chip, and putt contest. Scotty's just out there handing out trophies. He has to do the dinner. He's playing around with his mom over the weekend. Like, there's so much pressure on the Masters winner that there's a reason we haven't seen anyone go back-to-back since Tiger.
Yeah. Except Tim thought he went back-to-back in our Masters draft. I agree. I mean, there's all those reasons. Even last year with Rahm and his new normal of Liv and being ex-champ, he was like a quick day one. There's just red ink there for me. And congrats to Scotty bettors. If you bet him and he wins, I'll give you a high five. I'll say, it'll feel like when... a little bit better than betting Saquon to score first touchdown or something. I know that's like, that's like pretentious golf outright better here, but he hasn't won yet this year. I'm not playing no without markets this week. I am afraid of him. Maybe I should be more afraid of him than I actually am, but yeah, no. I mean, it doesn't even come into consideration for me.
Rory is up next on that board. I do think that if you had $100 to wager, that's all you had, and you wanted to bet on the Masters to have a sweat come Sunday, I think my $100 would go on Rory. It's not for me. I don't think that I'm going to get there. If there's a boost or whatever, and he gets to 10-1, I would consider it. The problem is I'll probably have all my other bets in by that point, and then I'll be overexposed, and I'm not going to bet him at 10-1. So maybe I'll try to wait. I'll try to practice patience, but I'm not good at that. Like I said earlier, it's when we look back at this a week from now and Rory is 1, you'd think to yourself, why the hell didn't we all just bet Rory? It made the most sense.
Yeah, I'm not going to miss it though at 6.5. I'll be happy. Props to people that had the courage and the gumption to one bullet Rory. I don't think you're going to see that boost at 10-1. I think there's just a lot of money this week, Pat, on 2 golf bets. Like you mentioned, the Spieth odds. I think a lot of people just come in, a few bucks on Spieth, a few more bucks on Rory, and that's their Masters ticket. That's it.
Yeah, if I had to guess how the breakdown is going to work this week when they show off those here's the amount of handle and the amount of money that we have on certain golfers. Like within our betting community, like there's going to be a lot of money on Bobby Mack. I mean, I've already bet on Bobby Mack. Akshay is another one just because he had deep odds. Sergio, like I mentioned, Sergio's prices have just got out of hand because we've already all bet him. Henley and Straka will be up there as well. But when you look at the overall hold, it's going to be Scotty and Rory 1 and 2, probably Bryson number 3, and then it's probably Spieth. That's just generally how it goes.
I think that's pretty accurate. I think Brooks might actually get a few of that like generic money as well. And like I said to Tim, I mean, he doesn't actually bet, but to us outright bettors, you're betting in this range. Like Sunday, a miscut's going to mean the same as third place. We're going to get the sweat out of it, but we're not, you're not place betting with these guys, and you're betting for the ceiling. And to win this thing, it's going to freaking take it. So yeah, that's what we're betting on. There's a few guys I might be. And when I say, we're just crossing out from betting because I don't see a way, as much as I love the guy, I don't see a way where I'm going to bet Ludwig this week, Pat.
Coming off the miscut is a tough scene. And he's just been, weirdly, I wrote this up, that he, Victor, and Hideki, despite having wins coming in, which is usually a through line of something you want your guys to do coming in, other than their wins, they've played pretty terrible this year.
Yeah, he was sick in the Farmers, but Ludwig was either like, I guess I'm not really going to count a century looking at his table here. Yeah, it's either like decent, or I've got an excuse, or he just played horrible.
Yeah, like he's coming off a miscut at the Players and a miscut at Valero. Like very rarely do you, like, it hasn't happened since 2009. Like I said with Angel, but missing 2 cuts in a row coming in would be kind of unheard of to win.
And Tim mentioned it, and I pointed out to that stat I saw with DJ, but it just seems like back to back. There's a lot of like, you're eager to like, oh, the guy is like, he's destined to pull it off. I feel like in the same way after that Fall Masters, people were so excited to be betting like Willie and Sungjae in the next one, right? Maybe they were coming in with better form than Ludwig is at the moment. But yeah, just history, it's hard. You mentioned the back-to-back, Pat. It's hard to finish even T5 for 2 straight years, let alone win for 2 straight years. Dustin had a 5th and a win in that Fall Masters, as we mentioned, and I don't think guys repeat that since.
No, and even to take a look at it, Zal was 2nd, then he came 6th the next year. So he's just on the outside of that.
Yeah. Let's see. We've just come off a 90-1 winner, a 40-1 winner, a 80-1 winner. We're going back to the top. So I don't know what the fair odds would be, Pat, or even if someone had like a few $100 this week. I'm sure there will be Scotty, Rory. You get Scotty and Rory versus the field. What's that going to pay? 2-1?
I don't know. There is a bet. If you really want to make this bet, I mean, it's capped on how much you can bet on it. But Cool Bet on the main page right now is offering an anytime major bet, Scotty and Rory, and it is boosted up to $450, I think. So I bet that.
That's for the whole year?
It's plus 427 to win a major, one of them.
The whole year.
The whole year.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Sure, that's.
I mean, those are better odds. Those are better odds than just betting Scotty at this tournament.
People like to mock those bets or like mock how much the books will let you win on something like that. And I'm like, that's like the dude when I always say it. That's like the better. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do the rant. But it's like Gatorade's on sale at the local like Walmart, great deal, and you're just wanting to get like 1 6-pack, and you have to fight through these like people who own convenience stores who just want to fill their fridge with them for like $4 a pop or something. And I'm just like, I'm in the store that day. Oh, great deal. Let me grab one. They look at you like as they've got their children there filling up carts.
I don't want to beat around the bush anymore. I like John Rahm a lot. I need to be convinced to pull the trigger, but everything in me wants to bet him.
So I've got 2 players in this tier. He is one of them. He's one of them. I some of the finer things just look off since he's gone to Live. And I don't want to nitpick in like the 90 minutes of John Rahm I've watched this calendar year, now that we're actually here. Like some good, some bad from last week, mostly really lovely from what I saw. But just some of like the finer touch parts of the game just haven't seemed to be right, in my opinion. But I also don't watch enough to maybe be fair there. I like this pick. I'm hoping the number can get maybe bigger. What was it that it's like, did it drop since Doral? I'm trying to remember what, like, was he 18 or 20 ever?
He was floating at 20 on some places, but the majority of places had him 15, 16, or 17. He's now reestablished himself as 15 in most markets. Coolbet has him at 16 at the moment. And it's probably, you might be able to get, if he isn't one of those 4 guys that everyone is betting, if people load up like Tim and say that Bryson's going to win, and they bet on Bryson, they'll swap on the leaderboard. So I'm not super worried about missing out on the 16 right now. I would guess that it probably gets a little bit better for us, the better, the longer we wait with Rahm. I can be completely off base with this. Maybe everyone loves Rahm this week and it's not unique to me. But he has no finish outside the top 10 on Liv. It's not the most impressive thing in the world, but it just shows he's consistently playing well. He doesn't really take a lot of off weeks, even when his game just deteriorated at Doral on Sunday on Liv. It happened twice during the round, and he battled back the first time, and then he knew he had to go make some birdies on very difficult holes if he was actually going to have a chance to win. And that's always the one good thing with Rahm, is that I'm not too concerned when he flames out towards the end of a round when he's going to try to win, because at least he knows this is what I have to do to win. He's not playing for second place. He's playing for first place. If that means he makes back-to-back double bogeys, like whatever. If he didn't try to aim at the pin, he wasn't going to win anyway.
I totally agree with that. And again, we're playing for the ceiling here. And if you want to be of the mindset, which I think is fair, and I think even when I do make a couple bets on guys I like down the board, sometimes being generous, saying 20 guys can win is like too generous. It might just be like 7 or 8. And I think Rahm is in that group. So I'm swimming around this one. You're right. I was looking at the odds checker grids this weekend, and I saw 120, but I didn't have access to that book, and I wasn't ready to make a bet. I got to think this through. I wasn't rushing a John Rahm bet because he was steaming up Doral, but I think last year was a write-off for him here, and I might want to be in on this. There's another guy in this tier.
Well,
we can go through them all.
Well, we don't have to go through all of them, but just I've already mentioned the guys that I'm not going at. So I'm not going to be on Ludwig. I'm not going to be on Hideki. Rory and Scotty are just too steep for my liking right now. Bryson, I gave the case with Tim. Just I don't like him at Augusta unless circumstances are right. Now, if you wanted to double his odds, then all of a sudden, then yeah, sure, give me Bryson at 35-1, at 18-1. I just think that he is a prototype for the PGA Championship and the U.S. Open. Like that is his game. Then you look at Xander. I mean, Xander, you can make a very compelling case for. It's a generous number based on his history, but it's the same guy who's coming off of either intercostal rib injury or Marilyn Manson surgery for increased flexibility. Who can say? But he hasn't been good since he's been back. He led the Valero in approach, but he can't drive, he can't chip, and he can't putt. That's a real problem going into the Masters if the only thing you can do is maybe peak with your irons, and he wasn't facing all of these guys at the Valspar. He was facing not these guys, a bunch of jabronis, basically, in that field. So something's been off with him. Like Rory, when you take a step back and look at it, if you were going to say, oh boy, this was really obvious that this guy is going to win, I think Rory is number 1 in those power rankings. I think that Morikawa, Thomas, and Henley would be the next 3 on that list. When you take a look at it, be like, oh, all the tea leaves were there. Of course they won.
Yeah. I mean, I might rather bet Xander than that entire list.
Because he just won 2 majors, obviously. I understand why, but I think that we're pretty much overlooking that if you have to come in with good form into the Masters, which is like the one thing proven over and over and over again that you need, he just doesn't have it.
I could be I could just be a kid in the front row, a Kenny Kim at the strip club, and my eyes are just googly thinking those approach numbers at the Valspar are good enough. If I'm willing to bet on John Rahm, I have to be willing to bet on fucking Xander Schauffele, and I'm seeing some great numbers.
What's the biggest one you've seen?
25.
Okay. Why is he more live to win than Thomas is, I guess, is my question. I know that Thomas has burned everyone, but the stat profile on Thomas just looks so much better.
I have already made a decision that I am not betting on someone to end their 500-day win drought at Augusta.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah, can Justin Thomas win? Absolutely. Can Collin Morikawa win? Holy fuck. The stats point that it's about time. They're playing great. They're both major champions. If they're playing well and really well, the live lines are going to price them. I mean, he's already 14-1, but he's going to be live priced with the respect of having won 2 majors, irrespective of the form. And he could win. He should win. I wouldn't be surprised at all. This thing is so fucking hard. Trying to pick these outrights are so fucking hard. Sometimes you just got to pick our lane and go with it, and you find reasons to just cross guys off. And you've given reasons as to why a lot of people probably will cross Xander off. There's reasons blindly why people will cross Jon Rahm off. For me, I just don't think a win drought of this length will end here. It was pointed out to me, though, Pat, that Hideki had about something in the 400 range days without a win. He's 40-1, not 14.
Hideki,
so that would just be a bit of a count.
Sure, but I mean, and Hideki didn't have quite the form coming in as Morikawa or Thomas does at the same time. They're playing good enough to win, they just haven't won, and maybe that's the thing that's holding them back. Maybe they're saving it all for Augusta. Who knows? But Hideki winning is such an outlier when you look at all of the other champions. Sometimes. And maybe that's what you're trying to bet on this time if you're going down the board. That oh, this guy that I could see with a Masters championship at some point in his career, he just happened to get it right now, and it didn't matter.
Yeah, and he was in that middle of the odds board, which, like we said, before the last 4 or 5 years was pretty kind to us betting. When we started doing this thing, it was coming up middle. The whole fucking thing was in that middle. Not anymore. I'm certainly not thinking any long shots. Yeah. I don't know. Right now, Morikawa's got ink. There's not ink on Thomas. Because, again, I've seen something with 25, and the stats can make me, really tempted. 24 something can make me really tempted for that. But at 14-1, 500 days, I'd like someone, I got my own guys who haven't won in 2 years to bet on.
So are we done with this tier? It sounds like we're both gravitating towards Rahm. You might like Xander. I could see myself just pissing away money on Thomas because I haven't done that in a while. Everyone else has been doing that for the past few months. I haven't. Maybe it's now my turn to donate to Justin Thomas.
Yeah, it's great, fantastic player. Maybe it is your time. Maybe it's his time. 25-1, a cool bet. That's for the form. That seems quite fair. I'd rather bet Thomas at 25 than Morikawa at 14.
Lot of green across that board. I think I'm with you. I think that Morikawa is probably closer to winning. Plus, his Masters form has just been really good. I think Thomas has missed the last 2 cuts at the Masters. But people talk about his putting woes. I don't want to say that they're in the past, but he's putted pretty well so far in 2025. It's actually the driving. And when I went back and I did the deep dive, this came up on the research show, that if you're not driving the ball well, and there are certain guys that have outperformed their general baseline, Patrick Reed being the very top of that list of guys that drive the ball better at the Masters than any other course ever. But there's only so many that have gained a quarter stroke or 3/4 of a stroke per round at Augusta over the last 2 years. Those are the types of guys that I really want to be in on. Yes, you need to hit the ball well. Yes, you need to hit your irons well. You need to be able to chip. You can't putt yourself out of the tournament. You can't chip yourself out of the tournament. You can't just lose with your irons, unless you're Cam Smith because you do the other 2 things so well. But you need to be fine at those. And the only 2 outliers from the past, hell, even going back to Willett, so the past 10 years at the Masters, the only 2 guys to gain fewer than 3 strokes with their driver are Tiger and Hideki. And Tiger led the field in approach the year he won and was good around the greens and on the green. And Hideki gained almost 6 strokes around the green and putted the lights out the year that he won. So you need to have an outlier week somewhere else. And they still gained off the tee. They gained 1.5 and 1.8. But when you look at Dustin, Rahm, Scotty, all those guys are in the top 10 of driving.
Before we leave the top group, and yeah, I mean, like I said, the road to the winner is kind of laid out for you. And overthinking it is pretty stupid. But we got a lot of content hours to fill here, and we're going to overthink everything. I had something else, but I was overthinking it.
Well, how about this? I'll give you the top 10 guys in this field from fantasynational.com. We're running a master's discount right now at Fantasy National. If you want to get in stats, tools, you can manipulate it any way you want to do your research. It's a ton of fun. And outside of the masters, we have the best leaderboard app in the business. You'll never be on the PGA Tour terrible app again to follow a leaderboard. You will use the Fantasy National leaderboard. Trust me when I tell you that. You want to use the Masters app this week because it's great. The top 10 drivers over the past 24 rounds entering Augusta. Number 1, Bryson, Rory, Ludwig, Pendrith, Neiman, Bobby Mack, Scheffler, Brooks, Morikawa, Corey Connors. Those are your top 10. 2 Canadians.
I think they'll perform well.
I could see Pendrith in his debut having not a lot of fun at Augusta.
Who of the guys in that like top tier of betting after Rory, who's got the most? Like, where would you rank like the pressure meters?
The pressure meter?
Like, who's got after Rory's in like his own god tier of pressure, but whether like you think it's like actual pressure or in their own head, like after Rory, like
I think it's 2 subsets of guys, and I think the pressure manifests in 2 completely different ways. I think you have Morikawa and Thomas as 2, and then you have Rahm and Bryson as the other 2, but for two totally different reasons. There's a lot of pressure on Rahm and Bryson to perform, representing Liv and like expanding that brand. Although I started to think, we've always talked about no one has done better for themselves by going to Liv than Bryson. He's the one guy that's really put it to good use. He's put the money to good use. He's become a bigger star than ever before, and we don't even have to see him every week now, and that actually does help his image. When I started to like a roundabout think about it, though, has he actually done anything for Liv or just himself?
Mainly just himself. There's a whole other side topic which I don't really know enough details on, but there's some like weird potential dispute that I don't even want to say it, but he just found out that he doesn't even own his own YouTube channel.
Really?
That like Liv actually owns it.
Well, now he's doing good work
like
for Liv, making money.
Yeah, I guarantee it'd be their most profitable thing related to the venture. Almost like something in the contract is almost like an NIL, like they own their name, image, and likeness. It's a bit of as someone who's like kind of like really in the weeds with some of that stuff. That's something that I just sort of heard about this week, and it was apparently one of the reasons why he wasn't in their Creator Classic thing. That's the duels.
Makes sense.
Yeah, because he's in some sort of like current online, not pleased with something there. So that's something I've heard. Maybe that's total bullshit, but we shall see. And yeah, I guess you're right. They feel like they have their own internalized pressure to, I guess, carrying the Liv flag and being their top players on the boards. But then I don't know. I look at a guy also like Xander. Other than the kids in there, like he's got less pressure than anybody.
I think Scheffler and Xander have the least amount of pressure of any of these guys.
If anything, Scheffler will start feeling the pressure at the other majors.
Agreed. Like he has the 2 Masters. We know he can win the Masters. Is he going to be this guy of our generation where we look? It's like, oh, Scheffler won 4 majors. They were all Masters. Couldn't do anything against the other ones.
He's going to be like a more extreme Bubba Watson in the end with his like major career. Now that's like, I'm just saying, be like losers like me on the internet in a year will be like, hello, you got it for me to respect you. You're going to have to win one of these other majors. You like that course. We get it, but you got to show that you could do it. We're not going to be having that debate, but I would have thought 2 years ago that debate probably would have been settled by now. Yeah, stress-free, pressure-free, defending champ. I guess both of them have had off-season injuries, so their seasons aren't even on proper schedule. As for Xander, like hopefully TGL got the driver tuned up, but I doubt it. But I can hope if I'm going to pull the trigger at 25. But I think for a guy that won 2 majors last year, I don't know, and this course like works for him. I guess when you're plus across the board, every course works for you. That number gets like I'm ready to pull the trigger now. Maybe.
All right, so you're big on Xander. Let's talk about Brooks very briefly. You said that you were out on him. Do you think his number drifts at all from 33 to 1? Do we get a 40 on Brooks?
So I've seen the last few years. Sometimes the books like this is the player books like to boost. Like if I want to make boost projections this week, Brooks and Spieth.
Because they're convinced that those two guys are not going to win.
Yeah, they'll take.
Although Spieth is now. I mean, I think he does. He doesn't usually pick. Cuss doesn't usually pick Spieth as his number one guy who can't win. He's usually number two. Maybe this is the boost that he needs.
Maybe Spieth playing well here should surprise. Certainly wouldn't surprise me. I could just see the boost. The odd is already sort of ridiculous that the books can give you a fair number and you think you're getting a boost. It's like you think you're getting a deal.
What would be the odds that you would have to have on Spieth to bet him this week? Because I have a number in mind.
100?
I was going to say 75.
Yeah, 80. Like 80 would be the floor where like he would survive the not red ink when I just try to cross names off.
He does have decent form coming in.
It's quite fine. He's just he's an experience. He's fun. He's a roller coaster. Hopefully he it'll be great TV when he makes a couple moments this week.
Do you want me to read off his past few years, his career at the Masters?
He deserves it. Let's hear it.
Miscut a year ago, 4th. The year before that, miscut the year before that, 3rd. That was the Dustin. No, it was the Hideki year. He came in 3rd. 46th, 21st, 3rd. That was the Reed year when he stormed on Sunday and almost caught up to Fowler and Reed. He was 11th the year before that, 2nd, 1st, 2nd.
Magical.
I get it, and it's much better than Brooks does not have a great track record at Augusta. He had the year where he was in the final group with Rahm, and that was the one year the year that Tiger won. He was around, but he had no chance of winning. There was a bunch of guys who the broadcast did a good job of making it seem like But I remember Bubba and Cantley because I had money on both of them. It's like, oh, they're making a run here. If everyone just bogeys out, they're going to be great. It's like, no, they lost by 5.
Yeah, Brooks does have a second though.
He does. But again, I do feel like what was weird about that year? It was the most extreme weather year we have ever seen. At least, I don't know, ever seen, but the past, basically since the Zach Johnson 2007 win, it was the most extreme weather that we've seen. They played, 30 holes on Sunday. And like
his second got overshadowed by Phil's performance that week too.
Yes, and then in 2019, he was second to Tiger, but he went and posted and didn't really actually have a chance of winning.
I wouldn't be shocked. He's Brooks Koepka, so if he, 5-time major champion, I'm not counting him out, but I'm not betting on number 6.
I would you probably, if he has a terrible Masters, go lock in some PGA Championship and U.S. Open futures. That's usually the play.
That works. The traffic's not going to move on a guy like that. It's just not.
Yeah, past 4 years for Brooks at Augusta, 45th, 2nd, miscut.
One of those years, I think he was hurt, but yeah, you bet not. Here's the thing, though, Pat. This thing I've already said twice. I'm not going to say it again. You bet on Brooks Koepka. You're betting on the ceiling.
I'll bet you will.
You're just betting on the ceiling. I'm not going to argue with someone if Brooks hits 40 to 1 this week. I'm betting on Brooks Koepka, 5-time major champion. If he comes, if he misses the cut, it's the same as finishing great but not winning. I'm betting on the guy to win. He's got win equity. I have no argument on that.
Well, coming up after this, the first of the big bets that I have in on the Masters comes from this next range. Stay tuned. Outdoor golf season is almost here, but is your swing ready? With 126 XGolf locations across 38 states, it's never been easier to dial in your swing year-round. I can speak to this. Go into the simulators all winter long, especially the good ones. You can go to crappy simulators. You don't want to go there. You want to go to XGolf and really prep your game and hit the season firing. XGolf's state-of-the-art simulators let you play full rounds, tee to green with unmatched short game realism. XGolf's auto tee system ensures you're always ready to bomb a drive. No delays or automatic two-putts, just real, competitive golf in a lively sports bar environment. Love a little competition? XGolf's handicap leagues and tournaments give every golfer a shot at winning incredible prizes. Upcoming spring tournaments include the Majors, where you could win a beach or mountain vacation, or the Cinco de Mayo Scramble, win a trip to New Belgium Brewery in Asheville, and that is just the start. So visit playxgolf.com to find your nearest XGolf and book your tee time today. Again, trust me on this, you're going to want to go to XGolf, so visit playxgolf.com. I'm going to tell you about Nutrafol one again because I believe that everyone should have thick, luscious hair growing off the top of their scalp. And Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement brand trusted by over 1.5 million people. See thicker, stronger, faster-growing hair with less shedding in just 3 to 6 months with Nutrafol. Building a hair growth routine is simple. Purchase online, no prescription required, automated deliveries, and free shipping keep you on track. Plus, with a Nutrafol subscription, you can save up to 20%. You'll have access to free naturopathic doctor consults, and a Headspace meditation membership is also included. So start your hair growth journey with Nutrafol. For a limited time, Nutrafol is offering my listeners $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping when you go to Nutrafol.com and enter the promo code PATMAYO. Find out why over 4,500 healthcare professionals and stylists recommend Nutrafol for healthier hair. Nutrafol.com, spelled Nutrafol.com. Promo code PATMAYO. That's Nutrafol.com. Promo code PATMAYO. If you're around my age when you were a kid, you probably just wore boxers all the time. They were big, they were baggy, they made it look like you had fat rolls at the top of your thighs because they got so bunched up anytime that you wore jeans. Not really my jam at this point in my life. I am all over the Skims stretch briefs right now. They're sleek. They're athletic. I wear them when I go golfing. I wear them all the time. They're the only pair of underwear I actually own right now. They're super comfortable. You know, they make sure that your junk is firmly tight in there because you don't want to be walking around with loose junk when you're running, when you're trying to hit a golf ball, or just, you know, when you get a little bit older and you start to get a bit, I don't know how to say this, saggy a little bit, that, you know, they don't want to be slapping off the inside of your thighs. You don't want that at all. And Skims makes that possible with their awesome stretch brief underwear. It's like you're wearing nothing at all, but still completely fully secure at all times. So shop Skims Men at skims.com and any Skims stores and let them know that I sent you. After you place your order, select podcast in the survey and select the Pat Mayo Experience in the drop-down menu that follows. Skims is the official underwear partner of the NBA, WNBA, and USA Basketball. If you want to go straight to the site, go to www.skims.com/PatMayo. Now that the weather's heating up for almost everyone, you need to flip your wardrobe. And if you're anything like me, summertime means more outfit changes. Golf, work, gym, playground with the kids, restaurants, whatever it is that you do, it probably requires a change of clothing. What you need are shorts and pants that look the part for all those places that are actually comfortable. And that's a hard thing to do. And I'm sure I'm not the only one who's tried wearing a pair of regular golf shorts to dinner after playing earlier that day, only to have your wife tell you that you need to go change because now you're dressed like that creepy guy at the office who wears a golf shirt and golf shorts to work every single day, and it's just a real bad vibe. But here's the thing. Since I've started wearing bird dogs, hasn't said a word. They look the part for the course and everywhere else. Plus, unlike my dressier shorts, bird dogs are actually comfortable. They look the same, but they're not just chafing the inside of my thighs the entire time. I basically wear them everywhere now. And when I was at Pinehurst, a place that's really not known for the casual look, I was able to wear my bird dogs while I was playing, and then I wore the exact same shorts to the dress code steakhouse later that night. Everyone was uncomfortable as they were filling their guts with food. Not Pat Mayo, because I have my bird dogs. No issues whatsoever. And for a limited time, my listeners get a free hat with any order when you use code PATMAYO at birddogs.com. Get this hat completely free when you use code PATMAYO at birddogs.com. Show support for the Pat Mayo Experience and let them know that I sent you. the Masters. Best bets. We're going to be digging into the top 10, 20, 30, 40 to make the cut market nationality props, head-to-heads. We've already done the outright show. That came out yesterday, but I'm not going to forget to ask my guests about that. I'm not going to forget to ask you to smash the like, sub to the channel, and in the comment section, give me your favorite non-outright bet for the Masters. If you think that Phil is going to make the cut, boom. There's your best bet. Whatever your best bet is, I want to hear it down in the description. If you do that, you get into a draw for one of 5 $200 cash prizes. I have a whole list of ways for you to get into the ballot to win part of this $1,000 giveaway. That's down there. And there's a $5,000 giveaway as well down there. More on that in a second. But I want to introduce the crew from the Fantasy Golf Degenerates, a show which you can check out right now on Mayo Media Network from the mighty nation of South Africa. It's Byron Lindeque. What's up?
Oh, yeah, Pat. Happy to be here, man. Can't really complain at all. Thanks for having me on the show again. Can't wait to kind of bang it up here with some bets with you boys today.
I feel like that was your voice when you first came over here.
No, it was a lot darker, deeper, and a little more, sounded dumber for some reason. So I've got a little smarter sounding than being an American, baby.
Sounded dumber. I love it.
Cam Stewart, fresh off a mid-round Sam Ryder first round leader. Congrats.
Yeah, that was actually Pat. I only did it. I actually had Keith Mitchell. And I'm sitting fucking going, how does this lose? And then all of a sudden, like, I'm like, when I saw Ryder at 120, I'm like, knowing my luck, I hit it. And then the guy, birdie. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And I had this guy the other week too. It's like, what do you do? Anyway, Pat, that was probably one of the better hedges that I've ever done in my life. And literally I did it through luck because I'm going, there's only one guy can beat him. And I don't happen to Kashmir Keith. He was right there. Is this guy ever going to win a golf tournament? But he played pretty damn well the last few weeks.
He played very well for the first round in a bit, and then that was the end of Keith Mitchell.
Yes, that's Keith. He's like a horse, Pat. He comes out of the gate hot, and he dies. As the race goes on, he's never going to get there. He's not closing. He's not doing anything. He just starts off hot. You're excited, and then, oh, there he is. Yeah, he finished 8th.
I have 2 of those guys for this week, Byron, as first round leader.
You know what? The first round leader market is a safe place. You can't bet anyone that's not a closer in the first round leader market because it's the first round. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just do what you want. I like it. In Keith's playing this week?
No, he is not.
No, he's not there. I'm going to tell you something though, guys. Byron hit it on the head. I'm fucking done with Sundays in golf. Like, I can't even enjoy this sport anymore. I got a guy in second, third. I'm sitting there just watching 5-shot leads get pissed away. Top 10s turn into nothing. You know what I mean, Pat? I'm like, I'm done with this shit. But in the first round leader markets, I'm like, I'm always there. I feel like, and I also, if you like chalk, say a guy's 16-1 in the tournament, you get him like 25-30 in the first round leader market, right, Byron? And some guys just aren't closers. They should be in sprint races, not marathons. But I am going to say this too, Pat. Can I give one pick right now since I'm talking for first round leader?
You know what? We're firing picks today. That's what we're doing.
Fucking give me Justin Rose, first round leader, 65-1 with a great track record to come out of the gate. He's my horse.
That is also my first round leader bet at 65-1, Justin Rose.
Let's go. I'm in as well. It's just, what could go wrong here? Nothing.
Everything. But who gives a fuck? He's 65-1. I don't want him on Sunday. I want him on Thursday. That's the deal.
And then you mentioned 16-1, Cam.
Yep.
First round leader, Rory McIlroy. Finished inside the top 5 in a quarter of his major first rounds.
Yep.
Since 2018. So like this is the world to bet him in. Don't bet him to win this damn thing. Just bet him to finish inside the top 5s or to win the first round. I love that.
Oh my God.
As a way to get exposure to Rory.
Byron, I'm watching the Golf Channel right now, and this Fred Ridley, like, what a fucking piece of, like, what a head this guy has. Pat, you see this guy's lid? It's absolutely fantastic. Holy shit, these guys in the SEC, they got the best fucking hair I've ever seen. Like, it's not even real. Look at that thing. Wow. It's like a gopher.
Byron, Rory, first round at the Masters.
Yep.
Bit of a struggle bus on Rory first round of the Masters.
It has been, but you know what? If you're looking to get exposure to Rory this week, it's the only way I think you can win a bet this week. You know, like the likelihood of him, I think he's had the lead twice in like 32 major rounds to start off a major. So in that period of time, he has not won a major. So if you're just looking at and you're getting like triple the odds. So just firing off bets here, play it if you do, play it if you don't.
I mean, you can get into different markets right now. If you haven't found a place to play, because I always come out with my big to make the cut parlay. Big winner last year. I got 3 more days to really relish in that before I lose another one. I'm going to fire some big ones. I'll have that on the Wednesday live show. That's 9 a.m. Eastern time, and you can always watch it after the fact. And I have my final bets in there, and it'll all be included in the Wednesday newsletter as well. But Cam, you can do that on Underdog now too. They have to make the cut and to miss the cut pick'em props for each of the players if you want to go into it. So you good people out there, if you don't have a place where you can go to a sports book and parlay together to make the cut odds, you can do that at Underdog now. And you can use a boost token for like 60%, 70% profit. I've already put 2 of them in so far. I even tweeted one out that you can go check out. It'll be in the Tuesday newsletter as well. And if you use code Mayo right now at Underdog and go sign up, you get up to $1,000 deposit bonus, and you get a free pick for Bryson DeChambeau on Thursday, which you can just throw onto that to basically double your odds, Cam. That's what we want to be doing.
Pat, you know me. I love value. I go to the grocery store and just fucking pillage when things are on sale. That's why I got a nice freezer downstairs when the meats are there. I just load up. You always give me a nice package at Christmas. I'm going to tell you something. I like Bryson DeChambeau first round leader too. Like he's actually probably going to make him and Rose are the 2 guys that jumped out to me. We'll talk about Bryson DeChambeau later too, but let's just say I hope he's a friend this week. I'll put it that way.
I will tell you who he is a friend of. Do you know who picked Bryson to win the Masters?
Oh,
Tim?
Tim did, yes.
Okay. I'm not even going to know.
Hey, but that's 4 days, Cam. You just need one.
Thanks, Byron. No, but Pat, what? Out of all the guys there, you're not Rory, not Bryson. That's his pick.
He loves Liv. He always leans Liv.
Okay. Well,
live, love, learn. It goes with Tim Anderson. Yeah.
Tim did hit.
I learned I'm pretty well fucked now for the tournament, but I'll still take him first round.
Tim gave out Cam Smith as his first round leader, and to Tim's credit, he gave out Bryson as first round leader last year, and it hit.
Unbelievable.
Hey, he's a big game hunter, so maybe we got to fade him 48 weeks a year and just kind of bandwagon the other 4.
Potentially. Is there anyone else besides Bryson, Cam? Is there anyone else you're looking at in the first round leader market?
What a question. There's a guy who's dead to me, but he's never dead to me in the first round. Fleetwood.
Okay. Byron?
Fleetwood's one of those guys too. Again, I look at the end, I'm like, you just pulled the Keith Mitchell again, bro. I'm cheering for you. I like you. Why can't you just do well on a Sunday, a weekend? Do something. It's unbelievable to me how this guy starts and then all of a sudden just fades. And he's a great ball striker. He hits it straight. When the putter's hot, it's amazing. It's just pat it. You saw him this week. Scroll. Oh, there's Tommy Fleetwood right at the bottom. But he starts off always around the top. It kind of bothers me, actually. I know Geoff loves him too, but this guy really pisses me off. When I have money on him and for a top 20 or something, just why does he always fade in the weekend? But I can see him doing well early.
Anyone for you, Byron?
I don't mind Patrick Reed and Sergio. 55 and 60.
I got Reed as well. Rose and Reed.
Yeah. I don't mind those guys.
Mm-hmm.
All the Liv dudes.
Yeah, well. I have a list of 4 other ones that are a bit longer down the list. I want to run them by you, all right? I'm going to find a way to work Ben Ann into my betting card this week and maybe first round leaders that market, Byron.
I mean, if there's one, he hits that 1 iron around there. I love that 1 iron. That 1 iron of his is should hang it in the Louvre if we can get a shot tracer on that thing. Also head case. He's basically Tommy Fleetwood without the hair and normal eyes. So it's what are we really doing there with Benny on? Just play him in the first round leader. I agree.
Do you have any interest in Benny's 4-1 top 20, Cam?
I looked at him very, very, I'll give him a long, hard look. To Byron's point, the guy's a shooter. His iron play's immaculate. He'll fucking miss a 3-foot putt if he has it's on the line for the tournament and blow it 6 feet by. But that's the thing about Augusta too, is we all know, guys, it's almost I've been there. I walked the course. It was one of the best weekends of my life. And I'll tell you, but there's so many nuances there you have to play it a certain way. You can't, like Bryson learned the hard way the first year. You can't overpower it. There's a lot of side hill lies. You need ball strikers and guys that are fucking not going to do anything too stupid. Like, why do you think guys like Corey Connors and whatever, they linger at the top? They're impeccable ball strikers. And it's all about the putter. If they can just get it hot for a few days, then the party's on. But yeah, Ben on top 20. If you made me a bet, will he be top 20? Yes or no? I'd put yes.
Yes, and that would pay you 4-1 right now at coolbet.com. All the odds on this show are powered by coolbet.com, and our good friends at Coolbet Cam are giving people a free trip to come see us and the Canadian Open and sweet tickets to the Blue Jays. You get airfare, hotels, 2 days at the Canadian Open, suite for the Blue Jays in Toronto this summer, amazing. And you get tickets to the Pat Mayo Experience live show, which you'll be at, Cam. I'll be at. Jeff will be there. Tim will be there. Pizzola will be there. If you are currently in Canada, but not Ontario, doesn't count for Ontario, anywhere else in Canada, you go and hit the description right now. It'll bring you to the drop page for the PME Canadian Open giveaway. Sign up for CoolBet. Opt in to that contest. And Cam, you will get one ballot in the draw for every $10 you bet on the Masters.
I like Coolbet. Canadian company, a lot of nice guys. Patterson's there, some guys that we know in the betting world. Taylor Pender sponsored by that book. You know what I mean? So, no, it's cool. Pat, it's going to be an amazing weekend. I don't know exactly. I know we're going to be there for the show. I don't know what we're doing before that, but let's just say if I had a big 50th birthday weekend blow up, I'm expecting some of the same. So I better get my shit together before that weekend.
We'll go out to a team dinner on the Friday night before. We'll get you the hotel Friday night. We'll go do the show at like 1 p.m. and we'll be off to the races.
Perfect. As long as we win money on stuff. Are we going to the Blue Jay game too?
I mean, I can see if I can get you the Blue Jay tickets for Thursday, but I won't be there on Thursday.
We'll talk, Pat. Anyway, we have a lot of things to discuss over the next little while. So, yeah, we'll just stick to golf right now. But, yeah, let's rip it up.
So, Ben Am was one of the first round leaders. That's at CoolBet. Again, if you want to get in the giveaways, the link is just down in the description. You can go figure that out. Cam, JJ Spawn, who just continues to play great golf.
He does. I feel bad for JJ Spawn. Even though, he got into the tournament before winning in Texas. He's a great player. I was really cheering for him against Rory. Not a popular opinion, but I like the guy. He's kind of a grinder. He questioned himself and had to get it. He's just one of those guys. Golf's hard, man. And he had people saying, listen, dude, you're really good. So just don't give up. Keep on grinding. I don't know. He's going to play at Augusta, Pat. Is his lag putting good enough? That's the question. I'm not worried about Spawn hitting the ball. This guy, he's a fucking maniac. But can he putt? Does he know the nuances? That's what I'm thinking.
T23 Byron in his debut at the Masters in 2022 has not played it since, and now he's back.
Yeah, it's just one of those. If you like him, you like him. If you don't, you don't kind of things. There's lots of. He's playing great. So what is he for top 20?
For first round leader, he's 90-1.
That's another thing. I'd look at him for first round leader too. He's the type of guy that can get out hot. I love the first round leader market, Pat. I'm telling you, I'm betting more first round leaders than tournaments now. I'm sick and tired of Sundays. I'm sick and tired of guys coming in second and third and fourth. Enough first round leader, and it's quick for guys who. What do you call your show there, Byron? A guy in our show, they call me and Gabe the degenerate weasels, and I consider that a compliment. I don't care because I love
degenerate weasels.
Yeah, we're degenerate weasels. We'll bet on Australian rules football. We'll bet on anything. Like Mo Sislak said on The Simpsons, "Hey Homer, if it moves, you can bet on it." And I agree with Mo Sislak. And I like first round leader bets because it's over quick. I don't have to wait 4 damn days. Gives me more money to roll into something else, Pat. And by the way, let's talk about this. I don't know about pace of play or whatever. If I see one more tournament this year where there's 2 fucking groups on the course and they don't pay me till the next day, they got to do something with that, Pat. How do you not finish a round and it's not like there's 8 groups on the course. Can they play quicker? Can we start 30 minutes earlier? Not finishing a round in the day and being delayed almost the whole season. It's a very maybe I'm a guy who hates it more than everybody, but I think it's ridiculous personally.
Byron, friend of the
it messes up the next day because you can't make any bets for the next day either because they don't out. Because the field's not finished.
You got it, buddy.
Friend of the show, Byron, Michael Kim, 90-1, first round leader.
Has he played here before? I know I'm asking all these random questions, but
he has.
Is there an enemy of the show?
Well,
or are they all friends of the show?
Michael Kim was just on the show this week, Cam, so he's friend of the show.
Amazing. No, yo, you damn right. If he comes on your show, he's more than a friend. But is there a guy who's an enemy of the show?
Yeah, I mean, there's a
Gary
lot.
Player.
Gary Player is an enemy to you, Cam.
But you're a friend of the show, Cam. So if he's an enemy of yours,
from South Africa,
he's an enemy of the show.
Hey, the North American diet. Butter, bacon. I do 500 push-ups before you hit the alarm clock. I'm Gary Player. It's like, thanks, Gary. I get it. You can slay a 30-year-old chick. I get it. Good for you. But you know what? It's like, settle down, buddy. I don't give you life tips. I do what I want to do. I like the Black Knight, but he's too much. His leg kicks and shit like that. This guy's just he's comedy. I don't hate Gary at all. I just that speech he gave me at the Masters kind of hurt my feelings though.
Hey, he's almost 90, and speaking of 90, Michael Kim slinging ropey draws around there, Pat. Don't mind it. So I think round one, you play your favorite guys. You know, like anything can happen in one round of golf. 4 rounds, that's where Scotty Scheffler thrives. Yeah. So, yeah.
The other one, and just this would be, I don't think it would be the most entertaining thing that could happen at the Masters this year, Cam, but for the first round, what if Phil was first round leader?
It wouldn't even shock me. It wouldn't shock me. These live guys are playing their asses off. Like, that's the crazy thing.
Well,
look at Sergio's form coming into this thing.
I agree, but they only play each other all of the time. So maybe there's only really like 8 good guys.
I'm saying, though, but the guys who have played well at Augusta are playing well heading in with good form. That's important. I get it. It's not the same as the PGA Tour. There's less guys. It's a different brand of golf, but I'd be pretty scared because these guys that are like know Augusta really well are also playing really good golf heading into a place where they're very comfortable. And that's dangerous. Like, what's Phil to make you said you're betting Phil to make the cut?
Yeah.
I think he makes the cut.
Yeah, you have to parlay most of those together. I believe he's minus 160 to make the cut right now. I'll check on that in a second when we get to that part. But Phil is 65-1 to be first round leader, Byron. In comparison, the other guys right now at 65-1 to be first round leader, Tom Kim, Thigala, Berger, Fitzpatrick, Horschel, McNeely, who's never played here, Aaron Rye, who's never played here. It's just a bunch of out of form guys, Justin Rose and Phil Mickelson. I'd rather take those
If
guys.
I see Matthew Fitzpatrick anywhere near me in my neighborhood at the Canadian Open, I literally want to give this guy a blow dart, a joke. What's happened to this guy? He fucking kills me. I go through my old bets. He's the guy who cost me make the cut parlays, top 20s. What's this guy? Where'd he go? What's he doing? I'm never betting Matt Fitzpatrick again. I don't care if he wins. That guy's on my done list. Done.
Of all the like random dudes who are just playing so poorly right now, Byron, like the no form guys, is there anyone that you're just like, nah, he'll probably get it together this week?
No, because everyone I've bet is playing well. So I don't really have someone off the top of my head. Maybe Brooks. I think you can maybe go with Brooksy being a guy that can get it together, just given his major pedigree. It's insane to see what he's got up to in majors the last little while. Now, in 2024 and 2022, when he had his 2 bad years in the majors, he was like 44 over par for those tournaments. In the other years since 2017, he's like 102 under par. So if anyone can get it together, it's him. In majors, that's insanely under par. Like, these guys are trying to win tournaments at like -7 and -10. So what he's been up to, I think you can never count him out. And we like DraftKings is $9,400. Betting he's in the 30s. I don't mind him at all, you know, but maybe a first round leader is not a bad option for him either, given his inconsistencies a little bit.
Well, what are you guys thinking for outright bets to win? I've already put in the ones I haven't so far. I'm still on the fence of guys at the top if you want to talk me into anyone, but I got Lowry at 40, Straka at 80. Those are the 2 that I've made this week. The other 3 that I have are all futures. They're Sergio, Robert McIntyre, and Akshay, all in the triple digits. You can still get Sergio right now, I believe, at 100-1. Oh no, he's been hit. He was 100-1 this morning at Coolbet, and now we do it 1 day later. He has been bet down to 65-1, and this is the neighborhood where he's going to go out.
That's crazy.
Bobby Max, I have him at 150.
I love him, Pat. I love him.
Sergio or Bobby
Mack?
Okay.
You get it. I'm a lefty. Mike Weir won as a lefty. It's a lefty paradise. Phil, lefty, Masters. This course is made for left-handers Robert McIntyre is a great ball striker. His top 20 play is going to be a hard bet for me. I'm not sure if he's going to win, but Pat, I'm telling you, when I like Robert McIntyre, top 10, top 20, like all day, all night. Look at his record too. He's only been there a couple of times. He's fared quite well. What was it, 22nd or something? Like that's he's a perfect fit for this course, I think.
He has played the Masters twice. I believe you're right. He was 23rd and 12th in his 2 starts.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and then hasn't played the last 2 years. That's like absurd to me. Was he injured or something? That's what I was wondering going into some research over here. Like, where the hell's he been? What's he doing? Matt Fitzpatrick's situation there.
Yeah, well,
but before
you got to remember, like this is the same guy that got outrun by Jake Knapp and Wacky Valimaki in Mexico last year before he won the Canadian Open, then the Scottish Open. All of a sudden, he's a top 15 player in the world.
Hey, you just throw a couple drones above the guy, and that's when he finds his absolute groove. Canadian drones are like things that Scotsmen
Canadian drones.
I tell you what. So, but before we get onto these outrights, I have a middle round situation for you guys. So I've got like a middling thing for Justin Thomas to miss the cut plus 360. I love that. He's missed 5 of his last 8 major starts, and he's missed 2 of his last Masters. Love that at plus 360. But then if you want a middle, best round 2 score, Justin Thomas, 30-1. If you take a look at the best ever rounds around Augusta since 2017, he's the first person to show up on that list twice. He's got the 10th and 12th best rounds. Both came in round 2. Justin Thomas, think about what he got up to at the Valspar. Think about what he got up to at the Players. Sucked ass in round 1. Potentially can miss the cut because of that. Also, the next day, course record around, TPC Sawgrass or whatever. So I think he's just an absolute lock for those 2 markets for me, for sure, this week.
Who are you betting to win the Masters?
I've already bet DeChambeau. I got a 22.
Oh, it's good.
I got an Aberg earlier, or Aubert, whatever the fuck you want to call him, but not sure about that. Could have won before. Put one in the drink. This Robert McIntyre thing is you're starting to scratch my itch. There'll be a few others, Pat. There will be. There'll be tons, but let's call it out for what it is. We're not going to get 100. We're not going to get a Danny Willett situation, I don't think. Probably 60 or lower. I almost want to take Rose too, because what's his number? 100. Yeah, you know what though, the guy, he's one of those guys. He's playing really underrated golf. I'm looking
T2 at the Open.
Yes. What's the deal? They're treating Justin Rose like he's a hack.
Well, he's not a hack, but what do you really want from Justin Rose? Is he a better bet to win this version of the Masters than Keegan Bradley?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, because he's one of the best all-time putters in majors ever.
What's Matthew Fitzpatrick?
Same
What's
price.
his odds to win?
Same price as Justin Rose, 125.
I will put $1,000 on a matchup bet if it was Rose versus Fitzpatrick. I want to see Fitzpatrick. It'll be +6 and on a plane back to fucking England.
Fitzpatrick,
that's good.
I believe everyone just there's a part of this though, and I think this is more important for daily fantasy than actually outright betting. I don't expect Fitzpatrick to win, but he has a really good Masters track record.
I know he does.
He has missed one. He has missed 1 cut in his career at the Masters. That was in his first appearance in 2014. Since he has made 10 consecutive cuts.
I got too much scar tissue with this dude. I can't come back to him. It's basically he's the guy who's beat me up 10 times, and then he wants to be my friend all of a sudden. No, I'm not accepting your apology, pal. You cost me so much money. I fade you out of spite now. He seems like a really nice kid too. Who'd win a corn eating contest there, Byron? Schwartzel, your boy from your country, or Fitzpatrick? A lot of sharp teeth there. A lot of big chompers. Yeah, chompers.
Fitzpatrick chomped me off of his Twitter. He blocked me after I came after him for the rules infringement out in the Euro a couple years ago. While the Jets were losing to some random team in the rain, I kind of rage tweeted at him. But
he blocked you on Twitter?
Yeah, him and Justin Rose both. Unfortunately, it's rough. And Phil Mickelson's blocked me too. So
I never knew you were such a shit disturber. I think Aaron Oberholzer, my buddy, wanted to throw down with him one day. He blocked my buddy too. I think Oberholzer was scared. He was going to fly there and wanting to actually fight the man.
Byron, does Dan Rappaport have you blocked or not?
Amazing.
No, I don't think he knows exactly who I am. You know, like I think if he saw me with the wig on, maybe, but I think I was rocking the wig in the shuttle and I was undercover.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're just in full disguise. Getting in your. In fairness to him, it turns out that in the long run, he was right about Sahith, who sucks now.
Yes, but at the time, I was winning the argument. So that's all that matters, is a walk off the shuttle with a W, head off to Montreal, and watch some amazing President's Cup stuff.
There's a lot of feuds, Pat, on Twitter. Like, people just love like, Pizzola's the biggest shit disturber out there. Like, he's an instigator. In real life, the guy wouldn't want to fight, like, anybody. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, it's so opposite to his personality. It's unbelievable. Like, the guy's all like peace, love, computers, systems, programs, data. That's what he's all about. And on Twitter, he comes across like he's fucking Hulk Hogan or Randy Savage. And he wants to break somebody's head in at Denny's. Peace. Like he picks a lot of fights, that guy. He's our friend. Peace, love, and computers. I don't know where I come up with this shit, Pat. Whatever. This brain has been so triggered with beverages and other things in my life. I just don't even know what I'm saying half the fucking time. But anyway, I love you, Rob, and I hope to talk to you soon. There's a big line that you can draw between the people that go and pick fights on Twitter or the people that would never actually have been in a fight in real life. Put it that way. Yeah, it's true. So, Rob's like a very peaceful fella, but on Twitter, man, he comes across as a wrestling promoter. He's throwing it down with everybody. He's the Vince McMahon of Twitter. You know what, Pat? Couldn't say that. That is, he is the Vince McMahon of Twitter for fun. Chest out, no chance. He's walking Bobby down, pizza. Strutting. Yeah, that's Rob Pizzola. That's who he is. I was about to say Rob because I'm so used to the three of us doing a show. Byron, you always have the stats of people who win majors and how they have performed in previous majors. Can you run Cam by a few of those stats? Please do. Yes, I can. What do we want to just do? The most top twos. I love top twos. 77% of major winners at Augusta have won a major beforehand. Brooks Koepka, 8 top twos since 2018. Rory, 4. Xander, Scotty, DJ, John Rahm, Bryson, Will Zalatoris, Colin Morikawa, Justin Rose has 2 top twos in the last 7 years. Phil Mickelson, Tommy Fleetwood there, Cameron. So there's a lot of guys that you can find rocking and rolling. But one of the craziest stats I saw is Hideki Matsuyama only has 3 top 10s in all of his majors since 2018. Wow. He's a polarizing character because I'm watching, I got the Golf Channel on right now, and they've had some rain. And remember what happened, guys, with the rain delay? And Justin Thomas, he gagged, and Hideki just went bananas and won the Masters. The wetter it gets, I think the better it is for Hideki because he can just smoke pins. Putter's always been a question. I'm that way with Bryson. I think if it's firm and not wet, Bryson has no chance. Absolutely. I mean, he's got one of the all-time greatest rounds at Augusta in the last couple of years in that round one when it was soaked. So love that for him. A couple more situations here. Wyndham Clark, he has, I think, 7 miscuts in his couple majors, 7 miscuts in 12 major appearances, 1 top 20, which was a US Open championship win. What a crazy pedigree that is for a guy that's going to be playing the US Open for the rest of his life. That's his only top 20. He gets 10 years in the US Open. Okay, well, that's probably the rest of his life anyway. So we'll just go with that, given how bad he plays golf in majors. So I don't know. It's really poor for him. And then Joaquin Niemann. Everyone is going bananas about this guy. Akshay Bhatia has as many top 20s in majors as Joaquin Niemann does, and Akshay's only played 5 majors. I'm not going wild with Niemann. I like him a lot. He's won me money before when he wins. I remember tournaments, he's just blowing the competition away, but he just feels like a trendy pick this week, guys, and we can't bet everybody, right? It's just one of those things. I'd rather have an older grinder on the Live Tour than Joaquin Niemann. I think he's going to be a very popular pick. Can he win? Yes. He can top 10, top 20 for sure, but he's not going to make my card this week. I see. I don't know how popular Niemann is going to be. He's hanging a 33 right now at Coolbet. I could see that going lower. I don't know who wants to bet Joaquin Niemann. He's coming off a bad week. Better. A lot of guys do, Pat. He's a hipster pick. He's not. Sure. He's not a hipster. People in the golf world. No, they are. No, I don't know anyone who is picking Niemann to win this. He has no top 10s in his major career. His best finish ever in a major is 16th at the Masters 2 years ago. If you talk about outside of Wyndham Clark, who you mentioned, Byron, that is just unheard of any major win. Unheard of.
It's pathetic. It's lifeless. It's gutless. But he's the best player on Liv right now. So all these Liv bots are just going to be firing off random bets from all these Russian basements. And I think we're going to just really see these guys pumping his numbers. I mean, $9,300 in DraftKings, 33-1 to win this major. It's like insane to think about. One other name as well, Patrick Cantley, hasn't had a top 2 yet in a major. He's got 2 top 5s. And Tyrrell Hatton, also no top 2s. So 2 big names there as well that don't have what it really takes to win.
Be careful, Byron. That Russian ping pong, that's a real fucking racket. You can't even see the guy's face in the guy's basement. Like, I remember they have it on some sites. I'm like, never again. Like, I did it when I was wasted. I'm like, I'm never betting Russian ping pong. It's an absolute joke.
Well, let's get to some of the fun markets for the Masters, because there's so much you can bet on for the Masters. Let's talk top debutant. Open up this market right now at Cool Bet. If you Russian bots want to get in that and to opt into the Pat Mayo Experience Live, recommend you do that. You can find that down in the description. Mav McNeely is the favorite in the top debutant market. He's 6-1. Dietrich, Rye, Davis Thompson, all 7.5-1. Rasmus Højgaard and Pendrith 8-1. Cantor, Grazerman, Kevin Yu 11, 12, 14. Then we're into Davis Riley, Matt McCarty, Thirsty Lawrence. Although there's your countryman right there. I forgot Lawrence was in the Masters.
He's a big dude.
Top 5
he's
in a
played
major too.
So bad this year. Holy shit, he sucked ass. Like, and the only time he's played well is when I bet against him with CT Pan in round 2 of the Mexico. He gained like 4.5 strokes. So he absolutely did a South African harakiri on me there. That was dirty. But Thomas Dietrich, plus 800, top debutant. This dude used to not be a closer. Just won the Waste Management Phoenix Open, 14th at the US Open, 4th at the PGA last year, 13th at the Open Championship, 40th at the PGA in 2023, and 34th at the Open Championship in 2022. So for someone that's not necessarily been in that many majors, he's got some seriously solid finishes. And he hasn't missed a cut in the last 3 years in a major. He's played 5 of them.
You know what, Byron? That's a really smart pick. Dietrich's world class. He's been so close so many times. He's kind of figuring it out now. He's not as afraid. It's him, or I don't know, Pat, how you guys feel, but Rye. Would Rye be that guy? It's Rye or Dietrich for me in that market. Either or.
Aaron Rye, off the tee, he need like Oakmont later on in the year, where it's narrow, got to hit fairways. He just doesn't have the juice off the tee. He's a great long iron player, but very good out the rough. I mean, he's not going to be in there. Like, no one is really going to be hitting out the rough that much this week. It's wide open fairways. I don't think this is a great course fit for him.
I have a guy who's 14-1 that I am going to bet as top debutant. I actually really like him this week, and for how poorly he putts, that cannot ever be a good thing. But I like Kevin Yu at 14-1. He has the right game for Augusta. He mashes it off the tee. He is electric with his irons. He's pretty good around the greens. Dude just can't putt, Cam.
Yeah, and that's a problem. You're going to have to putt, and that's the whole thing. What is the key to the Masters, as you guys know? Lag putting. That's the whole thing. You got to figure it out.
But look at the list of guys who have won the Masters. I'm not saying Kevin Yu is going to win the Masters, but it's a litany of really shitty putters.
No, it's true. You're right. A lot of shitty
He's a
putters
good
won
lag
that.
putter, though.
That's
doesn't
good.
have a lot of 3 putts. So
sorry?
Just hit it on the green, Scotty.
Same as Bubba. Like, Bubba's a pretty good lag putter. Terrible real lag. Like, Sergio is one of the worst putters of all time. He ends up winning here. So, and Zalatoris is historically an awful putter. You get him at Augusta, and he's prime Tiger Woods all of a sudden.
What do you think about Zalatoris?
I like him.
I'm in.
I don't
65-1. I've bet him to win this thing.
Know what? He's a guy that can, too. Know what the thing is, though, guys? That meltdown, I had him that week when he was leading. Remember, what was the last?
The players.
Oh, yeah, the players. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening here? Like, he took like a quad. I'm like, where's the caddy? Like, it wasn't like even a meltdown you saw coming. It was just stupid. All he had to do was chip out. Sorry, guys. Take a bogey. Instead, it was like, worse. I'm like, but I'll tell you, I agree with you guys. Will Zalatoris, like, I just worry about a meltdown. But, man, that's a great price for a guy that does all. He's a good putter. He's a great ball striker. He can murder it. He's a little bit bigger now. There's a lot to like about Will Zalatoris.
And he's never finished outside the top 10 at the Masters in his career.
He's got to be a top 10, top 20 bet. I'm going to add that to the list right now.
We'll get to some of the other ones. I want to talk the top live market because we just saw. Did you watch much of the live broadcast, Cam?
No, I didn't, Pat. I can't lie. I was doing a lot of other things, probably drinking this weekend and doing other things. So yeah, I did watch the ladies match play, and let me tell you, Sagstrom put a lot of dollars in my account. Thank you. She almost pissed it away too. She had a 4-up lead, and then she came back. Sagstrom.
All right. Did she ended up winning the match play?
Yeah, she did. She beat Laura Conlon, the American girl.
Oh, okay.
She was 4 up through 7. She absolutely went nuts. Lost 5 holes in a row and came back and won on the 18th.
Well done.
Top live market right now, Byron. It's Rahm, Bryson. They're the top 2. Then it's Neiman, Brooks. They're next. Then it's Cam Smith, Hatton. They're a mini tier. Sergio, Reed. They're a mini tier. Then DJ, Phil, and then you get Schwartzel and Bubba Watson from the clouds. Is it inconceivable that Schwartzel could be the low live guy? You don't
Yes.
like it. You don't like it. You had to
I don't
really
think
you had to shake your head into that.
I like him for like a top 40. Plus, I guess I'm just jumping around you. Sorry. I like his safety around this golf course, to put it that way. I think Garcia, Reed, or Cam Smith, those guys are finishing inside the top 10. I don't see Schwartzel doing that, if that answers your question.
I'm still mulling over betting Rahm to win, Cam. Do you want to talk me out of Rahm?
No, I don't. I'm not betting him, but you can. Would it shock you if John Rahm won? This guy's got so much damn game. This course is perfect for him. He's got a lot to prove. Everyone's talking about Rory this week, career Grand Slam. John Rahm's one of those guys. It's like he's almost seems like a forgotten man. And that's it's like a sleeping bear, Pat. I wouldn't fucking poke him because he's a very dangerous player.
The reason he's forgotten is because he's forgotten how to play on a back nine of a Sunday.
Correct.
Olympics. Yesterday. What's today? Monday. Yeah. Yesterday, he completely butchered the roll. He was leading the tournament and then shot 2 over par. Could have won that thing easily. He had to beat Mark Leishman. Like, he's just forgotten how to close out.
Can you believe that,
man.
Byron? I actually had Mark Leishman like in the other tournaments before, and I didn't bet him this week. And the guy's like on a live tour, you're getting like a 60-1. Like Mark Leishman, I kind of like. He's not even playing in the Masters, is he?
No.
Okay.
He did.
Yeah.
Next topic.
He picked up a top 3 at one of the Asian Tour events and qualified for the Open later this year. You want to talk about fun live? I had 2 bets on live: Burmeister and Bryson. I thought I was looking pretty good going into the final.
Oh God,
I wasn't.
That's golf.
that's brutal.
Golf
Yeah.
is brutal, man. It is brutal. Like it is absolutely this 4-day torture. It's like you're being locked in a basement. You're getting beat. Like you wake up, guy go, can I have some water? And the guy punches you in the face. And then he's like, hey, want to be my friend? He gives you food. Then no, he lies. I'm taking it away from you, jerk. Then gives you a kick in the head. I'm tied to a chair on Sunday, and I'm thinking, I found an escape plan. And then the guy's waiting there with a gun as I get out. Like, damn it, I can't. I'm telling you, Byron, 4 rounds of golf. Like some people, you should just not bet this sport. We are guys who are just gluttons for punishment. That's why I've learned about the first round leader markets, big top 20s matchups. Like picking an outright winner. We do it because it's huge payday, but God, Sundays are just like you just sit there and go, I just can't believe this is happening.
No, I mean when Aldrich hits it millions of miles down the fairway, and then Brian Campbell hits it into the trees out of bounds, and it bounces back in
Correct.
to win in a playoff. It's like that's literally golf in a nutshell for you. But I had something else I wanted to say. What were we
We're talking about Rahm.
If you guys are watching this show, go back to when Cam has to speak about outrights when Pat asked him, and just listen to how depressed you sound when you give your outrights. Like it's just completely ruined your soul. Like you were so happy when you're saying first round leader stuff, then you speak about outrights, sound like you're giving an obituary. It was just, it was brutal. So
True.
I get
It's
it,
like,
Cam. I get it.
I can't tell you this year, Byron and Pat, how many like top 3s, 4s, 5, all the time. And guys with leads too. And I'm just going, what the fuck is happening here? Like, stop. Like, please, can we talk? Fuck, I had Steven Yeager that week. His caddy's like hit 3s. I got it. He puts in the neighbor's fucking pool. In the pool.
Yep.
I'm like, fuck. I like Yeager too. Anyway, John Rahm, yeah, Pat, he can win any week, anytime. But very concerning though. One quick thing. He used to be a guy that would close at the end. It's kind of weird that he's not doing that anymore. That's not John Rahm.
Well, it's funny because his career has taken such an up and down because for a while he was the guy that couldn't close any of these things. And then for 18 straight months, he was the guy who closed everything. And now he's back to being the guy who can't close anymore. So I just need to catch him on the way up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs to lose like $500 million then. and then I think you'll be good to go.
You're right. Once the bank, he looks at the bank statement. He's like,
yeah,
it's time to get
I'm
real
good.
now."
Got a hot wife, 3 children,
Exactly.
half a billion bucks. We good to go, baby.
My hot
Let's
wife
go.
wants some hot rocks, like big ass diamonds. So you better fucking bring her home, Johnny.
Top lefty market. Cam, you are not eligible despite being a lefty. You and Cust, both lefties. But Bobby Mack is the favorite in this category. He's plus 240. It's the most lefties that have ever played in the Masters. 8 up from 6 a few years ago. Akshay is plus 250. Harman, X through him, 4-1. Phil is 4-1. Highsmith, 11.
Why do you put an X through Harman? He's got the same game as Mike Weir.
Except he never makes a cut at the Masters.
Okay, which is shocking. The guy went to the University of Georgia. He won last week.
I think that they actually tell him when he's out there. They're like, "Hey, Brian, why don't you hurry the fuck up, or we're giving you a penalty?" And then he doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, it's a good point. Watching that guy really, he's like fucking molasses. That guy.
And Augusta's so hilly, he can't even see over like bunker lips. He can't see over hills. He can't even see over tee boxes. It's like he's so screwed around that golf course. You got to
He'd
be
be a
at
great
least like
jockey.
6 yes, he would. Yeah.
So, but then you get into like you have the 4 like favorites. So Bobby Mack, Akshay, Brian Harman, and Phil, and then the 3 long shots. Joe Highsmith is 11-1. Bubba is 16-1. Matt McCarty is 16-1, and your boy Weirzy 150-1.
What do we do here? I like McIntyre.
Mac. It's
I'm not
answer,
even gonna screw around, Pat. The answer is Robert McIntyre. That's just
Okay, I mean, I have money on Akshay to win as well. Like, don't go overlooking Akshay, who played very well in his first Masters last year.
I like Akshay Patia too. He's actually on the friend list. The guy who actually almost gagged a tournament away, but won for me. And he's been a nice first round leader when I have him. So he's a friend of the program, unlike some of these other guys. And no offense if Fitzpatrick's listening to the show, dude, it's nothing personal, but you're costing me a lot of fucking money. And I don't know what happened to your game. And it's just really pisses me off. You know what the problem with golf betting is?
What?
The minute you get off some guy, they're going to do well. Like, watch this guy like light it up this week, and I'll absolutely have smoke coming out my ears.
Are you getting off a lot of guys?
Yeah, Fleetwood, Fitzpatrick. I'm on Rose. So out of all the Brits, Rose is my guy right now, first round leader. That's what we're doing.
Top senior market. Phil is the over.
Did I do something, or I
think you just missed it. You just missed it.
Yeah.
What did I miss?
You'll watch it back and you'll be like, oh,
you'll see.
Okay.
I don't even know what's happening right now, but continue. I told you, Pat, I'm like brain dead. Like, hey,
Yeah.
I have no clue.
Top senior market, Phil, overwhelming favorite, minus 150 at coolbet.com right now. Hell, if you put $10 on that, you'll get the ballot into the draw when you opt in to the Pat Mayo Experience giveaway, and you can win some money with Phil here. Langer, Cabrera, Couples, Weir, and Jose Maria Olazabal, Cam, are the other ones. Are you believing in...
Cabrera. I love
Cabrera.
your tweet. Jail swag. The guy,
Yes.
he's out of prison. I'm telling you, isn't prison... Like, it's wild for these guys. What about the other guy who went to prison and he won a tournament too? He got out. He did hard time, like longer than how many years was Cabrera in there for?
2.
2 years in the clink. That's the other guy did the biker guy. What's his name again? Fuck. You know who I'm talking
I
about.
have no
Buddy
idea.
Scheffler.
Yeah, Scheffler.
We've got 3 green jackets showing up here with orange overalls, boys. It's brutal. Like,
Anyway,
Since the
he
last time.
was in like a biker gang or whatever, and it was a different tour. Anyway, whatever.
oh yes, I
you
know.
know
The
I'm
New
sorry.
Zealander, the New Zealand guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's like, hey man, I'm out of jail, and he was like golfing, and he won.
Ryan
Jail
Peake.
swag.
Ryan Peake, is that the guy?
Yes.
Yeah, Peak. Yeah, like the antifreeze. Peak. You got it.
The antifreeze.
Yeah, Peak antifreeze. It's fucking amazing. Anyway,
Hold on.
Cabrera.
How do you know if it's good antifreeze or bad antifreeze?
well, when I was in the States and my car was all fucked up, I had a tempo and I put the Peak in and we got it through. I had bungee cords holding up the hood.
Had you have gotten another brand of antifreeze, do you think that wouldn't have worked?
I just like Peaks, the look. Pat, it's like when I go to the grocery store, does it pop? Yes, I buy it. Like if you give me like a bad logo or whatever, I'm like, man, I told you, I'm a toddler. I look at things that are shiny, bright, good logos. You got me. Doesn't even matter if that, like, I'll buy it. And if it sucks, I know, but they'll get me the first time, guaranteed. Like the drug dealer. First time's free. But that's what it is. Yeah, no, like, you know what I mean? You got good packaging, I'm in. That's who I am, Pat. You know that. You've known me for years. I'm a sucker.
So Byron, do you think that Phil deserves to be this big of a favorite out of a guy who just got out of jail and did win on the senior tour last week?
Yes, but I think the value is on jail swag for sure. A jailhouse rock this week. Let's go. He's got game. I mean, and he's probably been doing like push-ups and pull-ups
Good call.
And, all of that stuff in jail for 2 straight years. Hasn't swung a golf club. He's just been doing the stack system. But the Argentinian stack system down there, it works better than the
Imagine Cabrera in the yard with these guys. The guy's a fucking bear. Like, you want to mess with that guy? You give him a shiv, he picks it up, and your fucking arms fall off. That guy, I would not fuck with that Angel Cabrera. Like, in a fight, I think he'd be pretty dangerous.
Top Aussie. Min Woo is the favorite in the top Aussie market. Cam Smith is second, Day is third, Scott is fourth, and then way down is Cam Davis. A lot of Cams.
Tough market. Yeah. What's with Australian and Cams? It's fucking out of control. There's so many Cams. When I went to school, I was the only Cameron. Like, it was weird. Now I'm like, hey, my kid's name's Cameron. Everybody, Cameron. It's like, holy jeez, man. It's like Mike Smith. It's like, okay, I get it. Australian market, what do we do, guys? Like, literally throw a dart. You could.
Cam Smith.
He's
finished inside the top 10, like 5 of the last 7 Masters.
I'm not betting Minwoo Lee. I'd rather have other guys than Minwoo Lee.
It's funny because I look at Cam Smith and I look at Minwoo. And I agree with you, Byron, that I think that Cam Smith's probably the better bet. He or Adam Scott, who's made 15 consecutive cuts at the Masters, that maybe he just gets to the weekend, has a good round, and a T13 is good enough to get it done. But weirdly, I was looking at the odds for Minwoo versus Cam Smith to win the Masters. I would feel better about betting Minwoo to win the Masters than Cam Smith. I just don't think that Cam Smith can drive the ball well enough to win. He can chip, he can putt, he can hit his irons, and that's great for a T7. I don't think that means he can win.
Absolutely. Minwoo is going to be hitting wedges when Cam Smith's hitting 7-irons. So the upside is definitely on Minwoo's side, but the experience, the safety, I think, is with Cam.
Yeah, that's
for this market.
That's plus 280, Cam.
Yeah, I'm down with that. I think it's a very tough market because a lot of guys can do well. Like, I try to find a market that, you know what I mean? I can't make a case for too many people. Like, you know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm thinking now, Pat.
Cam Davis.
Cam Davis is 8
I'm seeing
to
him
1.
at 800.
He's the biggest dog, I think. Yeah.
And he had a T12 year last year. I mean, that's just a massive value play. He's playing like shit right now, but I think at this golf course, why not,
Cam Davis is kind of like that, though. He just has 6 consecutive terrible weeks and then pops up out of nowhere. For example, his year this year has gone miscut 13th, miscut 18th, 5th, miscut. So he's due for a third or something.
Yeah. Either get to Augusta or Detroit Golf Club. I think that's just where Cam Davis does his jam.
Or any sort of Pete Dye course also works out for him. Top player from Great Britain or Ireland? Obviously, Rory is the favorite in this market at plus 130. I know that. I mean, I've bet Lowry to win. I've bet McIntyre to win. They're 6 to 1 and 8 to 1. Although your boy Rose, Cam, is 12 to 1 in this market.
Stranger things have happened. Stranger things. Justin Rose. Another thing is about this guy, like, Pat, you watch him play, he's like, no one gives him any respect on the betting board, and he kind of lingers and hangs around and stuff like that. Like, I feel he's being disrespected. I'm not sure. I'm not going to say, oh, Justin Rose is going to win the Masters, but it's a very nice course. He's very comfortable here. He's kind of underrated. He's not like, so I know he's older, but he can still get it around. Right? Like,
how many wins do you think Justin Rose has since 2020?
2?
1.
Okay. 1.
That's probably why
Where?
he won Pebble Beach in 2023.
Yeah, he did.
And before that,
but how many? But what's his Masters record? Like, does he have a lot of top 10s, a lot of top 20s?
I mean, when I had money on him, he lost to Sergio in the playoffs, so that was fun.
So he finished second.
Yes, he did.
Excellent.
Yeah, he has a second. He had that great run in like the mid-teens. He was 6th, 25th, 14th, 2nd, 10th, 2nd, 12th. Since then, he has 1 top 10 in the past 7 years.
You know what it is, Pat? Another reason why the first round leader thing. Remember when they sent me to the Masters when I was working for Global in the Score? Justin Rose was the first round leader. And I'll never forget that. Like I walked in there and I go, this guy's playing great. It was the year that I had Brent Snedeker at 250 to 1 and he finished third. He was actually leading coming down the stretch, and Trevor Immelman won, the South African. That was the Masters that I went to. And Rose, he was the first. I love that first round leader bet. Like I'm going to put more units on it than I should for a first round leader bet.
I believe
Justin Rose.
I believe it's 4 times he's been first round leader at the Masters. I believe that's what it is.
That's insane.
It could be majors or masters. I didn't look too.
He does.
The best putter at Augusta, who's got not Ludwig, who's just played here one time, had a career year putting. Rosie's gained 1.5 strokes per round putting at Augusta in 14 events. Like that's what he just does. He just gets it in the hole, and around this golf course, that's what you got to do. So I think played nicely at API, which he shouldn't have done anything good there, and played nicely at Pebble. So he's got some decent form entering the week. I love him, but I do think I like Shane Lowry the most in this market, though, at 6-1.
Are you with me? Because when I made the bet on the show, he was 40 to 1. He's now down to almost 30 to 1. Shane Lowry, Byron, seems to be a very popular bet.
Not to win. I don't think, it is the year of the D-trees and Brian's and stuff, but Shane is not Brian. So it's just a safe play. I think his floor is as close to his ceiling as you can get in majors, and his floor's high.
Cam, isn't this an awful lot of disrespect from a champion golfer of the year?
Problem with Lowry is when his putter go, like I guess you could say that, Pat, but I also seen Lowry lately with tournaments, like with leads and stuff, and he hasn't been able to close the door. No. Let's talk about like recency. He's always there. And at the Open, he was just like very comfortable and he got it done. But when he's been here, it's like how many times on the floor to swing has he had a lead and he just couldn't get it done? Or like it's just he's one of those guys for a top 10 for sure. I'm not sure if he's going to win, but I think he'll do very well. Probably page 2 with the leaderboard.
Either be playing in Ireland or with Ireland, because his strokes gained Rory McIlroy this year is like through the roof. Anytime he played with Rory this year, he was insane. Yep. Rory leaves the party, completely disintegrates at API. So I love his safety a lot.
Top Latin American market is interesting because we talked about Angel as top senior at 4 to 1. There's only 4 players in this market. And obviously, Neiman is the best player. He's minus 160 to be the top Latin American player. After that, it's Nico Echeverria plus 360, Johnny Vegas plus 450, and then Angel Cabrera, Byron, at 12 to 1. I think I would almost take a stab at him here and just hope Neiman has a terrible first 2 days.
That's the thing. I think if you're going against Neiman, his safety is just not there. So Cabrera could easily just out-hustle him this week. I don't mind it, but also at the same time, this is a market I'd probably... Cabrera playing in a major straight out of jail is also like unheard of stuff. So I don't know how he's going to play that well or not, but at massive numbers, I'm cool with it. I do fancy Neiman to knock those boys out there.
I got to tell you guys too, and I know one thing we do as golf bettors, and it's funny, we have a lot of guys on, we're greedy people. We're always trying to get more. Like we're buffet guys. We're not like, you know what I mean? It's just like, we just keep on going. Oh, that 14 to 1 instead of the 7, you know what I mean? We're always looking for more. But in the top Canadian market, I'm taking Corey Connors at plus 100. I don't give a shit about anything.
We're just jumping across here.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I know Pendrith can beat him, but look at the other guys there. Like Corey Connors, look at his track record at Augusta. The guy almost won this thing.
That's an absolute lie. He never had a chance to win the Masters.
Well, he's on page 1 of the leaderboard.
That doesn't mean he's going to... Cam Smith was on the first page of the leaderboard last year. I don't think he sniffed 8 shots of the lead.
Taylor Pendrith, Mike Weir, years... Like I'm talking like who's been recently on page like right there.
I'll tell you who hasn't been on the first page of the leaderboard in quite some time. Corey Connors at the Masters. It's really overblown how well he's been doing at the Masters. He had a hot start. Last 2 years, 38th miscut.
Again?
But he can't finish outside the top 10. That'd be impossible.
Who do you like in the top? How about who do you like in the top Canadian market?
I would just bet Taylor because he's the best of those 3 players, and he's the longest odds.
Nick Taylor or Taylor Pendrith?
Give me his Masters stuff. I don't have it in front of me. What's his numbers?
Nick Taylor? I don't know if you think he's played in like 1 Masters.
Okay. But give me Corey Connors the last 4 or 5 years.
He had 3 top 10s before that. Then it was, he can't do anything wrong at the Masters. He's fucking sucked at the Masters ever since.
He's chipping and putting so well right now, though. So I think the ball striking will return to Masters form like he does all the time. He just chips and putts his way out of this tournament sometimes. I think right now he's chipping and putting is better than he's ever done. So I'm with Cam. I hate that I'm with Cam as much as I am right now.
It's okay. No, Byron, I'm with you. I know we don't like to bet like plus 100s or whatever, but in my opinion, and I get it, Pat. I like Taylor Pendrith a lot too. It's just I look at the Canadian
I don't want Taylor
Pendrith.
Pendrith. I want Nick Taylor, who's the best player of this bunch. In what world is Corey Connors better than Nick Taylor, who actually wins tournaments?
Nick Taylor is one of the best finishers going. He fucking hits huge putts to win. He's there. When he's in contention, he holds out for eagle. He wins fucking tournaments. He wins playoffs. I get it. But Corey Connors is like kind of like Matt Kuchar. Paycheck, 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 check. T8, T12, T. Always coming home with a big check. Like when I snuck up at Kuchar at the Canadian Open, ooh, he thought I was stealing his money when he's got like $70,000 rolled up in his fucking bag. I'm like, Corey Connors, I don't care about one time. Historically, he plays great at Augusta, Pat. That's all. Like, I don't know what Nick Taylor's going to do. All I know is
Pat.
Yeah.
What is Nick Taylor's best finish in a major in the last 3 years?
Ooh, boy, I have no idea. Miscut?
Miscut. His best finish is watching from the couch.
That's
on
right.
Saturday.
He's at the fucking club.
But
MC
my
Taylor.
argument isn't that he's some sort of major savant. It's just that Corey Connors isn't. So I'm going to take
better.
Connors doesn't have to win.
So I am
He's
going
not
to take the better overall player, which is Nick Taylor.
I like when we have disagreements. I'm all in on fucking Corey Connors. That's my opinion.
All right. Well,
we can.
You can get Corey Connors at plus 110 in the top Canadian market, or you can get Nick Taylor 3-1.
I'll take Corey Connors at plus 110.
Okay.
I'm not hitting the buffet tonight. Just a simple meal.
That's my man.
Give it to me.
Let's go. Give me a Wendy's Baconator and get out of here.
Cuss predicted it would be Mike Weir.
If Mike Weir's a top Canadian, I'll jump off the top.
I will be grinding my tits off this Masters. Family be damned. Got a 4-month-old baby. She's punted into
the kids. I love it.
It's the Masters week. You know how this goes. So we are grinding our asses off for you people over at the Model Maniac Patreon. I'd love it if you guys show up. All the graphics and stuff you're going to see on the rest of the show here come from all the tools that I provide for you guys there. So yes, comment on whoever you want, but there's a threshold. It's going to divide the odds by 100, and then I'll give you 5 Scotty Scheffler. So be the first 5 people to say Scotty Scheffler, Rory 7, etc., etc. So
yeah, and I just looked. Nobody picked Harman last week. So make sure you go to our YouTube comments page. It helps our algorithm. Leave a nice comment on there. Go to our Apple, iTunes, whatever podcast page. Leave a comment on there. Give us 5 stars. Do all that stuff. Because this is always going to help us. And you know, this is the week, of course, where we get the most new listeners. We get a lot of casuals. We'd like to keep them in here to enjoy our show. If you've been a fan of the show, the easiest way to help would be to do all those things. Leave a comment on our YouTube page. Pick the winner. Go to our podcast page. Leave a comment, 5-star review. Do all that stuff for us. This is the one time we never really asked anyone to do stuff like that, except for the competition that we do on a weekly basis. But this is our Super Bowl. This is the Masters. It will really, really help us. So if you guys have been a fan of the show, if you've enjoyed our content, if we've helped you win, if we made you laugh, please go and try and help us out this week, because that's how we get our show to grow, and that's how we keep going on and keep the show free, all the time. So if you could help us out, it would be greatly appreciated.
And if you're lazy, just leave us a like. That's all that we want. It's huge. It's huge.
Yeah, it's just small stuff like that. It really helps the algorithm and it gets it out to more people, and that's what we're looking for this week. All right, so let's talk about this week. Let's talk a little bit about Augusta. I know this is probably the most well-known course there is, right? But I'll still go over the nitty-gritty with you guys to go over everything. The first major of the year finally upon us as the top golfers in the world, a few amateurs, and a whole bunch of old head former winners who have unlimited ties pass to this course, ascend to Augusta National Golf Club to play the Masters. You can hear the Masters theme song in the background. Jim Nantz is our friend. Azaleas in full bloom. And the members of Augusta used to think it was a good idea to have limited TV coverage. Not so much now. We're getting a little bit better. More TV coverage seems like year in and year out, it's growing a little bit. I think we get like 7 hours a day now, when it used to be like 4 or 5. So it's getting better. It's getting better when it comes
and
to
they're
it.
giving us range coverage with all sorts of metrics and radars and spin and carries and clubs. It's going to be awesome for every single golfer.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. The range, they have the app. I don't think they do every shot anymore, but they'll have the featured groups and all that good stuff. So it's going to be fun. I put my PTO in. I'm off Thursday. I'm off Friday. If you guys want to chat about what's going on, I'll be on X probably all 4 days at Kendo VT. Make sure you check it out. Of course, so many memorable moments here at Augusta. Over the years, Jack Nicklaus in 86, Greg Norman choking away a few victories, Freddie Couples keeping that ball dry on 12, Tigers chipping on 16, Spieth, all that stuff. First major win, and is of course collapse the following year. There's plenty of excitement for bettors, fans, and DFS players. Now, let's get to the course. Augusta National an Augusta National Golf Club is a 7,500 plus yard par 72, 4 par 3s, 4 par 5s. The par 5s are where the majority of the scoring comes from, as they are the 4 easiest holes on the course. And the 6 par 4s over 450 yards are where golfers will need to just hold on and just try and make par. There have been a couple of changes the last few years. The 13th and the second hole come to mind. They added 35 yards to the 13th hole with a new tee box. The window to hit a good drive has sort of shrunk because of this. 13 has routinely been one of the easiest holes on the course, but with these changes, it's made it a little bit more difficult. There's still plenty of birdies on this hole. The people who I think it affects the most are probably golfers who hit predominantly cuts off the tee. The hole is in the shape of a banana with a huge right to left dog leg. So with the window to hit a good drive being so narrow, it might be tough for cutters off the tee to hit the fairway. And this is something you see throughout the course. It definitely favors golfers who hit it right to left. That is just the way it is. And lefties who hit a cut is what this golf favors. It doesn't mean that's the end all be all. But like if you're looking at like numbers and stats in some different places, like I think predominantly like left miss in the rough or something, there is some stats like that, right? On
Fantasy National, yeah.
Yeah, on Fantasy National, on the PGA website. That's how you can see if golfers are predominantly golfers who hit a draw. If their miss on the left is more on the right. That's the easiest way to figure that out. Now this year, last year they added 10 yards to the par 5 second hole and moved the tee box. It's been an easy par 5. I don't think it really affected too much of the scoring last year. And then a couple of years ago, I think it's 3 years ago, they decided to go back old school and eliminated some of the rough that had been added in certain areas over the last decade. I mean, the course has seen different rough heights, but it's never been tall. But sometimes it's really short. When I went in 2017, it was crazy. Like the rough was like what my golf club's greens were. You know what I'm saying? Like for a lot of it. But we've seen a couple of years where they actually grew the rough out, maybe 1.5 inches. Basically like what we saw at this past week at Valero. And so what they've done is, they've eliminated the rough in these areas, in some areas, and it's been added, and it's kind of a big impact as some bailout zones off the tee will now have the short grass, which in turn will make wayward shots go even more wayward. Right. Another thing about adding the short grass and eliminating some rough is that there will be more spin on the ball from these areas, which used to be like a little bit thicker rough. The rough has actually helped golfers on holes with huge false fronts because a lack of spin keeps the balls on the green instead of rolling off the front of the green into collection areas and stuff like that. And of course, this also depends on the firmness of the greens. Something you have to pay attention is the weather, how much rain they're going to receive, because that really does make a pretty big difference. Not as much as other courses, though, because the thing about Augusta National, they have the most state-of-the-art sub-air system that there is. So unless they get like deluged in rain, they can keep those greens pretty firm. Even if they do get a little bit of rain. Now, off the tee, golfers are going to see tree-lined fairways with above-average width, bunkers and landing areas, and light rough. The fairways are heavily undulated and usually lush. So even though they'll have some roll, it's not going to be like the U.S. Open where if there are dry conditions, at the U.S. Open, that ball can roll out like 50 yards. Even in super dry conditions at Augusta, you're not going to get that much of a rollout. If golfers miss the fairway and hit into the trees, they're going to have to deal with approach shots from the soft pine straw, which is always tricky. And again, the shorter rough around the fairways leads to more balls heading in to the pine straw. Water is also in play on a few holes on the back nine. On approach shots, golfers going to see greens that are above average in size, but that's misleading. First off, most of the greens slope heavily from back to front, which makes hitting approaches under the hole super important. There are also many slopes and contours on the greens that they play much smaller. Golfers will have small aiming points on approach shots to actually get the ball close. Also, because of how firm the greens usually are, it makes the correct landing spot that much smaller. Most greens are elevated and are shaped like an upside-down bowl along the edges and have little to no rough surrounding them, so many balls will be left in collection areas around the greens, which are always tough to get it up and down from because of the firmness and quickness of the greens. The greens use bent grass. They're going to be fast. Stint meter rating of around 13.5 or greater. Bunkers and collection areas surround almost every green, with water surrounding a few of the holes. All right, so Byron, what are you looking for in golfers this week for the Masters and for majors, period?
Awesome, Kenny. You can tell we've done this for so long because you just teed me up perfectly there. When it comes to Augusta, 50% of Augusta, the Masters winners, have won a major in a prior start before. 77% of winners of the green jacket have finished second in a major before putting on that beautiful goddamn green jacket. So basically 8 out of every 10 golfers that put on the green jacket have finished second or better in a major before doing so. So I'm going to share my screen for you guys right over here so you can see what's going on with my model. Mike, you can see my mouse moving around here just beautifully for you guys. Beautiful. So on the screen right now, I have this filtered by the best finishes in majors since 2018. I don't have this thing going back a million years. I'm looking for the last 7 years. You can see, okay, Scotty Scheffler, Colin, John Rahm, these guys have all won a major in the last little while. These are guys that 50% of the time win the Masters. If you're taking a look at second place finishes, we have got Rory McIlroy, Ludwig Oberg, Victor Hovland, all the way down to Billy Horschel and Cameron Young. We've finished second in a major in the last 7 years. So these are all guys that fit that 77% trend. But when it comes to this situation, you're not looking, you got 41 guys that check that box. So what I'm looking for really are guys that don't check that box. And if we filter here by the best or the highest priced options, this is the main reason why I don't think Joaquin Niemann's going to have success this week. If you take a look at his success in majors, his best finish at Augusta is a 16th. His best finish in a major is 16th place. Patrick Cantley, best finish in a major, 3rd at last year's US Open. We've got Russell Henley, who I think is going to win the US Open later on, but he finished 4th at some tournament a little bit down the road here, the Masters in 2023. So if you're scooting across the board here, you can see all these guys' track records for the multiple years for the different tournaments. It's bad fucking ass. Use code FGD 50% off. Code FGD50 for 50% off at the Model Maniac Patreon when you are looking at this stuff. So we've got all these dudes that I'll be looking at. Yeah, they are above $8,000. Robert McIntyre has not got a second place. Akshay Bhatia, Russell Henley, Minwoo Lee, Tyrrell Hatton, Patrick Cantley, and Joaquin Niemann. These are all guys that don't have a second place or better in a major over the last 7 years. So these are guys that I won't be betting at all to win the Masters this week. If we're taking a look at best finishes in the Masters over the last little while, the course history is super, super dependent, but it doesn't necessarily lead to who's going to win. It just leads to who's going to play well here. And finishing inside the top 5 for DFS is critical. So these are guys that have finished first or second in the Masters over the last 7 years. We've got Sungjae Im, who had a second place finish in 2020. He's only had 5 Masters tournaments. This guy feels like he's been around for forever. He's only had 5. So it's been a lot of fun. Ludwig Berg showed up, finished second. All of a sudden, his very first major, his very first Masters. Unprecedented stuff. We'll get to his metrics behind the scenes and why I don't think he's going to do that well again this year. But as always, we've got Scotty Scheffler at the top, all that jazz. So if you're looking to kind of find really cool information, I've got all the Masters finishes for the last 7 years. I've got major finishes for the last 7 years. I've got how people do in these different majors. Like if you take a look at top 2s in majors, you can just filter on who's had the most top 2s going on over here. And the funny thing is, you can also filter on top 20s or top 10s. So I'll filter on top 10s over here and scroll all the way down to Hideki Matsuyama. You think like Hideki Matsuyama is a major stalwart? No. He's only had 3 top 10s in his 26 major starts. Like, it's crazy to see. So there's a lot of fun stuff you can guys find over at the Model Maniac Patreon. These are trends I'll be looking for going forward. We'll discuss each guy individually over the next little while. But Kenny, the course history here is, we've said in all our prior shows, when it comes to course history for the Valspar, that's great course history, but it's not even in the same tier as the Masters. The Masters is tradition like any other, unlike any other. You know what I'm saying? When you play well here, you play well here. And it's just a tier above. You know, it's the best goddamn golf tournament there is out there. So let's get into it.
When it comes to stats, some stats that I'm looking for golfers, always, strokes gained tee to green, strokes gained approaches. This is a second shot course. That is the way this course goes. Par 5 scoring, strokes gained around the green, par 4 efficiency from 450 to 500 yards, touch of driving distance. That's going to be basically my model for the week. There are some crazy little tidbits that I've gotten on X. Justin Ray posted this. This is the top cumulative scores at the Masters. I think it was the last 5 years. The last 5 years. That's going to be Scotty Scheffler. I'm sorry, this is at the majors. In the last 5 years, Scotty Scheffler is minus 79, is 79 under. Xander Schauffele is 56 under. Rory McIlroy is 40 under. Morikawa is 35 under, and John Rahm is 34 under. That was from Justin Ray. And then Ron Close at PGA Splits. He runs Bet Spurts. Yep, PGA Splits 101. He runs Bet Spurts. So he says not a single player has consecutive top 5s at the Masters since 2020, when Dustin Johnson followed up his second in 2019 with a win. The only other golfer to accomplish it in the last decade was Jordan Spieth, who followed up his second in 2014. With a win in 2015 and a runner-up in 2016. In 2024, nobody in the top 9 from the 2023 Masters finished better than 9th, and they had an average finish of 42nd. 2023 Masters, nobody in the top 12 in 2022 finished better than 10th, and they had an average finish of 39th. This goes on all 2022, nobody in the top 6 in 2021 finished better than 6th, and an average finish of 43rd. 2021, nobody in the top 6 in 2020 finished better than 10th, and an average finish of 54th. So it seems weird because it is course history, super important, but then you see numbers like this. It's just interesting tidbits. I'm not looking into this too much. It's just when I saw it, I was sort of shocked when I saw it. But let's get to our
Kenny. I want to add, I went all over the models and the major trends and things. When it comes to Augusta specific, like course stuff, I was listening to Shane Bacon's, like the Augusta Twitter handle did a Spaces, and they were speaking about how mini drivers will be introduced a lot more this week because guys are looking to kind of find that happy medium. The way modern drivers are built, they built so much to reduce spin that they kind of hit these tumbling fades down fairways. You mentioned that guys need to hit these ropey draws around these golf holes. A 3-wood is the best club to do that if you're looking off a tee. The drivers don't work so well. 3-woods really provide you with a bit more draw spin. So mini drivers fit right in between the mix there because they give you a bit of extra distance, but also allow you to hit those ropey draws, which are very important for this week. Also, the reason why drawers and lefties of the golf ball have succeeded here so well is because they have had to shape it around. Now with modern day technology evolving, these golf holes and the tee boxes have been shifted so far back that the shot shaping off the tee isn't even that important, or not even that important. It's less important than historically because the tee boxes are so far back, you're just hitting it straight to the corner. You're not trying to whip it around the corner. You're hitting it to the corner and going from the corner to the green. So it's just a weird way that the golf course has kind of evolved over the years. And as you can see, like the lefties have kind of not necessarily won as many over the last little while, but there's not that many lefties in the world, so that could be a very small sample size outlier. But fun stuff nonetheless.
All right, so let's get to our at kickbackgolf.com betting segment for this week. Go to kickbackgolf.com, use promo code FGD15. Get yourself 50% off all their cool merchandise. They have amazing Masters gear. If you look at Byron right now, he's rocking the Scotty Scheffler jersey. I know Mike's going to put up some of the stuff from their site while I'm talking about this. They got they got the Spieth Masters jersey. They got a Scheffler Masters jersey. They got, basketball jerseys and baseball jerseys from the colleges of different golfers. One of my favorites is the Dustin Johnson Coastal Carolina basketball jersey. They got stuff from different countries. They have a Sung J M. I think they have a Siwoo Kim also, a Korean basketball jersey. So they got a wide array of different types of cool clothing merchandise you normally don't see for golf gear. I don't know how cool your golf club is. Hey, I don't know if you can actually wear this while you're playing golf, but if you're going to, but it'd be a nice gift for a fan and, somebody who's a big Sung Jae fan, big Siwoo fan, big Scheffler fan, big Scotty, Bryson, Koepka, Spieth. They got all the guys on there. Great for gifts. Make sure you go to kickbackgolf.com, use promo code FGD15. All right. So you want to go ahead and start this week, Byron? You got some bets for us?
I'll slap you guys with the sweat bets for the week, which are going to be guys that are at the top of the DFS set. I'm going to go down in DFS pricing, down for the next little while. And I'm going to give you a little more than 5 this week because I did a massive article about these guys on X at the Model Maniac. It's my pinned tweet. Go check out for all the different details that I will be speaking about for the next little bit here. So we're going to start off with Scotty Scheffler, who's $12,400 in DraftKings. I'm going to rock and roll with this guy in the top 5. He is minus 115 for a top 5 in this situation. And Scotty Scheffler has led tournaments in majors. 30% of the Masters rounds he's played in, he's been in the lead. If you go into the next top 5 categories, he's done that for 40% of the time. So inside the top 5, 40% of his rounds around Augusta, we know what his track record is here. Obviously, 2 wins in the last 3 years. In between the 2 wins, he finished 10th, but that was when he lost like 4.5 strokes putting. So hopefully that doesn't happen again. At the Houston Open, he putted out of his mind. Maybe he can find himself inside the top 5. Now, Scotty Scheffler hasn't necessarily played the greatest golf entering the week. When it comes to the ball striking front, we can chat more about him in the DFS side of things, but that's the bet number 1. I'm going to be going with Scotty Scheffler top 5, minus 115, and you're going to take on those dead heats. I think that's a little way more expensive if you're taking Taj paid in full for the top 5. I like to take the dead heats on when it's negative odds. So Scotty Scheffler, top 5, minus 115. We're taking a look at Rory McIlroy. It's a fun bet. And I think the pressure is just far too much for Rory to kind of succeed this week. So I'm going to rock and roll with a Rory McIlroy first round leader, 16-1, and go grab those 5 places each way because Rory McIlroy has finished inside the top 5 on Thursdays of a major in 25% of his last 31 starts. So 1 in every 4 starts, he's inside the top 5 after a Thursday at a major. So you're getting 16-1 to win the first round, and you're also getting him at 4-1 for a top 5, which he's done basically 1 in every 4 times. So I think that's a very fair bet for one of the more popular guys. He's also never won the Masters, never played that great over here. You know, it's a good way to attack his market, which is very, very strictly priced right now. So I think Rory McIlroy, top first round leader, top 5 in first round, is a great way to go. Then Ludwig Oberg is going to be a top 10 bet for me at plus 150. If you take a look at what Ludwig did last year, his best around the green metrics, Kenny, was plus 0.15, 0.2 strokes around the green. And around Augusta, you have to have a deft touch. And he had his best career putting performance in his debut of his very first major. He had his career best putting performance. So I think with the around the green issues that he's got in the majors, it's been brutal. I think he lost about 7.5 strokes in the majors last year. It's going to keep him outside the top 5 this year. You know, unless he has another career putting performance, which is very unlikely. I think a top 10 at plus 150.
Or he just hits every green.
Well, you can. But, you know, it's also fucking Augusta, baby. This is a beast of a golf course. So he's got some scar tissue, especially around Amen Corner over there. So we'll see what he gets up to. Colin Morikawa hasn't won a major in a hot minute. Been struggling on Sundays. But I like him for a top 5 at plus 300. We've mentioned the bet for Colin Morikawa 14-1 for a top 20 in all 4 majors. That's down to 9-1 now. So I would probably still go there if you're looking for some long-term action for a top 20 in all 4 majors for Colin Morikawa at bet 365. But if you're just looking for this week, a top 5 at plus 300 is Colin Morikawa's calling card. He has been sensational with the top 5. So it's just been really, really impressive for Colin Morikawa. And if you take a look at his major track record since 2021, he's been inside the top 20 in all 4 of his Masters appearances. So if you're looking to kind of take some serious juice on the negative side of things, you can bet that top 20 if you want to lay that. He's done it pretty much 4 straight times, 5 straight times. It's been really impressive from Colin. So give Colin Morikawa a top 5 bet for plus 300. He's been flirting with that top 5. I think he's going to be right around the top of the leaderboard this week, and plus 300 seems like a fair option. John Rahm, top 10, plus 115. Plus 115, basically even money. If you're looking for John Rahm, he's been finishing inside the top 10 pretty much every single time he tees it up on Liv. He's been finishing inside the top 10 every single time he tees it up on the DP World Tour, and his last finish in a major was a top 10. So John Rahm is just a top 10 juggernaut when it comes to Liv and majors. It's just really what he gets up to the last little while. So those are some bets that I would suggest to play if you're looking to kind of sweat out the best bets at the top of the board. We'll get into a couple more later on after Kenny gives us his outrights and other situations for this week.
So my first outright for this week. And here's the thing. I haven't bet these numbers yet. I am going to wait until Monday to see if there's any drift. So this is who I'm thinking of betting. Most of these will be on my card come Wednesday night when I post it out on X. But I am going to wait until we're recording this Sunday evening. I'm going to wait until Monday to see what these numbers sort of go to because I don't think I can bet all of these guys if their numbers are the same as they are now. So I am hoping for some drift on some of them, and I think we can get it. My first one's going to be Xander, 18-1 with 8 places. I mean, look, last year Xander was where Rory was, 7-1, 8-1, right? And he's coming into this event with a great Augusta track record. You know, like you said, course history is super important. 4 top 10s, including a second and third. Gained the most strokes ever in his career with his irons at the Valspar, which is the last event that he played. This, of course, is a second shot course. Padraig Harrington once said that, like, great golfers, like not the elite of the elite, but like good, great golf, like really solid, great golfers, like Padraig was, in his prime. They have a 2 to 4 year window where they win the majority of their big time events. That is where, this little window is where the majority of all the big wins for guys who are great, good to great professional golfers get their wins. And I think we're in that window for Xander right now. 2-time major winner last year. I think the 18-1 is an amazing value for a guy who's obviously back from his injury. You worry a little bit about his driving, right? It hasn't been the best so far this season, but over a long sample size, he's one of the best ball strikers there is in this field. Okay. But the thing is, his irons have been locked. They were really good the last time out. Of course, history, solid. Number, I think it's a great value. I think I'm actually going to bet this one now before the numbers shift. I don't know. What do you think? You think you get drift on that? Do you think people are going to bet Xander this week? I don't think so.
The thing with him, I don't think so either, because it's like the rust. The rust factor is so hard with him, so.
He's played a bunch. I'm not worried about that at all. Like you said,
he's played a bunch, but he hasn't played well. He's
gained out. Well, you finished 12th last time out at Valspar, right? I mean, it's not horrible, and he gained almost 12 strokes with his irons. You got to think at some point in time it's all going to come together. And for me, I think the value of that number is there. Mm-hmm. And if you think that people aren't going to bet him, maybe I'll wait. Maybe I'll wait and see if I can get a better number, like a 20, or because you can get 20 right now with 5 places. I want the 8 places. And so
I like the 8-place market for
maybe you can get 25 or something like that. You know what I'm saying? If his number drifts. So we'll see. Maybe I'll wait a little bit to bet him. The next guy is going to be Brooks Koepka, 28-1. This is more of a long-term play. I've talked about this before with Koepka. I put $50 on Koepka at every major. Is what I'll do. He's always going to be 20 to 30 to 1. All right. He's the most prolific major winner of our current time. Right. And so I've done it since his last win, 2023 PGA Championship. It's been 6 majors since then. He hasn't won any of those, but I have 14 more. I said in 5 years, you go ahead and put $50 on Koepka at every major. All right. I think he's going to win 1 out of the 20. Like if he wins 1 out of the 20 and his number is usually 20 to 30 to 1, right? You're going to at least break even. Is the way that I see when I make a Koepka bet at a major, right? And so, that's at worst. I think you can get him at 35 to 1 this weekend. I think people aren't going to bet him either. He might get up to 40, right? You get a 40 to 1 Koepka at a major. I mean, shit, you gotta fucking, I feel like you have to bet it. So that's one bet. This one, I'm not sure. The next one, it's somebody that's on my list. And if he gets to 40, I think I might have to play him as well. Right now, Patrick Cantlay is 33 to 1 with 8 places. The reason I like him is because his iron game has been unbelievable here in his last 5. His strokes gain approach in his last 5. He's gained 4.4 at the AT&T, 3.5 at the Genesis, 3.3 at the API, 2.4 at the Players, and then a shot and a half, 1.5 at Valero. Short game of strength. Been in the lead on the back 9 at Augusta. I think in the same vein as Xander, where people didn't think that he could win, he's a talented guy. I think at some point in time, he should be able to contend, maybe even win a major. I think the Masters would be a good one. You saw him, I think it was the year Tiger won, or maybe it was the year after, that he was in the lead on the back 9. He sort of, shit the bed like a lot of golfers do at the back 9 at Augusta. But if you could get him at like 40 to 1, I don't know if I'll do it at his current 33 to 1 with 8 places. But if I can get 40 to 1 with 8 places for him, and you get the 1/5 of that, so you get like 8 to 1 or something like that for a top 8. That's pretty good numbers. Right, for the each way. But I'm probably not going to get there with Cantlay unless it gets to 40 to 1. But one guy I am going to bet at 40 to 1 with 8 places is Russell Henley. Dave Tyndall. He does a trends piece. He was on Pat Mayo's show this past week. He's been very, he actually was the leading point getter in his piece. And Dave is a really well-respected handicapper across the pond. He does this trends piece every year, and the guys who are usually near the top of his trends piece do very, very well. But I mean, that's not the only reason. He's been very successful at the majors the last couple of years, including a fourth at Augusta a couple of years ago. I think he had a couple of other top sixes, last year. So that he can perform at a major. In his last 3 events, he's gained 21 strokes on the field tee to green. With a win. He's coming in hot. Like really hot. And then, his iron play, his short game, very, very good. He's definitely going to be one of my bets at 40-1. I might even bet that today. I don't know. He might run a little bit of steam because he's been playing so well. We'll see about that. My next one, it's going to be Sepp Straka at 50-1 with 8 places. I think he's been one of the 5 best players on the PGA Tour this season. His run, he's had a bunch of really, really strong finishes. His iron game has been elite. I like the way, super elite, gaining 4 more strokes in the majority of his events, since in his last 8 played, right? He's had a lot of top finishes. He's had a win. I think he was 41st in his maiden attempt at Augusta, 16th last year. The guy has big wins. I think the next step for him is major contention. And I think it can happen this week. I think he's literally one of my favorite plays. He was going to be my hustler play of the week. And Mike, I'm going to have to change this when we get to it. But he was going to be my hustler play of the week. I do think he's going to be popular. The more I see who's around him in price in DFS, I think he's going to be too popular to be a hustle play of the week. My hustle play of the week is going to try and be a low-owned guy that, can get you a GPP, and I don't think he's going to be single-digit owned. So I'm going to adjust that sort of mid-fly. So, Mike, if you make graphics for that, I apologize. But that's why
I don't know, Kenny.
I
think he might be single digits this week.
You think? Okay, that's who I would like to make it. But we'll talk about that when we get to it, and we can make a decision
help
when
Mike
we get to the DFS part.
Too.
Yeah, when we get out to the DFS part. The rest are good. Oh, the rest are going to be long shots. Basically, I'll look at Sergio. If I can get him at 80-1. Or worse or better. Right now he's 66-1 on my book with 8 places. I don't know if I'll go there at that number. I want to get to 80. And this is basically for my bankroll. So I know it's a major. I'll probably go over my bankroll just a little bit, but I ain't trying to go fucking crazy, right? When it comes down to it, because bankroll management, of course, is super important. But if I can get
Except if it's the fucking Masters. Go fucking crazy.
I guess.
I'm betting everybody this week. Everybody. Small amounts, but everybody.
Yeah. But okay, here's the thing about Sergio. He's actually first in scrambling on Liv this year, 4th in greens and regulation. For the year, 2nd in fairways hit. Top 20 in driving distance. He's had what is he at? 3. He's had 6 at Riyadh. He won Hong Kong. He came in 3rd in Miami. He's playing really good golf. So I like him. Probably if I can get him at 80-1 with 80 places, we shall see if that number comes.
I'm going to hijack you, Kenny. Go ahead. Hijack your Sergio bet there. I bet him at 100-1 already, and he was -7 on the par 5s this week at Miami at Doral.
Yeah.
So par 5 scoring at the Masters is important. He's won the Masters before, so he's checked that box in 2017. Love what Sergio's been up to. And you can get him 80-1 with 5 places each way, which I know is not your jam, but there's a big number out there still for a guy that's got some pedigree around you.
Yeah, I do like Sergio. I like Patrick Reed too. I bet him 100-1 to win, because that number was out there. It's dropped a lot. Yeah. Right now, I'm saying 50-1. I don't know if I do it for 50-1. But I got him at 100-1. If you can get a higher number, 80-1 or better. And that's with no each way. So we'll see how that goes. The guy has been playing solid golf. He had finished top 10 this week in Miami. He came runner up in an Asian Tour event a few weeks ago. So the guy's playing a lot of golf around the world, trying to get into these majors. I like that him and Sergio seem to be doing that. Not just playing live, they're getting like other reps in, which is good. And I do like that. I sort of like the number hasn't been out yet, but I like Pendrith for top debutant. I like him for top debutant. If you look at the debutantes that are playing this week, give me a second. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, let me try and share my screen if I can for you.
Oh, do you have it? That'd be great.
Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, clear, get blanks. All right, so
yeah. So these are yours. So you got Maverick, McNeely, Davis, Thompson, Detry, Rye, Pendrith, Højgaard, Cantor, Gracerman, Echeverria, Thurston Lawrence, Brian Campbell, and Hiroshi Tai. I do not know who Hiroshi Tai is.
No idea who it is.
but I like Pendrith. I think he's had a top 20 at a major in the past. He hits the ball a long, long way. He's won on tour. He's a proven tour winner. The last time he played, he had a nice solid top 5 finish. Where is he? What is he? $6,700 this week? Why
$6,700. Yep.
Yeah. And so, the iron game's solid, really good on par 5s. Again, he hits the ball long, which is always going to help. At Augusta, he's top 25 in strokes gained tee to green in the last 24 rounds in this field, and this is like one of the best fields you're going to see when it comes down to the Masters strength of the field. Let's see how he is in the last 100. In the last 100 rounds, he is. Where are you at, Taylor? He's 42nd in tee to green, so it goes down a little bit. But again, I like his length. I like his par 5 prowess. I like the fact that he's already won on. Of course, he won on tour recently with a good finish. I wasn't at the Players where he finished top 5.
Well, Pendrith,
yeah, or was it Valspar? Oh,
he's been finishing inside Texas Children's Open.
Houston.
Finished
it was
5th.
Houston.
Pebble Beach,
Houston.
Farmers Insurance, both top 10s as well.
And now here's the thing, Houston. That's what I was thinking. Houston. They tried to mimic Augusta as much as possible. He did finish the top 5. So I like him as top debutant. I don't know what his number will be. I haven't seen him out yet. But he is like 125-1 with 8 places right now. We'll see. If that number can drift to like 150 or something and I can afford him, I will definitely be looking at that. And then I like Charles Schwartzel, 200-1 with 8 places. 3 top 15s in his last 3, including runner-up in Miami, first in putting and scrambling on Liv this season, top 10 at Augusta 3 years ago, and he's made 4 of his last 5 cuts at the Masters. So that's going to be the grouping where I'm going to be looking for my bets. I have my final card out on Wednesday on X at Kendo VT. You got some other bets for us here, Byron?
I do, buddy. I do. So right off the top rope here with Schwartzel, plus 125 for a top 40. Ties paid in full. Ties paid in full, or plus 150 for the dead heat option. You're taking a look here. We've got 1, 2, 3, and a T50 in his last 6. He's really doing some good stuff. Played really nicely at Doral the last time he was out there. So that's good to see in that department. Then I'm going to go all the way using my tools, scooting over to the best bets at the Masters. So in the last 5 years, if you filter on the Masters tournament over here, Patrick Reed, top 20. He's returned you, if you were looking to bet $100 every single time he played the Augusta, he would have returned you 356 bone hairs in that department, having lost it only one time in 2022. He is now currently plus 185. I grabbed him with 4 units to win at plus 210 in the Model Maniac Patreon. So I am a big believer in Patrick Reed this week. I think, look at this course, Rick. This course history is insane for him. And he did some good stuff last week. If you're taking a look at Scotty Scheffler, obviously you don't want to be betting him at those ridiculous odds, but take a look at Colin Morikawa. He's been really, really impressive in this top 20 market here, having finished 4 times inside the top 20. So you can find all different types of situations in this tool over here, and I have a couple more for you. I've got some of the worst bets at the Masters. Has been a Rory McIlroy top 20. He's only cashed that thing 2 of the last 5 times. Taking a look at Bryson DeChambeau. Just by the way, looking at top 5 bets, boom, look at this situation for Bryson. He's never finished inside the goddamn top 5 at the Masters ever. His very
his
first
worst
time
major.
It's his
by
worst
far.
major. Absolutely his worst major.
But 6 last year.
Yes.
What's his
And
best finish?
Kenny, I will tell you now, based off of what I took a deep dive at, if you're looking at Bryson DeChambeau, he gained a casual 8.5 strokes in his very first round and then lost strokes in his weekend performances each round. So when the course was soft, now it might be a little bit more wet this week. You'll see what happens. But I'm a big fan of fading Bryson. And then when it comes to Justin Thomas, I think he's going to miss the cuts. I'm going to scoot over here to Justin Thomas's situation, filter on the everybody's in the tool. Going to zoom out a touch over here while I'm doing this and make sure that I can show you exactly what's gone on in Justin Thomas's world over the last little while. There's JT. Let's take a look at what he's been up to over the last little bit. At Augusta, he's missed the last 2 cuts. So Justin Thomas to miss the cut is plus 360 this week. He's missed the last 2 cuts at Augusta. He missed 2 cuts last year at the Masters and the US Open. He missed 3 cuts in 2023. And after he won the PGA Championship, missed the top 20s there quite religiously. But lately, in his last 8 majors, he's missed 5 cuts. Like, he's got a major bugaboo going on right now. So I think plus 360.
But don't you think that a lot of those majors were happening when he was at the low point of his career, like when he was playing really, really poorly? It looks like he's back, right? I mean,
wasn't he playing better towards the end of 2023? You know what? I'm gonna completely argue against you. I'm gonna just go and click more buttons, and we just pull up here. Here's Justin Thomas. If we take a look at what he's been up to the last little while, if we go to his recent performances, we can go to 2023. What his major issue was in 2024, right? Justin Thomas entering 2024. Yeah, missed those cuts. 2022 missed those cuts. So we can go to his major situation, figure out the majors, get out of Schwartzel's stuff here, go Thomas, Justin, and see how he's done in all of his tournaments over that period of time. So in 2024, 2023, he was still finishing very nicely. He wasn't missing cuts, wasn't playing terrible. You can see he was playing fine. Top 20, top 10s, couple missed cuts. He wasn't playing consistently well.
He wasn't. He wasn't playing very well.
But still okay, Kenny. Like, there's an 8th, there's a 21st, there's a 5th, there's all T2 at the Zozo. I guess that was after the case. But if you're taking a look at his recent performances this year, it's still okay. There's a couple more high upside things, but he's got some really bad rounds in there as well. And I think what we do know is that we saw him play shit at the Valspar in 1 round. We saw him play shit at the Players in 1 round. Like, he's just completely lost the plot in a single round. Like, his consistency, the reason he was in contention in both those tournaments is because he had a crazy performance in the next round after a poor outing on Thursday. So he's getting off to some slow starts. And if you get off to a slow start around Augusta, you got to chase on Friday, you could land up missing the cut. Now, it's plus 360. It's obviously not very likely it's going to happen, but I fancy that as an option. Wyndham Clark, another miscut potentials guy, plus 150 to miss the cut this week. This dude has been pathetic in majors. He's got 1 top 20, Kenny, 7 miscuts in 12 major performances.
And 1 win.
What? And the 1 top 20 is the US Open Championship that he won. Like, what the fuck was that about? So I have no idea what he's going to get up to this week. He's a big fader of the golf ball around a golf course that requires a massive hook. I don't mind plus 150 for a Wyndham Clark miscut.
Yeah, I don't see. I like that bet, but I did see him hitting a lot of draws the last time he was out. Where I think was it 2 weeks ago
At
at
Houston,
Memorial.
sure,
Yeah.
but you can hook a golf. I can go out there and hit massive ropey hooks around Houston. As long as you're carrying it over all the bunkers and things, you're fine. Augusta's a different beast.
I think he was working on it because for Augusta is what it looked like to me.
Yeah.
Because of course he usually hits that fade, and so it didn't even really need to be hitting draws. It's obviously he was practicing for Augusta. That doesn't mean I think he's going to play well, but it looks like he was trying to put that work in.
Yeah, and then I have a Victor Hovland 40-1. I think it's 35 out there now. I'm just using the same principle as the Valspar when he was 80-1 to win the Valspar. Victor Hovland's got multiple top twos at majors. This guy's been flirting with victory. I mean, he could have almost won the PGA Championship the year Brooks won 2 years ago. He just hit into the lip of that bunker, man. Like, he was so close. And Victor Hovland, if you take 3 of the last 4 times he's been around Augusta, he's actually gaining a fraction of strokes around the green, which is his biggest bugaboo. He typically steps it up in the majors when it comes to chipping. So around Augusta, he's been okay. Could absolutely bite you, but at 35-1, if you're looking for someone that can really have upside, there's not that many guys that are really providing you with that option other than Victor Hovland, you know. So I know his best finish is only 7th, but, you know, he's had multiple top 30s in the last little while. So it's a nice number. I'm also looking to kind of get into Rory. I know I haven't bet that yet. I'm just waiting to see what happens. I'm so skeptical, Kenny. This week is the weirdest week. I just don't
What
believe
bet are you talking about? Rory outright?
to win. Yeah, I've just bet these. I bet Sergio and Victor at 100-1 and 40-1. So maybe I'm sitting at 5.5x. It is what it is, you know. Like it's the Masters. I'm gonna have some fun. Scotty not playing the greatest. Rory, you know, like, he's playing very, very good going into this year. It's his 4th best ever track record he's had entering the Masters through January, February, March in his like 16 or 17 Masters appearances. Now, those years didn't quite pan out that well, but everyone around him isn't necessarily playing the greatest at the moment. So I'm tempted to catch a 7 if Rory kind of drifts a little bit. We'll see. But I bet him I bet him 3 times this year, Kenny. He's won twice. If I don't bet him this week, he's going to win. If I do, he's probably not. So I don't know what to do.
I can't do it. I couldn't do it. And I do want to talk about Rory and Scheffler. Do you have more bets?
No, we can jump into. I will have a lot more bets on my show when I have all the books, all the odds on Back 9 Bets at 7 Eastern on Mayo Media Network live. Hit that live tab, 7 Eastern on Mayo Media on Tuesday.
Since we're recording this on Sunday, can I come on your show?
Absolutely, dude. Come on over.
Maybe I'll come on and get a little bit more updated on the bets and stuff like that, and we can go over and have a little bit of fun on your show on Tuesday.
We actually have Byron's audio feed is going through all of our Fantasy Golf Degenerates audio feed. I guess that goes out through the podcast now. So yeah, so great. You'll always keep in touch with him. So if you hop on his show, it's even better.
Yeah, I'll hop on Tuesday, since Byron didn't mind. Let's go to our DFS blood, sweat, and tears for this week, and let's talk about Rory and Scotty. Like you said, there's issues with these, and it also comes to the like the betting without market. I'm not doing that this week. I'm betting regular markets. I'm not fucking with the betting without, and the reason why would be, okay, for Scotty, there's only been 3 golfers to ever win back-to-back Masters. Their names are Tiger Woods, Jack Nicklaus, and Nick Faldo. Those are the only 3 golfers that ever won back-to-back Masters. Now, he had a good showing, at the Houston Open. I think, what did he finish 2nd, right? Scotty did. And his iron game's been looking good. It looks like he's back to fruition. It would shock me if he went out and won. Hell no. It would not shock me. But I think it's a good calculated risk to not bet him, and I'm not playing him in DFS. I'm also big. Go ahead, Brian.
Neither me. He has an eclipse ball striking, Kenny. When he was leading into all of these majors, 2024, 2023, he had multiple tournaments where he was averaging 2+ strokes ball striking per round. He hasn't had better than 1.9 this year. And the T2 at the Houston was all putter related. Now, in 2022, when he won the Masters, he was having similar ball striking, didn't quite eclipse that 2+ mark per round, but he'd won twice. Like he just figured he hasn't won yet. I understand that he's finding his groove and might have just found it at the Houston. But I think he has to find his fastball this week still. He doesn't have it in his pocket right now. He's looking for it. And at the prices and the odds that he's at, I can't get there at all on him right now. He's overpriced given his form. It's course history that's going to really carry all of that weight.
And I can't get behind Rory either. I mean, like you said, the mental aspect of this tournament and to go through it. I mean, you know, when he was 21 years old, he had the fourth worst. You know, it was the fourth biggest lead blown after a 54-hole lead. So he was 4 strokes up when he was 22 in 2011, going into the final round and finished 15th.
Yeah,
he was in the
so
lead.
Bad.
4 strokes. 4 strokes in the lead going into Sunday and finished 15th. So this has been, you know, a brain.
That's Keith Mitchell stuff.
Yeah, this has been like in his head since he was 21 years old. He's had multiple other chances at this event. He knows that it's to get the Grand Slam, you know, and to really cement himself as one of the greats. Again, like Scheffler, if he did it, would I be shocked? No, I would not. And I would actually be happy for him. It would be nice to see. It would be good for golf to get it done. I just can't bet that, and I can't play him in DFS. So those are the guys. I'm not going to play those guys. And then Mike, I'm sorry. I made another adjustment on the fly. I'm changing my cash game cornerstone. It was going to be Oberg, but I'm blaming you, Byron. Your talk on Oberg earlier sort of made me double think about it, and I'm going to go Morikawa instead as my first cash game cornerstone. The guy's 4 straight top 10s at Augusta. Obviously, he hasn't been able to win, but he's been having really strong finishes. Probably been the third best player, probably the 4th best player in the world in the last 12 months. But he hasn't had a win. This is DFS. You know, he's $10,400. I'm playing him in cash. You don't need a win. Give me a top 5 from him and be just fine. I got no problem with that. So I'm going to go ahead and use him as my first cash game cornerstone in the 10K range. I'm either going to play Oberg or Rahm in GVPs. It's going to be one of the two. Oberg, for me, it seems like this course is suited for his game. I think he's going to win multiple Masters. With his driving ability and his ball striking ability, I think that he will be a multiple Masters champion. But like you said, his short game has been really piss poor here in the last, I'd say, 6 months or so.
His career, man. He's just never chipped well.
It's been really bad here recently. Like he's like 80th in this field. And again, there's only 96 golfers in this field. And, 15 of them, you can't even really play.
They walking bag of bones.
Yeah. So, And so we'll talk more about that when it comes to the cut, because the cut is top 50. So you could be a little bit more aggressive. And that is what I'm doing in cash. I got 10K, 9K, 8K, and a punt play, like a really cheap 6K play. And that's a strategy I'm using in cash because, like I said, not many people are going to be cut. I think the 66 number is going to be sort of high, but I want the upside that these guys bring that I'm going to have in that lineup. But let's get back to GPPs. Oberg. We talked about it. I think he's going to win multiple. I like him a lot. And I think Rahm has a lot to prove, right? I think Rahm has a lot to prove. And he seems like the type of guy, sort of Koepka-esque, where, he knows he has to prove himself. He sort of comes through most of the time. Like, I trust him in those situations. He's a top 10 in every event in Liv. He's the best Liv golfer there is out there. I like him, and I think, of course, you might be able to get reduced ownership with him being in Liv, maybe 12%, maybe 15%, something like that. I think Oberg would be a little bit more highly owned, so maybe I am leaning a little bit more towards Rahm here. So Morikawa in cash, Rahm in GPPs. Who do you like?
Yeah, I think I'm going to be putting Morikawa in at least half of my GPP lineups. I don't like him to win this tournament, but I think I can find the winners somewhere at the bottom. You know, like the next 5 guys might win this thing. He's going to finish second to them. Like a lot of the time, you know, like that's just what he does. And I like Jon Rahm's consistency as well. They're both these two dudes that are just really playing good golf right now, but neither of them can win a freaking golf tournament at the moment, man. I know Rahm again today at freaking Doral, +2 in round 4. Like the Olympics meltdown. Like he just can't get over the line. Since going and putting on that Letterman jacket, it's been a problem for the man. So love the consistency. He's going to be in the mix, but is he going to get across the line? We don't know.
Yeah, that's why we don't bet him. That's why we don't bet him when we play him in DFS. The better fish bets, right?
30 to 50 on the betting board, powered by coolbet.com. Again, opt into that Canadian Open giveaway if you live in Canada, outside of Ontario. And boom, you can win a trip to come see us live, along with a Canadian Open experience, Blue Jays experience. All details down in the description right now. Neiman is 33. We just talked about Spieth. He's also 33. Cantlay's 40. Your boy, Fleetwood, is 40. Victor is 40. Lowry is 40. Henley, Min, Lee, Tyrrell, Atten, and Cam Smith are all 50. And so is Will Zalatoris, also coming in at 50 on the odds board at CoolBet right now. This morning, I was waiting for the number to materialize. I was looking around. It was 33 or 35 or 37. And then boom, thanks to our good friends at CoolBet, I saw the 40 there. I made a significant wager on Shane Lowry to win the Masters.
Yeah.
You're not sold. You don't like that at all, do you?
No, listen, it's just one of those things. I got my own guy that seems like he can't win tournaments.
The guy, he's won a major. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but it's the same thing. Like the guy just seems to struggle late in like everything works. He was a major darling on the betting board a year ago, and it seemed like every major. He's a lovely player, a fantastic player. It's like he just seems to not know how to hit putts on Sunday. He's as good of a bet as any, and this thing's wide open when the top doesn't win. I'm just like, I'm not like running to find myself a best number on it.
I was hoping
I think he'll be popular. I don't think he'll not be popular. A lot of people, yourself included, who I have great respect for, are going to make an outright Shane Lowry bet. I don't know. There wasn't really much in that 40 to 60 that like does it for me. I don't know. Feel like someone's like neutered me or something.
Well, this part of the odds board's a little bit different. We'll get some drift on this. I would expect Lowry's number to get crushed. I know I'm not the only person who's going to be on this. And Henley at 50 right now, I could see him being 35 by the time they tee off.
You may well have to bet Henley after I laughed at it. I like Henley at 50 more than Lowry at 40.
I don't. Maybe this is the year Henley can finally put it all together, but just even taking a look at Lowry's Masters history, it works out really well. And if you just look at Henley's tee to green numbers, they're amazing. He's been making his putts. He's been a top 5 player in the world in 2025. That's undeniable. That's just based on his results and statistics and watching him play. But with Lowry, he has the major championship experience. I do equate Opens to the Masters, and I think that those skill sets do translate a little bit. And over the past 2 Masters, there's only been a handful of players that have gained over 3/4 of a stroke per round with their driver. Bryson, Cam Young, Ludwig, Rory, Scotty, Min, Mathieu Pavon, Ben An, Rahm, Neiman, Straka, and Lowry. Those are the entire list. So when you take back and take a look at Lowry's past 3, he didn't struggle off the tee last year. He gained, but it was only 0.6 of a stroke, 4.6 and 5 the 2 years before that. He had a bad Masters last year. He lost 8 strokes putting. Ludwig gained 8 strokes last year. He lost 8 strokes on the green. And it was by far his worst putting performance of his career. It actually tied Jeff with the worst putting performance of his career. Minus 7.8 strokes lost on the green. Do you know the other tournament he lost 7.8 strokes putting in?
No, unless I mean, I see a few ugly ones there. I just ran into that Masters you're talking about, so you can just say no one needs to watch me scroll.
It was at Firestone in the 2009 WGC Bridgestone, a tournament that he would win at Firestone just a couple of years later. So one bad year of putting doesn't necessarily equate to another bad year of putting. Not that Shane Lowry's a great putter by any means, but he has gained in 4 of his last 6 starts on the greens at Augusta. He's gained over 4 strokes on approach in 3 of his past 5, and then over 4.6 strokes in 2 of his past 3. He has the right game for Augusta. Can he get it all together? I mean, that's really the big question here, but he has a top 5 at the Masters already. He's a former major champion, and he's just been lingering on leaderboards. He was 2nd at Pebble Beach. He was 7th at Bay Hill. He was 8th at the Valspar. He was 20th at the Players, and that was a rally back at the Players to get it in. He was 11th at Honda. Like, he's having a good year. It's not great, but all of his form fits. He's driving it really well right now. The approach play has been awesome. We know how lights out he is around the green. He doesn't have to gain 8 strokes putting. He just needs to gain 2 strokes putting and do everything else he does well. Out of all the guys in this range, he's the one in form with the right skill set to me to win the green jacket. And it'd be a big green jacket too. He's a big man. He'd fit into it like I fit into this one.
I would be thrilled for him. You made a great case. Listen, I got no bets. So, and I can be talked in. You made a good case. I'm not like running. God forbid the guy gets 33 to 1 or something.
You know what? I'm going to ask my friends at CoolBet to boost him up to 45 or 50 for me. How about that?
Yeah, listen, that's you made a very strong case. I'm only going to make one annoying counter. It's actually really unfair, but it's the only in just trying to play devil's advocate on the form. It's he's world renowned, the greatest Florida golfer ever. So, he's always seemingly coming into the Masters with really good form. Okay. No one gains more strokes in Florida than this guy. So, the runway is always great. And it's, greater than great. Those are strong events. That's 7 AP, 20 players. He sniffed. I bet you, I mean, it's all a blur because it blurs together. There were a couple of those tournaments where he was sniffing at the top probably for a bit of it too.
At API he was. I would wager that Corey Connors over the past few years has more strokes gained in Florida.
Okay. He's
or Scotty Scheffler, who just wins a bunch of tournaments in Florida.
No, but I think it's factual about this guy in Florida. I heard it on a broadcast this season. Now their stats could be 3 years old.
You mean the same broadcast that are world-class putter Corey Connors on the scene?
No, the same broadcast Smiley Kaufman. Oh, this shot looks great. Right on line. 30 yards short right.
I would give them a pass for Valero on Sunday because the winds were howling and the wind would just crush it. I can give you strokes gained in Florida. We have that on Fantasy National. I'll just look up Florida.
That's probably we probably named the 3 players. Who else might be?
Straka's probably up there as well.
Oh yeah. Okay.
It's Scotty Scheffler, and it's not remotely close. It's more than a stroke.
Close to God tier. God tier.
And then it's Hatton, Bryson, Lowry, Clark, Henley, Rory, Connors.
Great group. I guess something you get into later, you might say bet both. But Straka doubled the odds of Lowry.
I mean, I'm not opposed to Straka, but I equate, and maybe it's my own biases about it, and maybe I should equate Henley more as the poor man's Morikawa, or the same as Morikawa, because their stats look awfully similar. But I would put Henley in the Straka tier to me. I think Lowry's a better player than these guys.
Okay. Putting a smiley face. There wasn't red ink yet through Lowry because everything lead up is too good. I just wasn't, when you said I smashed a guy this morning, it wasn't the name I would have picked.
And you know what? Face. I'm not usually smashing guys in the morning. That's for later on in the day. In the morning, I was all over it.
That's all me. Smiley face, double smiley face. We're gonna swim back. You think that thing can get? You think I'll struggle to see 40s?
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's not 40 at most places right now. It's 35.
Okay, well, if I bet it and he wins, I just gonna have to give the credit to you because I seen a few people, tip him up already. You did that great. Dave Tyndall, I saw has him as one of his winners this week. You did that great trends show with Dave. Always love those trends articles from Dave. So yeah, I think you two won't be the last that I think see put up Shane.
This is
I guess Rory be happy. Rory be so.
Well, when was and think about this,
Rory winning.
Hold on. Buddy. I just gave you my entire why a Canadian has a chance to win due to tarot cards. When was the last time that the Open Championship was at Portrush? And who won?
Well, it was Shane.
It was Shane. And where is the Open Championship this year?
Okay, yeah, sure. It's at Portrush.
And who was the overwhelming favorite and the guy that everyone was behind to win at Portrush?
You're doing it. It was Rory.
And who won? Lowry. Maybe this is just setting up to be the mirror version of that.
Yeah. I'm not giving a third smiley face for that one though. Yeah, it's don't remember where I was going before that, but
let's talk Neiman because Neiman's 33. Those odds are silly. Like
those are raising.
Those
are raising.
Those will be at least 50 by Tuesday afternoon.
Yeah, for sure.
He would break so many trends if he won. Who is the? I mean, I'll have to at Justin Ray at some point to try to figure this out. Who is the last player to win the Masters without having a top 10 in any other major before?
It just doesn't happen. Didn't Willett even do something sprinkly, or would that be it?
I believe Willett was top 10 at the Open before he won the Masters. Yeah, he did
something. Willett sprinkled something in, which gave him a bit of life.
Let's see. The Open. He was 6th at the 2015 US Open Championship, and then he won the next major at the Masters. Even Reed, for years, it's like can't bet Reed. He's never had a top 10 in a major. What does he do? He comes 5th or 3rd at the PGA Championship at Quail Hollow. Boom, wins the next Masters. Maybe that's the angle. Maybe I should go look at the US Open from last year and be like, all right, or the Open Championship and see who did well.
Who did well? You're going to bet on Thirsty Lawrence or Billy Ho?
Thirsty Lawrence, Billy Ho, and Justin Rose.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, Rosie not playing so bad.
I'm locking. I've locked in 2 of those bets, by the way. I'll throw those out now. I'll recap at the end before the odds get smashed. Justin Rose 65-1 first round leader. Patrick Reed 60-1 first round leader.
Obviously, Rory would be happy for Shane, but fuck, that'd be like the buddy you golf with, You play 88% of your rounds with one guy. None of you have made a hole in one. You're having this, not like it's an actual thing, but it is a thing. Where it's who's gonna get it first? And then he makes it. You're happy for him. You got to be happy for him. The adrenaline of it, you're happy for him. But inside, you're I'm fucking dying. I'm dying. Yeah.
Oh, this is fun. Do you know who the back end of the top 10 was at the Open last year?
The back end of Scheffler.
Scheffler was 7th. So it was Xander, Rose, Billy Ho, 1, 2, 2. Thirsty Lawrence was 4th. Russell Henley was 5th. Shane Lowry was 6th. Sungjae, Scotty, and Rahm.
Oh yeah, Lowry had a good week. Got a lot of until the breaks stopped happening. Then he got mad at volunteers or something. But yeah, a lot of names. You mentioned a lot of names that we've spoken nicely about here.
There's one other guy who finished just outside. Maybe he was T10. No, he was T13. Just after the Da Vinci Code. Dan Brown, Adam Scott, and Matthew Jordan were all inside the top 10. There was 2 guys that really popped for me, and one guy in particular. I'm not going to bet him to win because I don't think he's going to win the Masters. But he comes in with 2 top 20s in his past 3 starts. You hate him because you bet on him when he absolutely flamed out at one of these. But played really well at the Masters last year and is back to driving the ball amongst the best guys in the world. It's probably a top 20 bet for me right now.
Ben An?
Ben An, yeah.
Yeah. I got no Ben An top 20s to the moon. Go for it. Yeah, and he's a lovely chipper of the golf ball. He's playing great. He's playing great. I agree. There's probably money to be made in Ben An this week.
Can we just call him the banana stand? Banana stand Ben An. Always money in Ben An.
Yeah, I mean, listen, like Corey Connor is usually the banana stand for me on this show, but like there's always money to be made on that guy usually. But Ben An is kind of like gives a lot of those same vibes.
Byung-Hun An is 4-1 to come inside the top 20. Now, the placement bets, the international bets, head-to-head markets, whatever it is, I'm doing a show tomorrow with Cam and Byron, and we're going to be going all over those sorts of bets, but that's just one that stuck out to me right away.
What's his outright number? I'm just trying to correlate that to what 4-1.
Oh boy, his outright number is 200-1.
Ooh.
I mean, I'll probably bet him 200-1 now that I've brought him up on the show because
you'd probably rather get the placings.
Yeah,
that's top 8.
Yeah. If I get the top 8, well, I believe it's top 10 placings this week. It depends on where it's at. But let's say you get 150-1. The top 5 is 1/5. What's that? 30-1 for a top 10. I'd probably bet that as well, and have maybe he wins. Maybe he chips in 38 times over the course of the week. Who knows? If you ask him not to putt, he's not so bad. But he'll be on the to make the cut parlay. The other piece I was tinkering around with on the to miss the cut parlay, I always generally just do to make the cut, but Max Homa is plus 135 to miss the cut at the Masters.
Oh, let's go.
Like everyone's gonna bet.
Dude, you'll at least brag about CLV. That's gonna be like plus 105 by kickoff. Like get in on that.
It seems
not 105.
It seems
yeah,
so
CLV
easy.
There, get in on it.
It seems so easy that there's no way it doesn't happen. Like he's gonna come 8th or something.
No. I know he pulled this shenanigan last year. Let him cling to it. No. Oh my God.
Is there anyone else in that 30 to 50 range that you like to bet? Because Zalatoris was really the only one that popped out for me as, you know what, maybe. Yep. Or Minwoo.
Yep.
Minwoo. I mean, I'm not opposed to Tim's pick of Cam Smith. I just don't think that he can ever drive the ball well enough to win. Everything has to go right for him. Not only does he need to be the best putter and chipper in the field, he might need to be top 3 in irons to make up for how bad he is at driving the ball. But he's like an auto top. Like if you want to get in the Cam Smith game, first round leader, as Tim mentioned, probably a good one. Top 10 for Cam Smith is probably good too.
Did you say 30 to 50 or 30 to 80?
30 to 50.
Yeah, just behind that, there's a couple that are peaking for me, but really at the end of it, yeah, it's Willie Z, who I'm actually seeing I'm seeing one decent number.
What's the lowest?
Or the biggest I'm seeing is 65.
All right.
Yeah.
I would take whatever the best number is, obviously. But right now he's 50-1 at coolbet.com. Minwoo is very interesting to me because
let's go.
He's had he's played in 3 Masters. 2 of them have been really good. And is he ever going to come in with better form? Like you can have a wayward driver here. Maybe not as wayward as some of his drives, but he's elite enough off the tee when things are going right that he can. I mean, I remember when he drove 3 and 4 putted when I had money on him. He missed the cut that year. That wasn't fun. But other than that, like he's playing pretty well.
I like it. As a guy that's got no bets, and if I try to fill out a card, I could easily see him on it. The biggest I'm seeing there is 60. Drive putt ceiling, like just
Here's something interesting about Zalatoris.
Super discount Bryson, but I guess there's like other guys that are like way bigger numbers. So he's almost like he's like the keg Bryson.
Yeah. Zalatoris hasn't missed a cut so far this season. And in his past 3 starts, Valspar, Players, and Bay Hill, 3.4, 5.1, 4.5 on approach, which is amongst the best players in the field. He's been bad around the greens, and it's Will Zalatoris, so he has some staggeringly bad putting numbers in there as well. The driver hasn't been as in tune as when he had before he put on the 15 pounds, but 4 Masters appearances. 1 was a quick withdrawal with a back injury. So in his 3 Masters appearances, 9th, 6th, 2nd, has gained over 5.5 strokes putting twice and has gained in 2 of the 3 times around the green. Never lost off the tee. 2.2 has been his floor. he has the right game for this. I don't know if this is the year, but it's going to come for him.
Do we need like it to be one of the harder installments for him?
Yes, I think you need like a Hideki -10 year. Although last year was -10 as well, wasn't it?
And the year he finished second, the debutant year was one of the easier years, was it not?
No, you're thinking of the Sungjae Masters. Sungjae played in the Dustin Masters, where the debutants did really well. Zalatoris came second to Hideki.
Oh, okay.
And he was the only debutant inside the top 10. But for whatever reason, the harder it gets, the faster and firmer the greens get, Will Zalatoris plays better. I don't know if his game is quite there this year based on the track record that we've seen, but he's been better than maybe his results have shown.
I could be potentially willing to go there, but you highlighted the names in this tier that I could be a sucker for, and it's Minwoo and it's Willie Z.
Not Henley.
Henley is, I mean, I could be getting like a lot of force-fed Henley. What's the best side? Yeah, 50, 55.
Yeah, and Victor's at 40. Your boys are right there at 40. Tommy and Victor, and Cantlay. Your secret.
Victor is just so
guy.
hard. Oh my god, Cantlay and those putts.
He lined up a 2-foot putt for 3 minutes and missed it.
That's the fucking best and the worst. For a guy that won, like even hearing the way Victor like taught going into the final round, after the final round, it's like golf is beautiful and it's magical, but he's like. I still like he doesn't like feel like guys who win tournaments feel in terms of like where their game is at. So he's still very much like the floor, I think, is still very much there in play with Hovland. But hey,
what do you think's a better bet?
Play the ceiling.
What do you? Well, I mean, you don't have to play the ceiling. That's one fun thing about the Masters. There's so many markets right now. What do you think is a better bet in terms of actually winning money for your ROI? Victor Hovland at 40-1 to win this Masters, or Victor Hovland to miss the cut at, where is it, plus 185?
I mean, sure, if I was forced to make one of the bets, yeah, we're going to miss the cut. And it's probably the smarter play. I don't see myself betting Victor winning this week at 40-1. It's not really registering. It's like a light shade of red. It's not like red. It's not... haven't smashed it out, but it's like a red tint. It's currently around Victor's name. So I guess that leaves the other bet.
They flipped Max Homa from plus 135 to minus 130 already. I think too many people saw it. The best bet on the board might be Nick Dunlap to miss the cut at minus 135. That guy can't drive the ball right now. It's just out of bounds every time. He gained 4.5 strokes through 2 rounds on approach at the Masters last year and missed the cut by a mile.
Any like higher-end players you'd be willing to take a miss the cut like sprinkle at?
Hatton
like
plus
Xander?
Hatton's game has been lost.
Yeah.
Like
he's going to be like 70-1 this week probably in 2 days.
He'll probably end up at like right around 100-1. When you take a look at him, because I can't imagine betting him coming in. Right now, his current form on Liv coming in, after starting the year like hot, the end of last year, I bet him to win the PGA Championship, like as a future bet. I was like, 50-1, great odds. Not bad odds. Coming in 20th, 19th, and 33rd on Liv. This is not good, man.
Yeah, you better get it together in the next month, but it's not my problem this week. But yeah, you could be right. I say 70-80. He could flirt with 100 maybe.
Let's get to that range then.
There will be huge drifts still.
I agree. And you'll see guys go a collection of people. So I think that we've kind of agreed that like people like Henley and Lowry, their numbers are probably going to get worse. And then almost everyone else from that range, if you don't hear their names on a Monday from people who talk about betting on golf, their numbers are probably going to get bigger. Unless it's Spieth. They might just keep Spieth at 33 because they're taking action on it.
I think it's bigger.
Yeah. Like I said, it's probably going to end up being a boost or something like that. But when we move to 50-100, 3 of the future bets that I have in are in this range. And fortunately, Jeff, we got them at much better numbers than they're at right now. We take a look at it. Let's see here. We at 60 to 1 or 55 to 1. Where are we here? 66 to 1 is next. It goes from 50 to 66, which is really intriguing. It's Akshay, who we have a bet in on at 100 to 1 from earlier. He's now 66. Wyndham Clark is 80 to 1. Bobby Mack, I got 150 to 1 on him. He's now 66 to 1. He's going to be another name that people bring up this week, and I would still endorse backing him at whatever the best number is. 66 to 1, sure. If you find an 80, find an 80, whatever it is. I still really like Bobby Mack this week.
Yeah, I think he's going to be really popular. What a great number, 150 to 1. When did you make that again?
The week before the Players' Championship at Coolbet. They were hanging a 150.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. Caught him. Great play.
Great sponsor. They can help me fund my kids' education if Bobby Mack wins.
Well, last laugh to Coolbet. Bum. It's like Bobby checks a lot of it. I'm big on Boccia there. Wyndham, you say you had a Wyndham future?
No, I don't. Just he's next on the board. It's Wyndham, Connors, Day, Finau, Dustin, Reed, Straka are all 80, and then you're into the 100 to 1 plus guys.
That Straka 80, I think in like 2 hours is going to play strong.
Should I bet it?
I just think that's a lot of. I mean, just if this thing's wide open, that's as fair a number as there is on the freaking board, I think.
I tend to agree with you. He has the win already this year. He has the top-end performances. He has a pretty good Masters history. He was one of the few guys who I mentioned who's gaining a ton off the tee at Augusta, and he's almost setting up to be Patrick Reed of this year. The 2018 Patrick Reed kind of feels like Seb Straka this year.
Yeah, I mean, I could maybe get there on Lowry, but I feel like I'd rather bet Straka at 80 than Lowry at 40. But you can bet them both.
Trying to see what the top 10 Straka number is for the placements. He really feels like a guy I'd want placements with. Doesn't he?
Straka, yeah. He could be another banana stand this week.
Let's see. You can play 1/4, 1/5, or 1/8. Let's see where we're at here on Straka. Yeah, if you want to play here's the problem, and they've done this pretty well. If you want to play the 8 places on Straka, his outright number gets cut to 55 to 1. If you want to play 10 places, he's 40 to 1. So they've really sucked a lot of the juice out of that market. Maybe I just bet him at 80 to 1 to win. You know what? You've sold me, Jeff. Seb Straka, 80 to 1. That can't be right. Oh, no, that's a Ben Ann bet. I was like, geez, that's a really poor payout for the amount that I just tried to bet. 125 on Seb Straka, Jeff, pays 10 grand.
All right, let's get it. Let's go.
I'm in.
I'm going to be in too.
All right, that'll be the one bet that we make together for this.
Boccia also. We got Boccia as well.
We do, but we got the future on that. Like especially coming off the miscut, I really don't think I still like him to win. Of course, I bet on him. I don't think I'm going to bet him at 66 to 1. Bobby Mack, I would still be willing to. Boccia, I wouldn't at that number. Is there anyone else from this range? Like I like Reed enough.
Who?
I like Reed, but first round leader seems more sensible for him.
I still might. I mean, I guess if you like him to win the tournament, you're not going to think what I'm about to say is crazy. I think I might bet Reed to be low live. I haven't seen the prices yet, so it's a crazy thing to say. But at his outright price point, correlating it, I'll bet him at near the back of that mid back of that ladder on the live ladder. I think I could do it.
I can get behind that as well. The most profitable bet at the Masters over the past 5 years has been Patrick Reed top 20. It's returned the most money.
Yeah. What's that bit like? Is that an official thing?
Yeah, Byron ran the numbers on it. Like if you would just bet Scotty to win every year, it would have paid less than betting Patrick Reed to come inside the top 20 every year.
Yeah, honestly, I don't want to not that anyone cares what I say, and I've made bets and lines move against me. So, that's a bet that when the script drops, that's when I'll be looking for. I don't do anything this week without thinking about the Masters. It's kind of like Super Bowl week. Like the props, they're just Everything. Doesn't matter what I am doing. Doesn't matter what I'm doing. It's like just on my mind. Can't shake it.
Okay, top golfer by category. I'm trying to find Liv here for you. Low Liv. Where are we at, Low Liv? Low Liv golfer. Patrick Reed in the Liv market is 12-1. You were hoping for more, weren't you?
A little bit, but where does he rank in the market? I mean, it's a 12-man market.
He's 8th on the betting board. Honestly, if I was to bet Low Liv, obviously I like Sergio this week. I like Reed this week. There's a bunch of Liv guys I do like, Rom especially. If I was going to take a gamble on this market, because it's a top 3 each way, I'd bet Charles at 40-1 with the each way. And just, he was 5th here like 4 years ago.
He's 40 for Low Liv?
He's 40-1 for Low Liv. Bubba is last in the market at 66-1.
What does Charles pay to win a Liv event?
Like 80-1?
I don't know. Yeah. That's you'll maybe something like that'll come up with you and Cammy tomorrow.
I think the most interesting market, weirdly, is low debutant this year. Because there's last year we got blessed. We got blessed last year because we had Nikolai, Ludwig, and Wyndham Clark all as debutants last year, who all had like good form coming in. Like, hey, these guys are real dudes. Nikolai was coming off the Ryder Cup with Ludwig. And obviously Ludwig came in second. Nikolai was up there for most of it until the very end of Saturday. And Wyndham Clark missed the cut after trying to call out the Liv guys. And it was kind of hilarious. But this year, do you know who the favorite is in the debutante market? Without looking, just a guess.
No, I'm not looking. I'm trying to think. It's so Detry, Højgaard, Pendrith. Who's really good that I forgot?
Now number
Cantor.
10 in the world rankings is 6-1 as low debutant is Mav McNeely. He's 10th in the world rankings, by the way. That's how illegitimate the world rankings are.
We like that bet?
No, I don't. I feel like this is a bet that you can like go down to. Like it's McNeely, Dietrich, Rye, Davis Thompson, Pendrith, Rasmus, Cantor, Grazerman, Highsmith. You know what? Kevin Yu at 14-1, with the way that his tee to green has been going for him, and he just randomly putts once every 13 weeks. Maybe this is the week. We've seen a lot of bad putters, for whatever reason, be able to putt on these greens. And the rest of his game is good, especially right now.
What's Laurie Cantor?
Laurie Cantor is 9-1. Just thought that was a very interesting market. Again, we'll dig into that more with Cam and Byron. 100-1 plus. At Cool Bet right now, Sergio is still 100-1. If you want Sergio, that's the place to get it. I'm starting to think now that everyone loves Sergio that he probably misses the cut.
No, I'm not. I mean, I'm not betting Sergio to win, but he's not missing the cut.
I mean,
I don't see Sergio missing.
He's missed
the
cut.
He's just
he's missed the cut 6 of the past 7 years.
He is playing as lovely as he's just playing too lovely. I'd hope he doesn't miss the cut. Although some of those fireball outfits, 2 days of those.
You know what was kind of funny? They were showing there was an overrun on Golf Channel for the drive, chip, and putt, which I alluded to earlier. But they section off the boys and girls by age in different colored shirts, and it looked like a live event.
It looked like a live event.
Well, I was like, oh, I didn't realize Sergio was in this wearing his red fireballs outfit. It's like, oh no, it's just some 13-year-old kid.
No, just a 13-year-old kid.
But I'm in on Sergio from way back. I've been pumping this up for a while. If you've been watching this show, you've had your chance to get in on Sergio for the longest time. I got him at 175-1 and 125-1. I have no reason to re-up on that number, but he is still 100-1 on CoolBet if you want to get in. And I've already, I made the case for Lowry. I've been making the case for Sergio. It all lines up. It's on him to actually do it, but it's all there.
I mean, I know you say that. I just... The Bobby Mack one is like, I was out to lunch. Like, I don't, I can still get Sergio if I want to bet him at 100. I don't think I'm going to. I can almost confirm I won't. But I'm missing you on that Bobby Mack one. Come on, Feinberg.
Yeah, $50 to pay $7,500. Winning.
Yeah, that's a great bet. That might be the
The CLV winner of the week?
Yeah, the outright CLV winner of golf Twitter this week. The 150 Bobby that's going to go off at 50, I think. So you mentioned how he's still 60. It's not something I've pulled, but I think he's gonna get shorter.
Yeah, he's still 66 right now at.
Because people still like that. Even a lot of people can bet that with the placings, and they're like happy for that. To get their placings.
I don't mind it. I thought that like 75, 66, 75 was gonna be the number. That's why I was so stunned when I saw it at 150. I was like, well, I'm in, because I would have been in at 75.
Yeah, there it is.
Who
I
like Sergio is the triple digits long shot that I have. Is there any other long shot that you would consider placing an outright wager on?
I'm seeing like 100, 120 on Patrick Reed.
Okay.
And we're on that Liv wagon. It's actually freaking crazy, Pat, to like scroll back, see like Sung Jae 150 to 1 and shit.
He's been
what the hell, buddy?
Bad, man.
I know, and his whole thing is like, sure, he didn't like win a ton or win live up to like the odds boards each week in terms of outright, but like he's like ATM, right? Like that was his thing. He'd always get so lucky, chip ins on weekends. You see him moving. Oh, Willie Wilcox made a fortune this week being the caddy for Sung Jae. I don't know, it's all gone away. I will not be making an outright bet over 100 to 1 this week.
So Sergio is the longest of anyone. I mentioned the Data Golf top 20. Actually, Denny ranks number 20, who I assume is like 3,000 to 1.
Yeah, like I don't know.
So of the other guys, like Denny is like a super long shot. Sergio's number 19. He's 100 to 1. Ludwig is actually number 18. Then it's Bobby Mack and Seb Straka at 16 and 17. And they're the two other lowest guys that you can bet from this range.
I wouldn't bet with someone else's money back here.
Okay.
This week.
So would there be placements? I mentioned Ben Ann as a top 20 bet. He's 200 to 1 outright. I'm not going to bet him to win. Actually, he's only 125. I thought he was double that. I was looking at Cam Young just as the right skill set that he'll just constantly do well at Augusta. And by well, like T18 or something like that. He just has that skill set, and he's playing like better than he was. He's not sniffing any outright bets that I'm going to make, but something to do with him. Would you think about Phil?
Like for a placing? Like what are we talking about here?
Top 10
T20?
Phil to win. 200 to 1.
No, but I do agree that you might be able to catch a number off like a 200 to 1 Cam Young in some.
I don't want the 200 to 1. I want the top 20 associated.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like you want an ancillary of the outright being so high, you might be able to like catch something nice there. I agree. Is sort of what I meant. No, I'm not. I don't think I'm going to be in Phil markets. What was before Berger got hurt and shit? What did he do here?
He was low debutant. That's his best finish. I believe he was 10th in his first Masters, and that's really all that he's done. He really broke my heart this weekend. What a terrible performance he put up. Going into the weekend T5 and finishing 50th or something. If he ended up finishing T30. But at the Masters in his career, he hasn't played it since 2022. He was 10th in his debut and then got progressively worse. 27th, 32nd, 50th miscut.
So yeah, I don't know if you like said like find something off 100 to 1, be Berger, maybe Adam Scott.
Adam Scott has not missed the cut at the Masters in 15 years. So I think my initial base that I'm going to do for the Masters to make the cut parlay, and you can go to Underdog right now and play all three of these guys if you want. Use code Mayo, you get your deposit bonus, and you can throw on the Bryson free pick if you're new to boost it up a little bit more as well. But you can go Ben Ann, Phil, Scott, all to make the cut. That's a starting point, I think. You seem unconvinced or dead. I don't know which.
Yeah, I mean, as you say it here on Monday morning, I got nothing. Like, I agree.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't.
That's all I was.
I like them all to miss the cut.
To make the cut or miss the cut?
Make the cut.
Okay, that pays 3.74 to 1. Those three guys at underdog right now. And there's also a 70% boost. And you can throw on that Bryson free pick and then turn it into 7 to 1 super quickly. So that's going to be one of my official plays. I hope to have one boosted up in the lobby as well. That's a little bit bigger. That pays a little bit more, but that's the base that I'm setting for to make the cut, to miss the cut parlay that's coming later on the week. So reminder to use code Mayo at underdog right now if you want to go check that out and get those free picks and deposit bonuses. And there's still a ton of drafts to go on right now. Majors only draft, rest of the season draft. There's $50,000 to first place, and these things aren't even close to half full yet. So you might get significant overlay, and I have strategy articles up in my newsletter right now if you want to go take a look at that. I think we're at the last guy I wanted to bring up. I don't think he's going to win, but I want to do something with JJ Spawn.
Huh.
I think
when you say do something, what are we thinking about? Like
top 20? He was T23 in his only ever start. He's playing immaculate golf so far this year. He has 2 second-place finishes in his past 4 starts. Like, why not? He's way down the board. And our guy, Michael Kim, if you missed Michael Kim on this show last week, you can go check that out too. But Spawn, look at these numbers from Spawn.
He's been crushing it. He's a flusher. He's a flusher. The biggest outright I'm seeing is 150 to 1. So
200 at Coolbet.
200 at Coolbet. If Ben Am was 4 to 1, he should be around that too, right?
Yeah, and I like him on the make the cut too. I'm just going to try to have my belief in JJ Spawn and hope that works out. Time for the quick picks. I know you don't have a ton invested so far, so I'll start while you gather yourself and try to make it work. I got Justin Rose and Patrick Reed, first round leaders. That's in so far. 60 to 1 for Reed, 65 to 1 for Justin Rose. Shane Lowry, 40 to 1. And Seb Straka, 80 to 1. Those two have been made with the current odds. I'm already in on Bobby Mack at 150, Sergio at 175, and Akshay at 100 to 1. Based on their current number, I would still bet Bobby Mack at 66, and I would still bet Sergio at 100. Probably not going to get to Akshay at 66. I like the 100 a little bit left, a little bit on that end. But that's where I'm at with my bets so far for the Masters. What do you got?
Future Baccia, the bet that's in is Seb Straka. In that middle range, I think Minwoo Lee. I'm probably going to bet 2 of JT, Rom, Xander.
JT?
Like that's where I'm sitting now.
Hold on. You gave me shit about JT. You're going to bet JT?
I don't think at 25 to 1, like of that group, like when we're comparing him to like Morikawa, like him and Xander at the same price, that would be the one guy I would buck the win streak for. I didn't give you shit about JT. It was Morikawa. It was wrapped up in there.
All right, so that's where you're lingering around right now?
Yeah, Rom, Xander, and JT. But as of right now, and I know this might I would laugh at myself even before you guys get a chance to laugh at me. I think I'm going to be underexposed on the outright card.
You say that now. That has never happened before.
Yeah, we'll see. I just don't. I don't think I've ever felt less inclined about anybody on a major show before.
It's fair.
And I don't have this future equity that's already taken up so much money that even though I can laugh at, why do I care about $150 after a good football Sunday in October? I don't even have those bets to fall back on. Chips that fell out of my pocket into futures since football. They don't exist for me right now.
All right.
And they're not showing up. I did a full network sweep of my accounts. Every sports book. Offshore, legitimate, streeter. See if there was some drunken futures in there. Can't find one.
All right. Well, that brings us to the one and done picks. And if you're looking for a printable Masters pool, I have that down in the description. You can just download it, print it off. You want to run a work pool amongst your buddies, whatever it might be. There's a PDF in that link down there right now. If you can just print it off, it's completely free. Go check that out. One and done. I had the best week last week with awful Daniel Berger. He beat your awful Keegan Bradley, who beat awful Justin Rose. So bad week for us at Valero. Lost some cash at Valero. Try to win it back this week. I am going to take John Rahm.
Did Tim take? I guess Bryson.
Yeah, you took Bryson. You know what? I'm actually going to take Rory. I'll take Rory as my one and done. I'll be happy when he wins. I'll win no money, and I'll be ahead of you guys in the one and done when he wins.
Shit. I was gonna do that, so okay, so I'll pivot. John Rahm, just if I'm not taking Rory, I may as well use a Liv bullet.
We will do a more in-depth one-and-done breakdown on the live Wednesday show. That's coming 9 a.m. Eastern Time on Mayo Media Network. I'll again be live, I believe, at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on Mayo Media Network. There will be the final bets, the complete breakdown, the DraftKings picks, the underdog drafts. Then I'll have that Q&A session later on. And there will be the debut of the king of the draft directly after mine, where Spencer and Joel will they're bringing their show over to MMN, and they will be live taking your questions and doing a draft of all of the players for the Masters to get you ready for both DraftKings and your pick'em pools at the very last minute. If you have anything else to tweak, what else are you doing this week, Jeff?
I got a lot of stuff. I agreed to a few things. So just keep an eye on my Twitter if you care about my content. Because if I listed it, I'd forget it. I am super excited though to watch you bink 15K on a cut sweat show this week in a made cut parlay.
The weather is warming up, which means it's almost time to get back onto the course full time. And if you really want to up your game, you can take the lessons, you can improve your game, but if you're stuck with those old clubs, nothing is going to change. That's why you need to head on over to your local PXG store for a fitting, because they make the best golf clubs, period. I just had mine out for the first time on the course at Pinehurst about 3 weeks ago, and it was awesome. The sound my irons make. I have the Gen 7 irons. They have the chrome top, titanium back. They're awesome. Biggest improvement for me has been the Black Ops driver. I'm carrying the ball about 15 to 20 yards longer off the tee. I'm not a huge hitter. I was about 225, 230 carry off the tee with my old driver. Get the new Black Ops driver, carrying it 245, 250. Hell, I had a 270 drive carrying bunkers down at Pinehurst number 4 on my last day. Once I was really starting to heat up with my clubs, it was amazing. It was so easy to get the fitting done, and it was the fastest way that I have found to improve my game to a point where I'm ready to tackle any course at this point. You can too. And for a limited time, you can save up to 20% on your entire order. Head on over to pxg.com/PatMayo. That's pxg.com/PatMayo to save up to 20% on your entire order. pxg.com/PatMayo. Restrictions apply. See site for details. Outdoor golf season is almost here, but is your swing ready? With 126 XGolf locations across 38 states, it's never been easier to dial in your swing year-round. I can speak to this. Going to the simulators all winter long, especially the good ones. You can go to crappy simulators. You don't want to go there. You want to go to XGolf and really prep your game and hit the season firing. XGolf's state-of-the-art simulators let you play full rounds, tee to green with unmatched short game realism. XGolf's Auto Tee system ensures you're always ready to bomb a drive. No delays or automatic two-putts, just real, competitive golf in a lively sports bar environment. Love a little competition? XGolf's handicap leagues and tournaments give every golfer a shot at winning incredible prizes. Upcoming spring tournaments include the Majors, where you could win a beach or mountain vacation, or the Cinco de Mayo Scramble, win a trip to New Belgium Brewery in Asheville, and that is just the start. So visit playxgolf.com to find your nearest XGolf and book your tee time today. Again, trust me on this. You're going to want to go to XGolf. So visit playxgolf.com. Let's jump back over to Fantasy National. Once again, fantasynational.com/Mayo to get 20% off as the Masters discount. And we'll look at the past 5 years, the best players in the field. No shocker, the guy that's won twice in the past 3 years, the top 10 sandwiched in between and no finish outside the top 20. Scotty Scheffler leads all players in strokes gained total over the past 5 years. The other names on that list probably don't surprise you, but Cameron Smith is number 2. He has 4 top 10s, including a T6 a year ago over the past 5 years. Rahm is number 3. His only really bad performance, he was T27 3 years ago before his win, but he was T45 last year. Outside of Scotty, and even Scotty's top 10 was not all that great, you don't see a lot of great follow-up. Scotty barely eked inside the top 10 with a tie for 10th after rallying on Sunday, but as you can see that Hideki was T14 the year after his win. Rahm was T45 in 2022. Dustin Johnson missed the cut the year after his win. We always forget that there's a lot of obligation that goes into hosting the Masters dinner, the increased pressure, and just the variability of Augusta itself, that what worked one year may not work in different conditions the next year, that you just get thrown off your game a little bit. So the top 5, Scheffler, Cam Smith, Rahm, Patrick Reed, and Collin Morikawa are the top 5 in strokes gained total. After that, Hideki, Xander, Zalatoris, and only 3 starts, because he had to withdraw in 2023 with an injury. Will Zalatoris has made 3 full starts at the Masters, and he's come inside the top 10 every single time. Lowry is slightly after that, and we get to, if you watch the player-by-player preview, and I don't want to spoil Dave and I's chat a little bit later on, but I like Shane Lowry a lot this week. Tommy, Rory, Connors, Justin Thomas, Matthew Fitzpatrick, who's made the cut each of the past 5 years, despite him not being a good golfer anymore. Sung Jae's up there, Brooks, Rose, Ludwig, and only 1 start with his second place finish. There's a lot of debutants in the field this year, and it's funny to think about because, you're obligated to say that no debutant, a first-time player at the Masters, has won since 1979. That was Fuzzy Zoeller. That's been 46 years at this point. We've had a lot of second-place finishes. Sung Jae Im was second, Ludwig was second, Spieth was second, and Will Zalatoris was second in their debuts. They just haven't got across the finish line. So if you're thinking about betting them to win, and it's probably a pretty good reason to not bet them to win, if you're, again, looking for... You can talk yourself into anyone this week. Looking for reasons not to pick people and not to bet on people really is what it comes down to make those cross-offs through the list. That's why I recommend the chat with Dave a little bit later on, because that's essentially what he does in his trends piece. Is a fun way to really look at everything. But if you want to bet someone to come inside the top 10, you might get a pretty good discount. The quality of debutant is not as good this year as it was last year. Last year we had Tom Kim, we had Wyndham Clark, who had a major win and 2 signature event wins coming in. He missed the cut, by the way, and Ludwig, obviously, who ended up who came in second, were debutants. So a very good showing for the debutants. The best of the bunch this year: Mav McNeely, Davis Thompson, Thomas Dietrich, Aaron Rye, Rasmus Højgaard. Michael Kim has played in it before, so he's not a debutant. Taylor Pendrith is, however, as is Laurie Cantor, Max Grazerman, Nico Echeverria, Joe Highsmith, Matt McCarty, Kevin Yu, boop, boop, boo, and a bunch of amateurs along with Rafael Campos and others. So it's not the very tippy-top tier of debutant. The top debutant market's actually something I'm quite interested in this time around. I can see Aaron Rye playing really well at the Masters based on his profile. He's a player who gains a lot off the tee, who isn't in that big driving distance camp, very good around the greens, and he sucks at putting anyway. And sometimes you see very crappy putters do very well at the Masters just because of the speed of the greens, that they're able to figure it out. No better example than Will Zalatoris being awesome at putting at the Masters for no particular reason other than they're difficult greens, it's a hard tournament, and they run super fast. That's kind of his MO. What we have at Fantasy National right now, if you want to go and look at the strokes gained data from the past years, I mentioned all of that off the tee play. So let's take a look at last year. Off the tee, the best player was Bryson in the field. I'm pretty anti-Bryson to win this week, as I pointed out on multiple shows, but my case being that unless it's super soggy, all of his clubs being one length is going to be a huge drawback to him. I think that he will eventually figure it out, but I don't know if he's taken the steps in his game coming into 2025 to figure that out. When it was soft and soggy the first 2 rounds, Bryson was awesome. He was the first round leader. He could go attack pins, and because of his ball flight, even though there's that sub-air system underneath all the fairways and all the greens that were sucking out all the moisture, it just kept raining. It was just so wet that he was able to get the ball to stick. It's Bryson's scrambling around Augusta that I really have the problem with. And we already saw the green regulation percentage is pretty low. So if you're not hitting greens, you're going to have to scramble. And his around the green game, honestly, is better suited for the PGA Championship, for the US Open, at certain Open Championship courses. The amount of touch that is required at Augusta is just simply not the way that Bryson has his around the green game figured out. He's not a guy to open up a 64-degree wedge and flop it 20 feet in the air for 2 feet in front of him. That's Phil. That's Patrick Reed. That could be Scotty Scheffler. That's Jordan Spieth. That's why they continuously do so well at the Masters, and why they've been so good at the Masters, even past the point of their career where maybe that they're not at their most peak skills, Scheffler withstanding of that group. But the point being, you need to have some majesty. Why does Cam Smith do well every single year? He has some of the best hands in the world. Bryson is very good and some of the best at some things. Touch, not necessarily his MO. So keep that in mind if he needs to scramble out of a jam somewhere along the way. But listen, Bryson's live to win, most definitely, but that's a cross-off for me because of that. Again, looking for reasons to not pick people. But he did lead of all players off the tee. I did say that was the most important thing, and he was able to do that last year in his tie for 6. You see Scotty won. He was second in off the tee. Finau and Minwoo were 3rd and 4th. They both made the cut. Minwoo was 22nd. Tony was 55th. Ludwig was 5th. He came in 2nd. Cam Young was 6th. He came in 9th. Pavon was 7th. He came T12. You'll also see Homa, Fleetwood, and Will Zalatoris, Ben An, and Seb Straka, all inside the top 20 in driving, all inside the top 20 on the leaderboard. In approach last year, it was Lowry. Once again, Lowry lost 8 strokes putting at the Masters a year ago. I have to think Listen, I've seen Shane Lowry lose a lot of strokes putting in my day. That's a lot. Is that the worst of his career? It's tied for the worst outing of his career. And the other place where, weirdly, he was able to do that was in 2009. Shane Lowry lost 7.8 strokes putting at WGC Bridgestone. We take a look at the few wins of Shane Lowry's career. WGC Bridgestone is also up there 6 years later when he gained 5 strokes putting. Just because you're terrible one year doesn't mean you're going to be terrible the next time around or even multiple years after. It sucks and it's scary that he lost so many strokes, but it's great that he was able to hit his irons well. It's great that he was able to putt well. And we take a look at Lowry overall in terms of the Masters and we go by year, you can see that it hasn't been an abject failure. It's been bad the past 2 years. He lost 7.8 and then 1.7 on the greens. He gained 6 3 years ago and came in 3rd, 1.9. I don't need him to gain 6. I really don't. What I need him to do is have this driving performance that he's had 2 of the past 3 years, 4.6 off the tee, 5 off the tee. That is good enough to win. What I need him not to do is lose 4 strokes on approach. Considering 3 of the past 5 years, 6.4, 5.5, 4, that's what I need. I need one of this driving combined with one of these approaches, and I don't need the 5.6 around the green. I don't need the 5.7 around the green. What I need is like a 2.7 around the green and a 1.9 on the green, and you've just basically scripted yourself a Masters winner. He really struggled at the Masters to begin his career. He made 1 cut in his first 4 appearances. He now has not missed it since 2020, and he's piled up 4 top 25 finishes over that time. I would expect him to fall down the odds board as we get to Monday. There's going to be a big reset of the betting odds come Monday, and Shane Lowry is going to be a very heavy look for me. I would bet him at 40-1. I'm hoping I catch like a 50-55, depending on where the market is on him coming in. So the best putters in the field a year ago, Ludwig, this is the scary part. The approach was great. The off the tee was great. He lost chipping. I watched him chip a ball 3 feet in front of him that ended up 20 yards behind him at Valero this week. He is from the Victor Hovland school of chipping, put it that way. It's not ever really going to be great. But 8 strokes gain putting is not sustainable. That's a lot of strokes putting. The fact that he didn't win, it's almost like Scotty a week ago that it's shocking when you don't win gaining that many strokes. And it's not like his ball striking was bad by any means. It was fantastic. We just saw where he rated off the tee of all players. He was inside the top 5 and the best putter and didn't win. That's how good Scotty was a year ago. That this performance wins the Masters 90% of the time, and it just simply did not happen because Scotty was that much better than everyone else a year ago. Fitz was second. Denny, Cam Smith. Cam Smith is always up there. Cam Smith is such an interesting case because he's playing so terribly on Liv. But if he just pops up out of nowhere and does well at the Masters again, is it going to surprise anyone? It shouldn't. The guy loses off the tee every year at Augusta. He loses most years on approach at Augusta. What does he do? He just chips and putts all the way around this course. 1 year is an outlier. Every year over the past 6 years, no longer an outlier. We don't have the strokes gain data from 2018, but he was 5th in that year too. I bet you he made all of his putts and chipped everything to 2 feet. That's what Cam Smith does. So that skill never goes away. A lot of people are going to be off Cam Smith when it comes to the top 10 market. To bet him to win is probably a bit too much of an ask right now, unless somehow he goes out and wins at Doral this weekend, which he wasn't even contention the last time that I looked, and maybe that's changed. Who knows? I got a lot of stuff wrong. I just didn't want to update it as we were going through this show. But coming into before I started recording an hour ago, he was not very much in contention at Doral, and he has not been good on Liv at all over the course of 2025. But with this particular set of skills, he's like Liam Neeson and Taken. These don't go away. And listen, if he has a bad putting year, it happens. But we just have never seen it from him. His worst was in 2021, where he barely gained a 0.1 of a stroke. That's about as neutral as you're going to find him. But 3.9, 3.4, 4.0, 8.4, 2.5, and then combine that with the around the green, 6.1, 3.1, 2.5. He can chip and putt his way around this course. If he weirdly has an outlier week on approach like he did in 2022, it's going to be very hard for him to gain 9.3 strokes on approach again. But it will take a year like that on approach to overcome his lack of driving ability. This has too big of negatives. It puts him in the pine straw too much. Then he's asked to make magic shots. That's not going to be conducive to winning a green jacket. What it will do is get you inside the top 10 a ton or top 20 a ton. And his odds have fallen so far down the board right now that those top 20 numbers are actually going to look pretty good when we get into it. Other guys who gained a bunch, Brian Harman has been awful at the Masters. As I'm speaking, he's currently winning at Valero, but he's been having a bad year so far. You can see a miscut at the Players. He had no finish inside the top 15 at all in any of his 8 starts. He was losing a ton on the greens. Obviously, he can gain a ton, but you take a look at what he's done at the Masters. He had the one good performance in 2021. He came in 12th. He has missed 3 of his last cuts. He's missed the cut 4 of 6 times in his Masters history. So I wouldn't get duped into Brian Harman thinking he's a really good bet. If you want him as a pivot piece, sure, go nuts. Go with Brian Harman. Last year on approach, shouldn't shock you to know that we already brought it up, that Shane Lowry was the best. You see Willie Z and Morikawa up there as well. And when we just think about tee to green overall, this is how good Scotty Scheffler was. I mean, his chipping was, he gained 8 strokes around the green. 5.5 off the tee, 3.1 on approach. Gain fewer than 2 strokes on the green, but when you gain 8 around the green, you chip in every time, it's going to work. Best tee to green players, Scheffler, Will Z, Ben Ann, Tommy Fleetwood, Max Homa, Morikawa, then Bryson. You can see that Bryson actually lost strokes around the green, and then it was Shane Lowry, despite marginally gaining off the tee and no strokes gained around the green. That putting performance really does feel like an outlier for him. Not to say that he won't repeat it when I have money on him this year, but if he can just get to like +1, +2, Lowry's super live. I'm going to keep coming back to that. Straka as well, because I mentioned when I went through that list of players who have gained more than a quarter stroke off the tee per round, Straka was the very last name on that list. Straka's having an excellent year. He lost strokes on approach last time around, and he's just getting his sea legs underneath of him. But if you look at how he's been doing this year, he has one miscut that was at the Genesis. He fits the bill as a guy who's already won this year. He won at Amex. He was top 5 at Bay Hill. He was 11th at Cognizant. He was top 10 at Pebble. He was top 15 at the Players. And you look at this, 5.5, 4.5, 4, 5. His approach play is immaculate coming in. And maybe he can be like the Patrick Reed type, another guy who won Amex in his career too, that his driving could just be better at Augusta National than it is at some of these other courses because he's going to hit a ton of fairways and the ball is going to roll out, and that's going to gain him a ton of strokes. You can see his Masters performances. He got a lot better last year despite losing, and you can see the off the tee play. Look at this, 3.1 strokes gained. So he still did that per round. And he lost 1.5 in his first year. That's kind of crazy to think about when we start putting it together that way. Now, this is over the past 3 years. Obviously, that didn't count as it, but minus 1.5 in his debut, plus 2.9, plus 3.1. If he can do his general approach play, get back to putting like he did the first 2 years, neutral around the green, and do this sort of off the tee, live, completely live. I have a future bet on Sepp to win at Portrush later on this year at 100-1. You could talk me into Sepp winning the Masters. Again, I don't think it's going to happen, but if we're thinking about guys down the board, these are the type of guys that you have to go with. And I'm going to guess that he's up there in the official, he would rate out well enough in the official world golf rankings. We take a look at it. Straka's number 13 in the world right now. Lowry's number 12. And these are the guys that are going to be down on the list who actually fit some of the trends I'm talking about, where guys a little bit higher than them do not do those sorts of things. So that's what happened in 2020. We take a look at the year before that. John Rahm was the winner, ball striking supreme around the green, only gained 2 strokes putting. Brooks, just if we sort by off the tee again this year, we can see Cam Young's been awesome off the tee. He's actually not a bad look, not to win again, but as a top 20 piece, top whatever piece. He is having an awful year, but he's been able to drive the ball at Augusta National really, really well. And he's been bad off the tee recently. Not great driving courses for him. He did have that going a bit earlier on in the year. As I mentioned, his game has been piss poor so far in 2025. But he's the sort of rebound type guy that randomly pops up because he does one thing particularly well. Like, I wouldn't go with a top 10 bet on him again, but a top 20, a top 30, you're going to get good odds on him this time around. He's probably triple the odds of when I bet him to win a year ago because he's just not that guy. But Rahm, Lowry, Neiman, Scheffler, there's Potgieter. He missed the cut as an amateur here, but he did gain 3.8 strokes off the tee. Fitz, Hovland, Phil was up there as well. Phil is very interesting to look at, and it's funny because with Rory, he just drove it so well and couldn't do anything else that week. But we'll take a look. Where do we go? Where's Phil? Phil's actually playing some decent golf on Liv coming in. Already hit a huge top 5 on him earlier this year at 125 to 1. You love to see it, but Phil hasn't missed a cut at the Masters since 2016. Adam Scott hasn't missed a cut at the Masters in 15 years, in case you were wondering. But the approach play each of the past 4 years has been awesome. And he's driving the ball better right now. I wouldn't say that at any point of his career. That's a bit of a misnomer. For a guy who's almost 54 years old, I would expect him to be better than minus 2.5 off the tee this time around. In the past 2 years, he's lost it around the greens a little bit. That's not really a Phil thing. So I would guess that if he lost 10.2 strokes putting in 2020, which is just unfathomable to think about for Phil Mickelson. But the last 2 years, he's got the putting and approach play back on. I would expect him to drive it and chip it better. Again, I don't think Phil is live to win, but again, all these guys down the board. Straka, who I might end up trying to bet to win because he does actually fit the criteria. But Cam Young, Phil, Cam Smith, all three of those guys are likely to outperform whatever your expectations of them are. That doesn't mean they're going to win. That's not what I'm trying to articulate here, but if you're looking to fill out pieces or make some side bets on something like low Aussie, Cam Smith is low Aussie. He's going to be behind Minwoo in terms of odds. Hell, he might be behind Adam Scott and Jason Day in odds right now. Like, that would be a market where I would try to find some of these guys to play with that you end up putting their skills to good use because they consistently show themselves out with the proper skill set at Augusta National. Let's keep going back over the years. 2020, the first Scheffler win. We go look off the tee. Scheffler was 9th that year with 3.1 strokes gained. And then you have Lowry, led all players. Fitz, that's 2 mentions of Fitz now. 2 mentions of Tommy. 2 mentions of Rory. Cantlay was up there that year. Hideki actually gained a bunch that year. Corey Connors has been up there. Finau's another name that we've seen populated around in terms of driving strokes gained at Augusta over the past 3 years. But overall, tee to green is where you wanted to look. It was Rory, it was Scotty, it was Morikawa, then Connors. And just of all those guys, Scotty actually of all the guys who finished top 10 in tee to green that year, from Harry Higgs down. Harry Higgs came 14th at the Masters. I don't even remember that happening. But only 4 of them gained strokes putting. The best was Cam Smith at 4 strokes gained. Then it was Scotty at 3 strokes gained. No one else gained more than a stroke gain putting. Who gained? That was Colin and Corey. Everyone else lost strokes, including Leishman, who was great but lost 6.4 strokes on the greens that year. So once again, it comes back to tee to green, primarily off the tee. And if you can get yourself lucky in different ways, like Rory, that's when he chipped in on 18 to come in second. He gained 7.7 strokes around the green. A lot was gained just on that one shot in particular. Off the tee, the year that Dustin Johnson won, he lapped the field. It was Dustin, then it was Rory, then there was a big drop off to Bryson, Bubba, another Sungjae sighting in terms of driving. There's Rahm again, there's Cantlay again, there's Fleetwood again, there's Connors again, there's Scheffler again. The same names keep popping up. And the more you can do this historically at the Masters, I've already talked about how course history is very meaningful, and that is why, because these same skills tend to translate. That's why I wouldn't hate Cameron Young as some sort of bet to go in, because he's shown that he's able to do it. And this is the only major that he's qualified for, so keep that in mind too. The year that Hideki won, it was Rahm, Willie Z, there's Fitz again, there's Xander again, Bryson again, Morikawa again, Bubba again. There's Scotty Scheffler, there's Corey Connors. So you see the same names continue to populate near the very top of the list. I think that's important when we're looking through all of this. I'm going to switch over to my Masters saved data modeling app for Fantasy National. If you want to build your own and you see something on the screen that you want to change, but you don't have the ability to do it because you're not a member, fantasynational.com/Mayo get you 20% off all of the membership levels as a Masters discount right now. And you get access to the best week-to-week leaderboard app in the business. The only one you'll ever want to use is going to be the Fantasy National leaderboard app. You want to use the Masters app for the Masters because they have that proprietary data. Everything else, every other tournament, you're going to want to have that. Let's take a look at the model and what this is telling us right now. I have strokes gained off the tee at 23%, approach at 30%. Approach still does outweigh off the tee when you look at it. It just happens to lean more to the great off the tee players who also do well with approach. You can make it up through approach like we saw. Tiger, Hideki, even Willett, the year that he won, all did that. And Patrick Reed too, but they still had to gain off the tee. It was hard to do one without the other. Par 4 scoring 10%, driving distance 10%. Par 4's gain 450 to 500 yards, that's at 9%. Strokes gained short game that combines around the green and putting, I'm going to jack that up a bit. We're going to put that to 14%. Eagles gained 5%, par 5s 550 to 600 yards at 5%. Let's see how the players have been doing over the past 24 rounds in these metrics overall coming into it. Now, the Liv players, I don't have Liv strokes gain data, so it's going to tell you that Bryson's number one. Maybe he should be, just based on everything that he's done. We look at the rounds that count for Bryson. You can always click on the rounds to see which are in this. The Open last year when he missed the cut, the U.S. Open that he won, the PGA Championship that he came second in, top 10 at the Masters. It's all pretty good stuff here. And a lot of it, I mean, some of the Open stats, we don't have strokes gain data for those, so those don't necessarily apply, and that was one of his worst tournaments. So keep that in mind when you're looking at European Tour players exclusively and Live Tour players. The PGA guys, we have all of their stats. So the top 10 in rankings just based on the past 24 lead-in for Malone. It's funny that Scheffler is still in over Rory. It's Bryson, Scotty, Rory, Brooks, Morikawa. Those are the top 5. Thomas, JJ Spawn, Shane Lowry, Keegan Bradley. Once we update this from Valero, it's probably going to drop Keegan Bradley. Daniel Hauser-Berger comes in at number 10. He was the low debutant in his very first year at the Masters. It would be tough to be a debutant in any year besides your first year at the Masters, but he was the winner of that. We are seeing, I don't want to say an ascension of Daniel Berger, but he's getting back to the player that he used to be before his catastrophic injury that kept him out for almost 2 years. You see, in 2016, he was 10th. He's only missed the cut once at the Masters. He hasn't played in this tournament in 3 years because, frankly, he hasn't been good enough to qualify. But check out this lead-in form coming in. No finish outside the top 25 coming in to the Masters right now. As we speak, he's currently inside the top 5 of the Valero Texas Open. No idea how that's going to come through, but a player that is $7,100 on DraftKings, a 100-to-1 bet, which means the top 20 odds will be pretty good for him, comes out 10th over the past 24 rounds. My guy, Michael Kim, shout out Michael Kim, number 11th in the rankings. Russell Henley, Kevin Yu, once again, Straka, Ludwig, Jagger, Fleetwood, Cam Smith, Denny, Nick Taylor, Patrick Cantlay, Sergio Garcia, Pendrith, Neiman, Zalatoris, Nikolai Højgaard, who had a very good run through 2.5 rounds at this tournament a year ago. Minwoo, Hatton, Highsmith, Akshay. I have a long shot bet on Akshay to win this week. I wonder if he actually fits the criteria that I was looking for. Obviously, he doesn't have a win so far this season, but he has 2 over the past 2 years. He almost won at the Players. He was 3rd place. It's a good lead-in form. He is currently number 23 in the world ranking. So he would actually fit into the criteria that I'm looking at because he's a top 30 ranked player in the world. In fact, he's a top 25 ranked player in the world. The other bet that I have in right now, as many people know, is Bobby Mack. I bet him at 150 to 1. He's 17th in the world rankings come in. But another guy who does not have a win coming into the year. So that's how the modeling looks at them. If we want to take a look at this more long form, we can do that. We'll take a look at the overall skill set that you need for the Masters over the past 100 rounds, and it's giving me the right answers of what I want to see. That's always one way you can back test things. Like even when you go through everything, you can go into the Masters time machine and run this before the Masters last year. Actually, that's 2 years ago now. Let's see how it looks 2 years ago when we use the last 100 round sample. We can see that it rated out Rory. Rory was 1. He came in 60th. Rahm was number 2. He won. Scotty was 3rd. He came in 10th. Finau was 4th. And this was at the time of going to the Masters in 2023. That's how the time machine works on Fantasy National. So this was actually pretty good. We didn't have a miscut until we got down to Willie Z, who had to WD from the tournament due to injury. So if you take his WD out, the top 18 in the rankings that year all made the cut. We had 7th, 16th, 14th, 1st. Didn't have a ton of the top 10. Only the winner was up there. Everyone else rated pretty low. Brooks was 29th, and because a lot of the Live guys ended up there because they throw off the rankings so much. So you had Brooks, Phil, and Reed inside the top 4, and obviously they did not rate out well at all coming in. So let's take a look back at last year and see how this stat model ended up doing over the past 100 rounds. And this is how you can go through everything. Again, you see on the screen right here, if you click on this, That's what gets you into for the Apple, Android. You can just check out what's going on. You have all the players on the screen at one time. I like to turn it into dark mode for myself, but fantasynational.com/Mayo gets you 20% off, and the app is included in that. You can highlight your players. You can see where they are on each hole. You don't have to click into players. It will update automatically in real time as you look at it. A lot of the time, you're actually going to be ahead of the television broadcast by using the app. Again, it's not going to work for the Masters. They have their own stuff, but for any other tournament, you can do that with fantasynational.com/Mayo. Looking at last year's, the finishes, Scotty rated number 1. Scotty finished number 1. Ludwig was second. He was 13th. Tommy was third. He was 18th. Homa was third. He was 16th. Morikawa also came third. He was 24th in the modeling. Bryson was 7th in the modeling, came in 6th. Cam Smith was 10th in the modeling, came in 6th. Xander was 3rd, came in 8th. Hatton was 9th, came in 9th. Zalatoris was 11th. He came in 9th. There's Cam Young. He was 30th, came in 9th. This is about as successful as a model you'll ever see coming into anything. This gives me some good hope here. Hopefully the guys I've already bet appear pretty good in the past 100 rounds when we take a look at the Masters right now and see who pops up in the top of that ranking. So the past 100 rounds looking at it, Scotty, Rory, Ludwig, Colin, Rahm. Nope, that's not correct. That is the pricing. Scotty, Rory, Bryson, Xander, Ludwig are your top 5, then Rahm, then Cam Smith, Tyrrell Hatton, Colin Morikawa, and Hideki Matsuyama. There we go. Put those two together. Those are the top 10 over the past 100 rounds. Slightly after that, the top 20, you're going to see Victor, Neiman, Brooks, Connors, Cantlay, Lowry. There's my guy. Justin Thomas, Aaron Rye, Tony Finau, JJ Spawn is there again. And then you're into Matt McNeely, Russell Henley, who's going to be a very popular selection, as we'll hear from Dave a little bit later on. Fleetwood, Glover, Sergio, Minwoo, Dustin, Keegan, Scott, Clark, Michael Kim, Davis Thompson. Now we're into it. Poor Straka. Straka did not rate out well in this at all. It's driving distance and eagles that really hold him back in that front. Maybe that will be an affront to him at the Masters. Next thing that I want to do is just take a look at overall strokes gained from the Masters. We did it individually when we looked at those leaderboards year by year, but I want to be able to contextualize this just a little bit more. And we'll go to past 24 rounds, but we're only going to look at the past 3 years and use that sort of recent form. So we click on 2024, 2023, and 2022. And it will update at the top of the page. You'll see seasons multiple. You can see on the left-hand side that you have. Then we go down to the very handy bar here. That's just majors. And we click on Masters. And it will sort by Masters for us only and give you a sense, because we're only using Augusta National, of what everything has been. If you just want a quick drop down of what the green types are. It's 100% bent grass greens. How easy has been hitting fairways per round over the past 3 years? Well, 50% of the time it's super easy. Only 21% of the time has it been fairly difficult. The rough length is non-existent. It's always short. The green speed is always lightning fast. It's always been a par 72. It's been over 7,400 yards, 86% of the time. Sometimes they drop it down and move around the tee boxes day to day, round by round. That is what this has in. It's always in Georgia, 100% of the time, and it's always called the Masters. So the past 3 years at the Masters alone, strokes gained, when we take a look at it per average, I talked about this earlier and read off the names. Now, Ludwig only has 4 rounds to go off of over the past 3 years, and the sample's not huge for all of them, but again, all the players right now in this time frame that have done so well, you see them up here. Where's Sepp now? Sepp is 0.38 off the tee once we go back and take in that round of his first appearance, which was 3 years ago. If we do the past 2 years, he pops up inside. So we can take a look at both of those. So you see that 0.83 off the tee, but his worst was 2 years ago. So the past 3 years, Ludwig, Rory, Cam Young, Scheffler, Bryson, and Mathieu Pavon in his only ever start are the only players gaining more than a stroke per round off the tee. Then you got Ben-An, Lowry, Fitz, Minwoo, Bubba, Rahm, Tommy, Neiman, Wyndham Clark, Joaquin Neiman, Will Zalatoris. Even Sam Burns tends to gain a lot too. Approach play over that time. Nicky Dunlap last year missed the cut, but was amazing with his approach shots. Of realistic guys, Scheffler, Morikawa, Cantlay, Tom Kim, Ludwig, Xander, Phil, Homa, Cam Smith, all over 0.7 strokes per round. Around the green, it's Scotty, then it's Mike Weir, Akshay in his first appearances. God bless you, Akshay. Nikolai, Ben-An, Hideki, Hoagie. This stuff is less sticky than almost anything else, but you can see that Scotty, Hideki, Lowry, and Cam Smith, Reed, and Henley have all done it in the full complement of 12 rounds, and this is the average per round that they're going with. The best guys on the greens, Ludwig, Rose, Denny. I like Rose's first round leader, by the way. Reed, Cam Smith, Phil Mickelson, Chris Kirk. The worst putters, Jaeger, Clark, Dunlap, VJ, Weir, Taylor. It is insane to think that Lowry has a -8 on this list, and he's not amongst the 10 worst players on the greens over this time. Lowry's actually only losing 0.3 strokes per round when you put together all of his rounds, and that's why he comes out number 9 when we take a look at these 3 years only in the overall strokes gain model. Let's get rid of 3 years ago and just simply take a look at the past 2 years. 2024 and 2023 Masters. Good Masters form means a lot coming in. So how does that affect anything? We'll take a look at off the tee again. Bryson, Cam Young, Rory, Scotty, Ludwig, Minwoo keeps going up. There's Pavant. Again, those are all the players over 1 stroke gain. After that, you got Ben An, John Rahm, Joaquin Niemann. There is Straka with the .76. Fitz, Lowry, Clark, the Gala. Okay, in 8 rounds. Yaga in only 2. There's Zalatoris again. Tommy Fleetwood again. Finau and Morikawa, Victor Brooks, Bubba, all still up there as big gainers. Approach play the last 2 years. Against Dunlap, Zalatoris, Cantlay, Scheffler, Xander. And Xander comes in after the Valspar. He was another player who had an injury, missed 8 weeks because of a rib injury. I don't know whether he got Marilyn Manson surgery to increase his flexibility or it was just an intercostal strain. Who can know with these things? Golfers are very private. But he's been bad so far this year. He got hurt. He came back in Arnold Palmer, 40th, 72nd at the Players. And then he gained the most strokes on approach of any player at the Valspar, but still only came in 12th because the rest of his game has been off. The driving in particular has been bad for Xander. The putting has been bad. The chipping has progressively gotten better since he's returned. The driving and putting have been bad. It's going to keep me off of him. Although if he won, it wouldn't be super surprising because he's just a weird outlier in terms that he missed so much time that's really hard to gauge. But if you take a look at how he's played at Augusta, it's been pretty good over that time. Other approach leaders, Homa, Cam Davis, Ludwig, Lowry, Rahm, Phil, Glover. The Glove just had a nice performance at the Players as well. Brooks is up there. So is Finau. Finau trying to rally the troops with a good performance in Texas this week. Best putters the last 2 years. Ludwig, by far the best. 2 per round. That's what happens when you play 4 rounds and you gain 8 strokes putting. You average 2 per round. Rose, Fitz, Denny, Cam Young, Phil, Smith, Patrick Reed. These are the guys that I'd be looking for in the first round leader market. Guys that can consistently play well. I'm not too concerned about their bad around the green. All of them have bad around the green over the past 2 years. Part of that goes part and parcel with how well you putt at the same time. But if I'm thinking about how do you become first round leader, it's not because you're really scrambling out of a ton of messes. It's because you're hitting a bunch of greens in regulation then just making a bunch of putts from 30 feet. And that's what I would want here. The around the green will sink them later on after the first round. For first round only, you're looking at upside. Yeah, to get a chip in would be amazing, but you'd just rather your guys hit the greens in regulation, make the putts. That's what I'd be looking at. So Rose and Reed are 2 of my strong contenders right now of guys that I'm going to be betting for first round leader. The worst putters in the field, Jaeger, Clark, Hoagie, Dunlap, and Bubba Watson. There's DJ. There's Justin Thomas. So again, Shane Lowry has minus 1.18 per round. He lost 8 strokes putting in one of these Masters, and Justin Thomas is still behind him per round on the greens. Much has been made about Justin Thomas's putting prowess over the past 2 years or so and how terrible it's been. He's been shockingly good on the greens so far this year. He had one bad turn of it. That was API. Other than that, he comes in putting it well. He comes in as the profile of a guy who should win the Masters, but it's Justin Thomas at the Masters, and dude sucks on the green at the Masters, and that hasn't changed all that much. He used to be good, but he has some big, bad performances. I would expect his tee to green to be better this time around. He has missed the cut each of the past 2 years, had top 10 in 2 of the 3 years previous to that. Always looked like a guy that would win the Masters, but he's almost like the miniature version of Rory in this sense where he gets there and just it gets in his head. We heard Michael Kim talk about the anxiety that goes into the Masters, and that was him as a debutant. First time there, I can see how that can get overwhelming. When the expectation gets ratcheted up on you, that you're supposed to win, there's just a different level of anxiety when it comes to the most important tournament of the year for a lot of these guys. So you can't overlook that just because players are some of the best in the world. I mean, this is why Scheffler has been so good. This is why Tiger was always the best. They have that mental game where stuff didn't freak them out. It's very clear that stuff freaks out Justin Thomas and Rory and Morikawa and basically everyone. We can say that it doesn't freak out Brooks when he wins, but what about when he doesn't win? He looks god-awful a lot of those times, and it looks like it is getting to him. So no one's ever going to be immune to pressure and anxiety and the mental jitters that comes with winning a Masters or a major championship. You just need to find the guys that rise above that most of the time. You don't want, as Matt pointed out on my player-by-player preview that I just did up on the feed right now, that strokes gained dog isn't in all of these guys. It's only in some of them. And you really need to flesh that out if you're going to be looking at it. That is the statistical breakdown. Once again, fantasynational.com/Mayo to get that Masters discount, 20% off and access to that app I showed off. Right after the break, Dave Tyndall from The Guardian is going to be on breaking down all of the Masters trends, and we talk about most of the field. All right, stay tuned. Now that the weather's heating up for almost everyone, you need to flip your wardrobe. And if you're anything like me, summertime means more outfit changes. Golf, work, gym, playground with the kids, restaurants, whatever it is that you do, it probably requires a change of clothing. What you need are shorts and pants that look the part for all those places that are actually comfortable. And that's a hard thing to do. And I'm sure I'm not the only one who's tried wearing a pair of regular golf shorts to dinner after playing earlier that day, only to have your wife tell you that you need to go change because now you're dressed like that creepy guy at the office who wears a golf shirt and golf shorts to work every single day, and it's just a real bad vibe. But here's the thing. Since I've started wearing bird dogs, hasn't said a word. They look the part for the course and everywhere else. Plus, unlike my dressier shorts, bird dogs are actually comfortable. They look the same, but they're not just chafing the inside of my thighs the entire time. I basically wear them everywhere now. And when I was at Pinehurst, a place that's really not known for the casual look, I was able to wear my bird dogs while I was playing, and then I wore the exact same shorts to the dress code steakhouse later that night. Everyone was uncomfortable as they were filling their guts with food. Not Pat Mayo, because I have my bird dogs. No issues whatsoever. And for a limited time, my listeners get a free hat with any order when you use code PATMAYO at birddogs.com. Get this hat completely free when you use code PATMAYO at birddogs.com. Show support for the Pat Mayo experience and let them know that I sent you. If you're around my age when you were a kid, you probably just wore boxers all the time. They were big, they were baggy, they made it look like you had fat rolls at the top of your thighs because they got so bunched up anytime that you wore jeans. Not really my jam at this point in my life. I am all over the Skims stretch briefs right now. They're sleek. They're athletic. I wear them when I go golfing. I wear them all the time. They're the only pair of underwear I actually own right now. They're super comfortable. You know, they make sure that your junk is firmly tight in there because you don't want to be walking around with loose junk when you're running, when you're trying to hit a golf ball, or just, you know, when you get a little bit older and you start to get a bit, I don't know how to say this, saggy a little bit, that, you know, they don't want to be slapping off the inside of your thighs. You don't want that at all. And Skims makes that possible with their awesome stretch brief underwear. It's like you're wearing nothing at all, but still completely, fully secure at all times. So shop Skims Men at skims.com and any Skims stores and let them know that I sent you. After you place your order, select podcast in the survey and select the Pat Mayo Experience in the drop-down menu that follows. Skims is the official underwear partner of the NBA, WNBA, and USA Basketball. If you want to go straight to the site, go to www.skims.com/Pat Mayo. I'm going to tell you about Nutrafol one again because I believe that everyone should have thick, luscious hair growing off the top of their scalp. And Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement brand trusted by over 1.5 million people. See thicker, stronger, faster-growing hair with less shedding in just 3 to 6 months with Nutrafol. Building a hair growth routine is simple. Purchase online, no prescription required, automated deliveries, and free shipping keep you on track. Plus, with a Nutrafol subscription, you can save up to 20%. You'll have access to free naturopathic doctor consults, and a Headspace meditation membership is also included. So start your hair growth journey with Nutrafol. For a limited time, Nutrafol is offering my listeners $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping when you go to Nutrafol.com and enter the promo code PATMAYO. Find out why over 4,500 healthcare professionals and stylists recommend Nutrafol for healthier hair. Nutrafol.com, spelled Nutrafol.com. Promo code Pat Mayo. That's Nutrafol.com. Promo code Pat Mayo. Top Scandinavian market, Ludwig is even money, Victor is 2-1, and the Højgaards are plus 650 and plus 750. I know that the top Dane market, top Scandinavian market gets very confusing for you, Cam, after a few drinks, but do you prefer one of the Højgaards? Because I think picking on Victor or Ludwig isn't the worst idea, because although Victor has the win, he's been awful the rest of the year, and Ludwig comes in the worst form he's ever had as a pro.
I'd rather have our Højgaard than N Højgaard. I'd rather have Rasmus than Nikolai. I don't know why the fuck I bet on Neergaard. No, who's the other guy? Norgard?
Neergaard.
No, I like Neergaard Peterson.
Oh, Moeller?
Nicholas Norgard.
That Norgard fucking guy. Like, I'm like, what the hell are you doing to me? He played well once and I got on him. Like, what am I doing? Like, hey, stop this, Cameron. Like, you're just, that guy, I donated to that guy's, I don't know, Danish, whatever the hell he, anyway, could you believe the names? Neergaard Peterson, Norgard, Højgaard. That's what I say.
Højgaard.
Yeah, it's like right guard. Like it's all guards. Like Danes. They got the craziest. I love it, man. But you're right. It's like that market. Like you gotta, don't be too wasted when you click the Danish button, because there's a lot of things that look similar.
Nikolai was good last year in his debut, Byron, until midway. He went off the rails the same time Bryson went off the rails.
Yes. Once the conditions got a little tougher, things got a little weird, and they both found themselves in uncharted territory around Augusta, which I understand. I don't mind him at plus 650. Also don't mind Victor at 2-1. I think Ludwig is running a Ponzi scheme with his chipping. You know, like he had a career year, like his best ever putting performance of his career happened in his debut Masters appearance, his first major ever. Putts better than he's ever putted in his whole entire life. Lost 7.5 strokes in majors chipping last year. You cannot do that. So it's like Victor or Nikolai for me.
I got a question for you guys, Pat. I know we'll get to the outrights, whatever, but just from a guy in a pool, he's asking you guys here, who would you pick best finish over Rory McIlroy or Scheffler?
It's if we take betting out of it, we take prices out of it, the answer has to be Rory. That's the only way I see it right now.
Okay. No, I'm kind of with you. I kind of agree.
Although
Rory's figured some things out.
I do worry that the overwhelming narrative right now, Byron, is that this is Rory's to win, because everything lines up for him. He's playing the best. All the other top guys are kind of playing crappy. And then we're just going to get there and Scheffler wins by 5.
So Rory, he's played in 16 Masters, right? Leading up to those Masters, Rory's now having his 4th best January, February, March. Fourth best ever. He's gaining 2.87 strokes per round. In his 3 better performances, he finished 21st, 7th, and 40th. So he's played better than he is now before entering Masters Week, and his best finish was not a top 5.
Well, per round and in terms of strokes gained, you're right. In terms of quality of win, this is uncharted territory for him with 2 big wins before the Masters.
Sure.
Like, it's not like he won Abu Dhabi and the Honda. Yeah. No, he won the Players and he won at Pebble in an elevated field.
I know, 2 very small golf courses. You think Rory's got the distance to handle the Augusta this week?
Listen to this parlay, guys. This is a top 10 parlay. Scheffler, McIlroy, and DeChambeau almost 7-1. What do you think?
That's not happening.
No, not Bryson.
It's not happening. Bryson might win this damn thing. What are you talking about? Bryson, yeah.
Last year was Bryson's first top 20 at the Masters.
No, but Byron, he's trending upwards. Like every year he's getting better in this thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like he's playing a hell of a lot better.
Well, no, he's not. He had one good round. What
did he finish last year?
6th.
That's fantastic.
We just told you it was conditions based.
Just playing on a wet sponge on Thursday.
It's raining right now.
It's not going to be on Thursday. It's not going to be on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday.
It's cold. You saw what Bryson did when he was playing for that crypto $1 billion.
Okay,
guy showed up there like he just come from the South Pole. Like, does not like cold conditions either.
Put it this way, Cam. But Bryson shot 65 in the first round last year. He was first round leader. He did not break par in any of the other rounds.
That's concerning.
Yes.
I thought the parlay had a with Rory, him, and like it just the two out of the three are in my opinion almost a lock. And if he finishes in the top 10, okay.
Have you bet it, or could you cash it out?
I could cash it out. But
Okay.
But he's not.
I don't like to. I don't like to play that game.
Those are bad vibes if that ends up happening. Byron.
Oh yeah, you're damn right. Just I'll lose my $40. I don't give it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Thanks.
Okay.
Top South African market. There are 3 South Africans. It's a co-favorite at the top between Bez and Schwartzel at plus 140 apiece, and then Lawrence is 4-1.
Schwartzel all day, all night. Yeah, that should be on our mineral picks.
Yeah, Bezzy is just not doing it.
Sorry.
Since he changed to some clubs, he's just not ball striking it well at all. He's just having to scramble his face off. Don't like that around this golf course. Schwartzel got himself a green jacket. Yeah, he's almost won Doral last week. So he's vibing really hard right now. I love Schwartzy. We'll chat about him in a couple more picks. Yeah.
Yep.
To make the cut, to miss the cut. So one thing that I find that people, if there's one market I'm good at, it's this market, Cam. I've had a lot of success in this over the years, but it's hard to do every single year because one guy is, as Cody would say from the Dogger Pass podcast on Mayo Media Network, someone's going to shit in your apple pie. They're the apple pie shitter. So you have to fade whoever that guy is going to be. Last year, at the last second, I was big on Sergio to make the cut, and I pulled off of him, pulled him out of the parlay, and he missed by a stroke. I have a feeling it could be him again this year, but I never like to pick guys who miss the cut at the Masters solely because it's such an easy cut to make, is that it's just easier getting your guys through. So I also don't like to go any higher than minus 300 with anyone that I want to put on a parlay. So the first few that I'm looking at, I want to run these guys by you. I've already talked about them before. Ben Ann, minus 188 to make the cut. JJ Spawn, minus 188 to make the cut. What do you think about those?
I like them both to make the cut.
Yeah.
The ones that you have to watch out for, and this is why I don't like to play to the miss the cut, because if you were really playing this to miss the cut, you would go Hatton, Homa, Fitzpatrick. Those 3. Been terrible.
Fitzpatrick and Homa to miss the cut parlay.
What's that?
Fitzpatrick and Homa to miss the cut parlay.
That's what I'm saying. That's way too easy. And as I just mentioned, Fitz hasn't missed a cut in 10 years.
Yeah, but he also hasn't played as shit as he's like shitting in his own apple pie right now and eating it for breakfast.
He eats shit.
I would
in apple pies.
All I'm saying is that I would be wary about the to miss the cut people.
But Max is minimum right now. He's like min Homer right now.
I feel bad. Like, what's happened to this guy? He's like lost his game. It happens to everyone. Like Stenson lost his game. Westwood lost his game. Like he is lost. Right?
I think Homer's trying to have his like 3rd career comeback because he went to the KFT like twice after making it onto the PGA. If he hadn't won a couple more tournaments, big ones, he's got exemption until 2028, which is insane to think about. But he's Corn Ferry Tour bound if he doesn't have those exemptions. He's playing terrible. And he's never really played well at Augusta until last year. And he's not even the same dude. Yeah, and he's never played well in majors. I think he's going to find his game in a major all of a sudden. I think that's one of the safer plays you can find. And
yeah,
Brian
guys, the question is, which guy who's a lock is going to make the cut? We got to figure out like which chalk player is going to disappoint everybody this week and just shit the bed.
But I'm not
sorry, shit in the apple pie.
I'm not too concerned about which chalk guy is going to do it because they're not coming anywhere near these parlay. I'm not putting a minus 500 on it to make the cut parlay. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
Like that's not helping me at all. So here's a 5-banger for you. Just did this one up as we were talking through some of the guys that we've liked and don't like. I kept Michael Kim off of it because I think people are a bit pensive on him. But Ben Ann, JJ Spawn, Dietrich, who you guys mentioned, Adam Scott, and Phil Mickelson. Those 5 pay plus 750.
To make the cut.
To make the cut.
I got no problem with any of them.
Top 50 in ties. And Vijay Singh has already withdrawn from this tournament. It's only 95 players now, and we can basically throw out, Byron, 15 guys who aren't going to make the cut between amateurs, terrible players, and seniors?
Yeah, it's a bunch of AARP cards and guys that have fake IDs. It's just like, you don't know what you're going to get from any of them. Like, I don't know, but if you're looking to make it a 7-bagger, I like Lucas Glover and Chris Kirk at even shorter odds too. They are two sneaky drawers of the golf ball that just make it happen around this golf course. So, Chris Kirk in particular.
I was going to say Glover I like. Kirk I'm a bit wary of just because he's not playing great.
No, but he's also played nicely at Augusta. He think about his driver. He's going to be hitting a good iron shot into all the greens all the time. Like that's just what he does at this golf course.
Let's see. Masters history, Chris Kirk. He has made the cut 4 or 5 times. Top 25s each of the past 2 years, too. Huh. Well, losing.
And Cameron Young.
Yeah, Cam Young is one I gave a hard. Not just he drives the ball so well here that it gives him such an advantage. I just worry that he just blows up the rest of his game.
Yeah.
He's had 2 top 10s in his last 2 starts yet, too. He's sneaky.
I would feel I would feel better putting someone like Cam Young like as a top 10, as a top 20 bet, rather than putting them into a make the cut parlay.
That's actually, Pat, that's a good way of approaching it. Cam Young can blow up or he could be right there.
Yeah. I don't like I see Schwartzel there. I like the vibes of Schwartzel. I don't know if I necessarily want to go down that road. A lot of the debutants I'm kind of iffy on. The one I was going to take the biggest swing on, I think, and I brought him up earlier, Byron, was Kevin Yu. Like, go look at his card. Sneaky good golf.
Very, very. And he's got upside. Like, if he just randomly has a good putting week, he can win any tournament. Like, he's such an elite ball striker. And at this golf course, man, he's like Bryson-esque. He's like, what? Taipei Bryson or wherever he's from. So I like it a lot.
So Cam, we got Ben Ann, Spawn, Dietrich, Scott, Phil, Kirk, Glover, Kevin Yu. We're up to 40 to 1.
I don't know. So that's a lot of guys to trust.
Well, you don't have to trust them. You just have to hope they hit.
I don't know. I'm kind of weary about Chris Kirk as well.
And then you just do like a little round robin action. Yeah. You just take like you -3 off of those and just give yourself some fun stuff. You can do whatever you want, but
that's the beautiful thing. That's what I love. We got so many damn bets. We can fucking go nuts if we want. We can bet everything.
If we stay in the -300 market and lower. So here's the entire one now. Ready? It is 12 legs, and this isn't the official one. This is just one that we're building for this show. Ben Ann, JJ Spawn, Dietrich, Scott, Phil. Those 5. Kirk and Glover and Kevin Yu, who we just added as the second tier. Then we take a bit of the, quote, safer guys at shorter odds. We got Reed, Rose, Straka, and Cam Smith. We're now up to 137 to 1.
Could you text me these things, please? I can't write them down fast enough. Now if it wins at 137 to 1, I got to play it. What's your take on Straka?
I bet him to win at 80 to 1.
To win. Yeah. To win the Masters.
Like if you just look at trends and the type of players that can win, you need to be so high ranked in the world. Having a win coming in is especially helpful. Good form, great driving at the Masters, great iron play. He has all of these things this year.
He does. I actually had him for a top 20. I haven't put him outright, but I might have to put a sprinkle now.
Yep. He's second at the Open Championship, so major guy as well. The only guy that surprisingly gives me pause, Pat, in that list is Rose. He can easily just nuke this. Like I love his upside when he's going good, but safety, I don't like that. When you have to rely on a putter for your success, that's when shit can go wrong, but it also can go very, very right.
I prefer him as a first round leader bet over like anything at that price. That's what
he's an upside guy, not safety.
For sure.
Well, if I take him off of that parlay, it only pays 97 to 1 now.
That's only 97 to 1. Okay. Sure. Okay.
So is Akshay in that one?
No, Akshay is not in that one.
Put him in.
Okay. We'll put Akshay.
Similar odds.
Where the hell did Akshay go? Akshay is -300. We're back up to 130 to 1 with Akshay.
See, Pat, it's like a fat guy like with a barrel of fried chicken. Like I'm excited about I want to hit. So I want to have like 587 active bets.
Hey, when people watched this show last year, they subbed to the newsletter. I gave out 2 to make the cut parlays. One won at 87 to 1. The other one won at 50 to 1. So now we're trying to shoot the moon this year and go even bigger. I got 80 years to give back money, Byron, for Masters make the cut parlays.
Send it my way through email, text, whatever the hell you do. Just send it, man. I'm in. If we don't play this thing and it wins, I got problems. So, yeah, we're in.
All right. I just sent it to you in an email.
Thank you.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it.
So that brings us to, before we get to the actual best bets, I have Cam, you were just asking me about a Masters pool. I got a Masters pool. People can download it for free if they hit the comment section right now.
Can I play?
You can
or
play.
am I an employee?
Well, you can play on it. You can just it's for people like people have such a hard time finding good Masters pools to print off for their office, for their work, for their buddies, whatever it might be, that I just made one for you that you can just that you can print off. Yeah.
I was in one and it was the best pool ever. I don't know what happened. Like the guy he got busy. We did 10 picks. One guy, triple money at the end, 2 doubles and a single. And then the rest, like, it was so awesome. Like, you just watch it fluctuate like the stock market. Like, you know what I mean? It was fucking fantastic. I actually would like to put it together again, but it's already Monday. I should have thought about this probably 2 weeks ago because it's a lot to run a pool.
Well, it is, but at least you have a sheet to go off of now. I've provided that for you.
Yes, you have.
And anyone can access that completely free. It's down in the description, like I said. So let's go through each of the tiers. There are 7 tiers of guys. We have to pick one, and we're going to fill out one as a team here, as a consensus to help people with their picks. Tier 1, Scotty, Rory, Rahm, Xander, Ludwig, Bryson, Colin, Hideki. Would you go with Rory, Byron?
No. I've had you sent to me a couple times this week already, and I've said Colin both times.
I would take Scheffler of this bunch because
I would too.
Because I think more people are just inherently clicking on. Like, I don't see that big of a distinction between Rory and Scheffler. I agree that Rory is probably the most popular of this bunch, and because of that, I'll just take the other guy who's won 2 of the last 3 majors, is still the #1 player in the world, yet significantly less popular than Rory this week.
Can I ask you guys how many people are betting Morikawa, or a lot?
I don't know. I think a lot of people want to bet Morikawa, but then they'll be like, the guy's a loser and doesn't win.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but in a pool, what is this? What's the point structure here? Like, are you getting points for birdies and bogeys and stuff?
No, good lord, man. Have you ever played in an office pool before? You think
I work from home, Pat.
You're gonna say you think that Judy at the office wants me calculating birdies and bogeys? It's total fucking score.
It's called tiers. Byron, it's tiers. Okay. You get group 1, 2, 3, 4, and it gets okay. Go down.
Give me Colin. If he finishes 2 behind, he's gonna give you so much more safety.
You know what though, Pat? Byron's right, because everyone will have Scheffler. If Colin does well, that's a good start for us.
Tier 2, Cantlay, Cam Smith, JT, Brooks, Tommy, Homa, Spieth, and Victor.
Homa in tier 2.
That's hard, man.
Wow.
I think it's Cam Smith or JT.
Yeah.
Or Spieth.
Or Tommy.
Is there anything with Hovland that you got after he won that tournament, or like nothing?
No.
Okay.
Just even he didn't seem like he was confident, and he won the tournament.
But that's what he does. He's like that guy who plays coy. Like when I bet Australian horse racing, you never want the confident guy. You want the guy, oh yeah, it was a tough week and we're in bad form. Hey, he wins by 9 lengths at 23-1. Yes, that's the thing. He's playing us. Victor is playing us. But I think out of that group, who would you take, Byron? I trust you. That's tough. JT, I don't think about JT is. I think he wants the Masters so bad, like it hurts a little bit, Pat. It's like it's just something that he wants so bad. It was like when Snedeker wanted it so bad too, and it's just it can backfire. Let's just put it that way.
I have no aversion. I'm gonna say I like Smith too, but I have no aversion of going with Spieth here. I think Spieth's gonna be fine.
Let's do it. I'm on Jordan Spieth too. I bet him last week, which turned into a disaster. But yes, Spieth, please.
Tier 3: Neiman, Hatton, Zalatoris, Cam Young, DJ, Lowry, Finau, and Clark. Clearly, it's Lowry for me, but Zal would be a close second.
I'm taking Zalatoris. You're the tiebreaker, Byron.
I'll probably say Zal as well. And if you're wanting to get real goofy, you can throw Cam Young in that one because no one will be playing him, I don't think.
Tier 4: Burns, Day, Min, Lee, Nikolai Højgaard, Thigala, Tom Kim, Fitzpatrick, and Sung J M.
I'll let you guys do that. There's a couple of guys that are on my band list. You make the decision.
Who's on your band list?
I told you, Matthew Fitzpatrick.
Okay, that's one.
Even though he's going to play his ass off this week, if he he is, because I'm just like he just kills me. Like I can't take him. No.
Is Tom Kim on your band list?
Getting very close.
I think it's Min Woo of this bunch, Byron.
Yeah, this is a tough tier. Just rattle off again one more time, Pat.
Burns, Day, Min Woo, Nikolai, Thigala, Kim, Fitz, and Sungjae.
Yeah, it's between Minwoo and Nikolai, I would say. So
everyone is going to pick Minwoo in this tier.
So go the other way.
Nikolai.
Yeah.
We'll go with Nikolai. Or Burns, who's been like okay at the Masters, but sucks in real life. Tier 5. Akshay, Henley, Reed, Connors, Scott, Siwoo, and Denny. Oh, and Siwoo's not even in, so don't pick Siwoo.
Okay, sorry, repeat
that. Could like be tier 2, almost.
This one's stacked. It's just the way that it works.
How about Reed?
I'm good with Reed here over Connors and Henley, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Let's do it.
I'm shocked you haven't bet. I am shocked, Cam, you haven't bet Henley this week.
I've thought about it a lot. I just haven't hit the button yet.
He seems to. I mean, I'm not betting him. I think everything points to him winning. Like there's a lot of juice there. I completely get it. It just I don't see Russell Henley winning the Masters.
I understand. No, but he's great in other markets though. Like I think in a matchup bet. Like Henley's one of those guys. Even though he's been successful, he's always around the top. He's had a very good year. He doesn't get the respect he deserves, in my opinion.
Henley was the linchpin to my to make the cut parlay last year. He bogeyed 17 and had to birdie 18 in order to make the cut, and he did. Hero in my mind. Tier 6.
Yeah, so yeah. Russell Henley is actually a friend. He's been. Let's just say he's helped us more than he's hurt us.
For sure. Tier 6 this is a big one. So just when you hear your favorite guy, remember that name and you can move on. Rose, Kirk, Ben-An, Harmon. Nick Taylor, Cam Davis, Straka, Sergio, Rasmus, Keegan, and Adam Hadwin, who's not playing. So no Adam Hadwin. Straka or Sergio for me, Byron.
I would probably lean Sergio.
Okay, we'll go with Sergio then.
All right, Sergio. Okay, there's the pool. Those are some picks that we're going with this, and now we need to give you our best bets. We've talked through a bunch. I hope you guys have been storing them all up. Byron, what is your best bet for the Masters?
Are we going gold or bronze?
You can start with gold. What's your best bet?
Gold. Patrick Reed, top 20 plus 180. He's cashed that baby 4 of the last 5 years. It's the most profitable bet at the Masters in the last half a decade. No one has made you more money to win $100 every time you've played at the Masters. Patrick Reed playing great golf right now. Plays great golf at Augusta. You're getting a top 20. Don't have to fight for a top 5 here. So,
where are we at here? I'm just trying to whittle down my list to make sure that I have this completely right. How do I still have 6 legs on this parlay?
I got one for you, Pat.
Hit me, Cam.
This one's for Byron, Lord Byron of South Africa. Give me Schwartzel, big teeth and all. Parlay. Cobb coordinating contest. He wins, but I'll take him. Top South African plus 120. Sorry, Bazoutenhout. You got to hit the bricks. I'm on Charles. Love Charles.
All odds are powered by Cool Bet today. Once again, you can get in that draw for the free giveaway, $5,000 trip to Toronto. If you live in Canada outside of Ontario, you are eligible to win if you opt in. That's down in the description right now. My best bet, my gold pick is a to make the cut parlay. It's going to be, where the hell did Phil go? Phil's supposed to be on this. Stupid Phil. One sec. There we go. It's a four-legger. It's Ben-An. You know what? I'll take Ben-An off because he's coming up in a different one. Adam Scott, Patrick Reed, Phil Mickelson to make the cut at the Masters pays plus 206. So that's where I am going with mine. So Scott, Reed, Phil to make the cut. What do you think about that, Cam?
I like it. I like it. I have no problem. I think all of those guys make the cut. So yes, I approve.
All right. So silver picks. I am taking Ben-An plus 400 as a top 20 in the top 20 market.
Pat,
love it.
Even though we had one disagreement today, I have to stand my ground. I love you like a brother. Corey Connors, top Canadian even, or plus 110. You told me it's plus 110.
Yeah, plus
I don't give a shit about anybody else. Taylor, Pendrith, whatever. I don't care.
Taylor,
Corey Connors.
It's just Taylor or Taylor, the two you have to watch out for. Maybe the move is to bet Connors top Canadian, but Nick Taylor to win or something at 400 to 1. Okay, would you be more surprised if Connors won or Taylor won?
Taylor.
Really? You'd be surprised the guy who actually wins tournaments. You'd be surprised if that guy won over the guy who doesn't win tournaments.
I have a horrible argument. I'm walking into court. You got me on tape. You caught me red-handed. I'm done. I know I'm fucking done. My lawyer can't get me out of this, but I'm going to tell you this. Nick Taylor, sure, he wins the Canadian Open. He's a closer. Corey Connors, to Byron's point earlier, the chipping has improved, the putting's improved, whatever. In my opinion, despite him not being a closer, I think he'll do much better than Nick Taylor this week. Top Canadian. And it would not shock. No one would shock me if any Canadian won the Masters this year. Let's put it that way.
I gave Cuss
Taylor.
I gave Cuss the stat. I even tweeted it out that the last time that Mello made news, Mello went to the Hall of Fame. Mello won the NCAA championship in 2003. Husky ladies both won the NCAA championship. The Masters Sunday was on April 13th. The NFC wins the Super Bowl by a blowout. Every time that those things have happened, a Canadian has won or a lefty has won. I haven't thought about that angle either.
Robert McIntyre.
There's your guy.
I'm betting him. Now you sold me on that.
Yeah, I've already bet him, but we're going down here. Last one, Byron, silver pick for you.
Silver pick. What is Cam Smith for a top 10?
Cam Smith with or without ties?
Let's go with ties.
Yeah,
with ties is plus 333.
Great, that's a good number.
Yeah, I'll take it. I like that. 5 out of the last 7. That makes tons of sense to me.
Okay.
Pat, could I do something absolutely insane for my bronze pick?
Sure. Do what you want.
Justin Rose, first round leader, but each way, T6.
Rose, first round leader. What's the each way to the T6, though?
I guess whatever, 65 divided.
No, does he retain his 65-1 if you play the each way market, or is that without the each ways?
Yeah, no. If he wins, if he wins outright, like if he finishes top.
No,
six,
I understand what each ways are, but in terms of markets, that sometimes when they offer you like just win only is a much better number than you would get if you did want to play one of the each ways. It's the same. Okay,
it's the same. Yeah.
So FRL plus top 6 FRL, 65-1.
You got it. I mean, FRL 65-1 saw it. Cam,
that would make you the all-time. I mean, Byron, you've been trying to become the all-time leader in the best bets in terms of the biggest one hit. This would be the biggest one hit.
I'm pivoting right now. So
I am going to give out Kevin Yu top debutant at 14-1.
What was the one we had with Angel Cabrera jail swag? Was that senior?
He was either low Latin American at 12-1 or low senior at 4-1, whichever one you like. I think there may be too much pub around it just because the jail stuff, him winning last week. I think people are maybe a bit too all in on like 90-year-old Angel Cabrera.
It's a good point.
Love smoking darts, by the way.
Yeah. Guy's a monster. He's huge. He's got no neck. He just like crushes things. Like he's a bear. He's a Argentinian bear. That's what he is.
He is 1.85 meters tall. I have no idea what that translates into. 6 feet.
All I know is his head and shoulders are basically the same damn thing. He's about as wide as a house.
Yeah, he's 6 feet tall. He's the same height as Adam Scott.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And he's
bigger.
And he's 55 years old, straight out of the clink.
Yep. Old man strength, jail strength. Dangerous.
Jail strength.
Yeah.
All right, Byron, you have one more pick, the gold, silver, and bronze. What would you like?
What is Rory's first round leader market, Pat?
Rory,
I'm seeing a 14.
We have a 16 at Coolbet.
That's a good price.
Let's go.
And
if you can each way that, I like that a lot.
You cannot each way it there in that market.
Okay, just give me the 16.
If Rose is first there, he saws it off, and it basically becomes what Rory is first round. If there's a few turkeys there, right, Pat?
Yeah, if you get a 3-way chop, you're starting to get to. If you get a 4-way chop, you're almost exactly at what Rory's odds are.
Exactly.
Yeah, give me Rory 16. That would be an all-timer, right? Because that even if your guy cashes are still and my guy cashes, we're still good then.
All right.
Or the best one.
One pick to win each of you.
Will Zalatoris 65-1.
What a pick. Think. Who's going to win the Masters?
Shane Lowry, 40-1 for me.
Robert McIntyre.
You haven't even bet him yet.
Now I will. You changed my mind.
Okay. 66-1.
What you guys have done, I originally thought DeChambeau had a game of, it's going to be sunny. You got to play wet. Like now I'm all scared. Like, I'm like, I can't even, like, you got me right off this guy. I don't know.
I mean, as someone who perpetually loses at the Masters, don't let me talk you off anything.
Yeah.
Also,
Cam, can you say an outright with like some confidence? Come on, give us like some sort of confidence with the pick.
give some kind of confidence with the pick.
Yeah, give us.
Pretend it's a first-round leader.
Give us a.
No, I got one.
No,
No, this is it. I'm going to do this. Jordan Spieth at 35-1.
Oh my God, Cam.
What's wrong with that? Is it that bad?
Why don't you just wait till he's like 70-1 on Wednesday when no one bets him?
Okay, then give me fucking DeChambeau at 22. I'm done. I can't handle this anymore. I gotta go.
All right, Cam's gotta go at Cam Stewart Live. You can catch Cam with me live on stage June 7th in Toronto during the Canadian Open. We'll all be there doing a live cuss corner with Jeff, Rob, and Tim. And Garion will be there as well. And you can win a free trip to that if you hit the description and go over to our friends at coolbet.com. Byron Lindeque at The Model Maniac, host of the Fantasy Golf Degenerates, and we'll be live on Mayo Media Network going through his entire process, his bets on Tuesday evening. What time, Byron?
7 Eastern, baby. Back 9 bets on the live tab. I will see you guys there giving away free months to my Patreon. So come on over.
And a brand new sponsor as well.
Nice.
And a brand new sponsor, yes.
There you go. So learn more about that on Tuesday evening, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, tonight on Mayo Media Network. That will do it for me. You smash the like and sub to the channel while you are here, and I will see you next time.
Mayo experience.